Welcome to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK Chapter 65 to 110, Chapter 66, I Will Personally Guide. 1061 words. At the same time, the coastal border. Sunlight filled the golden beach, and people were enjoying their leisurely afternoon. Youthful men and women walked on the beach, while some drowsy middle-aged couples lay under parasols. Just then, a man who was about to go swimming suddenly noticed something amiss and patted his companion's shoulder. "Say, don't you think the ocean current feels a bit off, as if something is about to crawl out?" His companion looked in the direction he pointed, and just as he was about to say something, the seawater violently burst open, sending splashes of water flying everywhere. Giant marine creatures crawled out, letting out terrifying roars, and words full of killing intent echoed across the sky. "We are the Deep Sea Clan. Today, under the leadership of the King of the Sea, we return. Humans who occupy the land, prepare to be conquered by our Deep Sea Clan." Watching these marine creatures crawl from the sea onto the beach, fear and panic instantly spread through the crowd. People desperately fled backward, only to get further away from the coastline. Run! They're monsters. So many monsters. Where are the heroes? Why aren't there any heroes yet? There are monsters here. Wife, hold my hand tight, don't let go. Terrified screams, urgent footsteps, curses between jostling people. In just a few tens of seconds, the entire beach transformed into a cacophony of negative emotions. Alert! A large number of monsters have appeared on the coastline of Z-City District 2, confirmed as a demon-level disaster. Citizens, please evacuate in an orderly manner, do not panic. Alert! A large number of monsters have appeared on the coastline of Z-City District 2, confirmed as a demon-level disaster. Citizens, please evacuate in an orderly manner, do not panic. The piercing alarm bells entered people's ears, and the panic immediately escalated. Pedestrians on the road, hearing the alarm, also unhesitatingly followed the crowd towards the shelters. Most ordinary people in the One Punch Man world were already accustomed to evacuating in the face of disasters. After all, these terrible places had various monster disasters capable of destroying blocks or cities appearing every day. They were used to it. Therefore, ordinary people evacuated the streets at an extremely fast pace, all hiding in the numerous shelters that had already been built. The azure sky had, at some point, become covered with layers of dark clouds. The thick clouds continuously rolled, and torrential rain enveloped the world. The Sea Clan stood on the land, feeling the falling rain moisturize their somewhat dry bodies from coming to land, freely expressing their emotions. Seeing that the humans on land had so cowardly chosen to flee, without even the thought of defending their territory, the Sea Clan immediately let out disdainful jeers, mocking humanity's weakness, humanity's cowardice, and humanity's pathetic state. One octopus, towering 5 or 6 meters tall, even swung its blue tentacles, each impact making the ground tremble. Ha 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 ha. Humans are nothing but a group of despicable creatures. The land will ultimately belong to us, the Sea Clan. Fart. Before it could finish speaking, a rapidly spinning white spear shot forward, cutting through the torrential rain, and accurately pierced the octopus's forehead. The octopus's words abruptly stopped. Its massive body, after a brief stiffness, gushed blue blood, then heavily crashed to the ground, motionless. This sudden scene stunned the other Sea Clan members who were still celebrating, and then an unparalleled rage erupted in their hearts. Who dares to ambush us? Get out here. I'm right here, you blind monsters. A confident voice reached the Sea Clan's ears through the heavy rain. They all moved their massive bodies, turning their gaze towards the source of the sound. In the pouring rain, a handsome young man with black hair standing on end held a long spear, wrapped in layers of grey-black bandages, his face full of confidence. A-class hero, Stinger. Humans. Just weak humans, yet they dare to attack our Sea Clan. Die. Stinger put on a big show, but seeing dozens of Sea Clan members surrounding him, his mouth twitched. It seemed a bit bad. After an intense battle, the bodies of the Sea Clan lay scattered and twisted around him. Stinger plunged his spear into the ground, his once handsome face now bruised and swollen. Before him, 4 of the most powerful Sea Clan members still stood, their fierce gazes fixed on the seemingly weak human. Bastard! How dare you kill so many of our kin? Pay with your life! Stinger panted heavily, lowering his head somewhat dejectedly, looking as if he had given up resistance. Just as the Sea Clan was about to strike, he suddenly lifted his head, his figure transforming into a black lightning bolt, disappearing from his spot. The white spear in his hand cut through the heavy rain, charging forward with fierce momentum. Roar, bamboo shoot! In the blink of an eye, a huge blooded hole appeared simultaneously in the heads of the 4 Sea Clan members. They fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Stinger landed back on the ground, his muscles trembling from the exertion, but an irrepressible smile was on his face. I succeeded. With my newly developed ultimate technique, I successfully killed 4 god-level monsters with one blow. My ranking will surely soar. Before he could finish, a green heavy punch slammed into Stinger's abdomen. The violent force even briefly paused the rain behind him. Stinger spat out blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious, lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. How frail. Is this what humans are? To be completely wiped out by such trash, it seems my subordinates are not up to par. The monster speaking had green skin, was over 4 meters tall, with a humanoid body covered in robust, bulging muscles, a red cape symbolizing royalty draped behind him, and a small crown on his head. The king of the deep sea, demon-level monster, Deep Sea King. Dojo. The 3 heard the alarm. Saitama, who was eating hot pot, raised an eyebrow and was about to stand up to dispense justice. King, however, unhurriedly took a sip of tea, a glimmer of data flashing in his eyes, and smiled. It's just a mere demon-level disaster. I've already sent Genos to deal with it. This time, I will personally guide him. Chapter 66, Chapter 67, The Super. 851 words. Chapter 67, The Super Gaylord. King was a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, the Meteor Strike arc should have come before the Deep Sea King arc, yet the timeline had been scrambled again. How odd. The only explanation for this chronological mess was yet another butterfly effect of transmigration. As King slowly closed his eyes, another scene surfaced in his mind. Streets rewinding in reverse, torrential rain pouring down, silver machinery gleaming, and the roar of a core on the verge of exploding. Watching King sit motionless like an old monk in meditation, Saitama unhurriedly picked up a piece of Wagyu beef, popped it into his mouth, and mumbled. Master Bang, is King so full he's taking a nap? Why'd he suddenly close his eyes? Saitama wasn't worried, he trusted King. If King said everything was fine, then it was no need for him to rush over. Confronted with the bald demon King's question, Bang had no idea how to respond. He didn't know what King intended either. After a moment's hesitation, Bang answered tentatively, uncertainty thick in his voice. Well, perhaps Mr. King has some special way to resolve the crisis right from here? I see. That does sound like his style after all. He's pretty amazing. Saitama slurped up an enoki mushroom caught between his chopsticks and mumbled again. Z-City streets. Pwah. A man with lightning bolt tattoos on his face and hair like a golden pinecone cried out in pain, shot backward like a cannonball, and smashed into a building behind him. Deep Sea King stepped forward unhurriedly, lifted the unconscious blonde youth with one hand, and casually tossed him aside, bored. That blonde man had looked weak, but he was actually an A-class hero named Lightning Max. Yet against Deep Sea King empowered by the rain, he couldn't even land a punch, let alone deal any damage. Oh my tilde, humans really are this weak. Every so-called hero so far has folded from a single punch. Conquering this land will be child's play. Deep Sea King scratched his head with a sharp claw, then leapt high and crashed down onto the street, his huge frame even more terrifying in the downpour. Just then, a sultry, magnetic voice drifted into Deep Sea King's ears. Good heavens! You vile monster! What have you done to my cute, beautiful little men? Deep Sea King followed the voice and couldn't help narrowing his pupils for an instant. Before him stood a man nearly 2 meters tall, explosive muscles stuffed into a cute, baby-pink sweater, his legs still wearing the black and white striped prison pants. His hypermasculine, chiseled jaw bore freshly shaved stubble, curly hair and long lashes sent a chill down anyone's spine. An S-class hero, the Puri prisoner, also an outright, flamboyant gay man. Thanks to his unique tastes and the fact that assigning him convicts wouldn't harm civilians, he'd built himself a harem inside the vast prison. Seeing Lightning Max unconscious and, on his way here, spotting Stinger bruised and out cold in the rubble, Puri prisoner burned with rage. These handsome A-class heroes were all designated members of his future harem, yet someone had dared trample these beautiful blossoms. Unforgivable. Puri prisoner's aura erupted, his muscles swelled again, standing out like slabs of rock. Rain-soaked sexy chest hair clung to his powerful pecs. His clothes instantly exploded into pink shreds, even his pants bursting apart to reveal the mysterious little item. Watching Puri prisoner strip down just like himself, Deep Sea King sensed formidable physical strength and grew intrigued. He could tell this man was on an entirely different level from the human heroes he'd met so far. Or, human, what's your? Before Deep Sea King could finish, Puri prisoner let out a piercing wail. His gaze fell on the pink scraps on the ground, and fury surged. He rose, face dark, fists clenched. You bastard. That pink sweater was hand-sewn by my boyfriend, stitched full of love. Roaring, Puri prisoner lunged forward, each stride cracking the pavement. He closed in and slammed a muscle-packed punch that shattered raindrops and smashed into Deep Sea King's face. With a meaty boom, Deep Sea King staggered half a step back, rubbed his stinging cheek, and grinned hideously. Not bad, my turn. What? Puri prisoner was stunned. The feedback from his usually unstoppable fists felt like punching solid steel, barely any damage. In the next instant, Deep Sea King's waist and arm powered a savage blow that drilled into Puri prisoner's gut. Goo. Organs churned as if tossed in a storm, consciousness blurred. Puri prisoner's eyes rolled white. This time there was no back-and-forth struggle. Drenched from the start, Deep Sea King's strength neared his oceanic peak, far beyond what Puri prisoner could handle. Pretty tough, huh? Then take another round. Ha 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 ha. His fists whipped out like a tempest, raining heavy blows all over Puri prisoner's body. Even rock-hard muscle caved inward under each strike. In moments, Puri prisoner was a blooded, dented mess, collapsing heavily to the ground. Deep Sea King squatted, slapped the convict's cheek disdainfully with a finned claw. Thought stripping made you as strong as me? Stupid human. Chapter 67, Chapter 68, God-Level Stand. 761 words. After taunting Puri prisoner, Deep Sea King didn't waste another second on the muscle-bound freak. In the torrential rain he spread his arms wide, savoring everything around him. Chem, the human scent is thick in this direction. So the ordinary humans are all hiding, how amusing. Sensing the mass of human presence, Deep Sea King's grin turned even more savage as he strode toward the shelter. Then, in the very next instant, a sharp clang of metal rang out, and the roar of a core engine pierced the storm-lashed night. Incineration cannon. A beam of blistering heat vaporized every drop in its path, racing straight for Deep Sea King. The crimson flare ballooned in his pupils. What? Deep Sea King's face twisted. Without hesitation he crossed both arms over his chest, the microscales on his skin locking together and knitting with his bulging muscles to boost defense. Incineration cannon slammed into flesh, the crackle of searing meat filling the air. The impact drove Deep Sea King sliding backward. Such power, what is this thing? Two deep furrows scraped behind him as the barrage kept pushing, the arms he'd raised already wisping with pale smoke. His vertical pupils glared ahead, trying to identify the attacker, but all he saw through the rain was a flashing blue core and the glowing muzzle of a cannon. Don't look down on me, Deep Sea King raged. A king of the sea, humiliated without even seeing his foe's face. Roar. With a deafening bellow he charged straight into the incineration cannon, risking injury, and hurled a fist. The massive punch carved a fierce arc through the air, fierce gales smashing toward Genos. The old Genos would have ignited his boosters and met the blow head-on. But now, with only the right side thruster firing, he simply shifted a hair's breadth to the right and slipped the punch clean. Before the momentum faded, the lower right thruster pulsed again, and he ghosted behind Deep Sea King. At that instant the Sea Monarch was caught between spent force and knew, the perfect window. Seizing it, Genos raised his left arm. Sharp rotary blades snapped out at the wrist and spun up into a whirring chainsaw. The instant the blades touched flesh, they tore it open, green blood and shredded skin spraying across the ground. At the same moment, his right palm clamped over Deep Sea King's inner thigh, and another scorching incineration cannon ignited. Air! Burned and carved at once, Deep Sea King screamed, spun his colossal body, and threw a wild backward punch. He expected the robot to back off, if only for a heartbeat. But Deep Sea King never imagined the machine would pull a heaven-defying stunt. With a metallic crack, his arms detached at the elbows, thrusters flared, rocketing Genos clear of the fist. And the severed limbs kept hacking and blasting, shredding the king's body. Impossible. A deep-sea dweller who'd never seen such tricks, Deep Sea King froze. While he gaped, Genos's golden eyes blazed. Twin lasers lanced through the space and bored straight into his eyes. Aya! My eyes, damn you, human! The undersea monarch howled in agony and terror. Sudden darkness sent him flailing, swinging at empty air. Seizing the moment, Genos stretched his arms forward. The remote hands halted their assault and snapped back into place. In less than a minute, Deep Sea King had been carved in a dozen places, his most tender flesh scorched, his sight seared away. Watching his own body perform, Genos stared in awe. As expected of King Sensei, combat experience so terrifying he can pilot an unfamiliar machine like a virtuoso. Indeed, every move had been King at the controls. Left to himself, Genos could never have pulled off such stunts. Take the thrusters. He'd always just rocket straight ahead, wasting energy and losing finesse. King milked every ounce of output, using microbursts to dodge each strike and counter vital points. He even put every extra function he'd recommended, detachable arms, close-range tools, to textbook use. Meanwhile, back at the dojo, King held a silver gamepad, thumbs dancing across it. He looked as focused as any gamer timing a Souls boss's slow-fast combo. Yet a subtle grin tugged at his lips. God-level stand-in, kid. This time Genos hadn't merely added weapons and systems, he'd installed something more. Besides himself, King could now pilot the cyborg entirely through this custom pad, sharing vision through Genos's optical sensors. It meant entrusting his life to another, an act demanding absolute trust and guts. Yet Genos would trust only two people, the doctor who built him, and the mentor who trained him, King. Chapter 68, Chapter 69, Walking the Dog. 737 words. Through Genos's mechanical eyes, King's sight locked precisely onto the torrential rain, pinpointing the green figure hidden within the downpour. Deep Sea King forced his eyes open. Those savage fish eyes, now on the verge of shattering, wept twin trails of blood that the rain washed away. His vision finally cleared, yet the world remained veiled in crimson. Searing pain from his eyes stabbed at the sea monarch's nerves. Ru. I'll slaughter you. Relying on perception already at peak of demon, pushed to upper demon by fury, Deep Sea King located Genos and lunged with a roar. Under the rain, the gashes in Deep Sea King's hide began knitting shut, charred patches slowly giving way to new skin. King frowned. This was exactly why Genos currently struggled against Deep Sea King. The creature's hide was thick and its regeneration strong. Most of Genos's arsenal dealt only limited harm. To put it plainly, Genos's mechanical body was a highly mobile assassin, each strike lightning fast yet inflicting a mere 10 damage. Deep Sea King, meanwhile, was a lumbering tank. Genos could kite him like a dog, but every second the monster regained 5 health. Though not an instant full heal, in a drawn-out fight Genos could still lose. His core's energy was finite. Yet, hands on the controls, King blazed with unshakable confidence, the pride of a peak gamer. If every attack is just a scratch, I'll craft a brand new, badass combo. The thought flashed by. Deep Sea King was already in his face. King jabbed the pad and Genos moved. Thrusters burst for an instant. Genos slid sideways, effortlessly evading the monster's charge. The left-hand buzzblade slashed, shearing the gill on Deep Sea King's left cheek and carving a great gash across his jaw, tearing facial muscle. Pain drove the sea monarch berserk. A massive clawed fist shattered raindrops as it smashed toward Genos. Thrusters flared again. Genos rocketed back, then sprang forward mid-retreat. Unable to check his own momentum, Deep Sea King slammed his fist into the ground, spiderweb fissures erupting across the earth. Not good. Seeing the cyborg vanish, Deep Sea King sensed danger. He half-turned, silver flashed at his right cheek, agony blooming. White gill filaments fluttered, green blood sprayed as the right side facial muscle was split in two. With no muscle to support it, his jaw sagged, leaving him gaping grotesquely. The next instant Deep Sea King finally sensed Genos, behind him. Die. A fist whipped out, raising gales, but struck only empty air. Genos had slipped beneath him. The buzzblade slashed dozens of times while his right arm's incineration cannon blasted the inside of Deep Sea King's thigh. Blade light flashed, both Achilles' tendons severed, the monster's legs collapsed and he crashed to his knees. The incineration cannon's blaze roared up from groin to face, blinding him anew. Agony racked every nerve. Panic seized Deep Sea King. This is bad. Monarch of the ocean, he had united the thinking seafolk alone and marched to conquer the land. According to the script he'd once envisioned, he would stride ashore with unstoppable might, duel Earth's strongest human in a clash of legends, and emerge victorious, giving sea beasts dominion over sea and land. Instead, his worldview shattered. His proud flesh was shredded by a whirling blade, his titanic strength couldn't graze a hair on the cyborg like punching cotton. He'd imagined a brutal slugfest, fists on flesh, the same exhilaration he'd felt against that naked, muscle-bound freak. Now the sea monarch knelt, huge frame sagging, eyes still bleeding, jaw slack and more gaping. A phantom blur closed in, killing intent licked at his throat. Damn, he means to behead me. Frantically he clamped his remaining intact hands over his neck, shielding it. But the blade never aimed for his neck, it struck elsewhere. Ah! My eyes, my kingly eyes. The already shattered orbs were cleaved in two, blood gushed in rivers, plunging him into total darkness. Blinded, Deep Sea King thrashed his thick arms in wild desperation. Once symbols of might, those arms were now his last straw. Unnoticed, Genos stood before him and raised his right hand. Deep Sea King flailed without pattern, touching nothing. In the pouring rain, the blue core blazed, energy surged into the palm cannon pressed against the monster's gaping mouth. Incineration cannon, 100% output. A furious beam blasted down the royal gullet, searing heat engulfed his vitals, incinerating organs. His arms dropped, life fled. Deep Sea King knelt in the storm, dead. Chapter 69, Chapter 70. Let me show you the might of my name, Speedo. 848 words. Genos, who had just witnessed everything, felt nothing but shock and reverence for King. Such fluid movements. He had never imagined his mechanical body could string together attacks so precisely, leaving the enemy no chance to resist. Leaving everything else aside, King's use of the thrusters alone was a summit Genos could never hope to scale. The way King used short bursts from the thrusters to shift his body mid-air and effortlessly dodge every blow left Genos utterly shaken. He couldn't help wondering whether he himself or Teacher King had used this mechanical frame longer. As expected of Teacher King, I still have so much to learn. Amid a soft rustle, King's voice came through the mechanical eye. All recorded. Take a good look at that fight. Your mechanical body has tremendous potential. In the right moment it can create miracles that set even machine souls rejoicing. With that, King exited the visual link and returned control of the body to Genos. Thud. At that instant, the corpse of Deep Sea King, which had been kneeling, lost all support and slammed to the ground, sending rainwater flying. His two shattered fish eyes rolled from their sockets and came to rest beside Genos' foot. Deep Sea King had died a miserable death, every internal organ had turned to bloody pulp, his body roasted crisp outside, tender within. From his gaping mouth curled wisps of scorched smoke, like wronged spirits venting unwillingness and pain. Genos stared at the fallen monster, speechless for a long while. Had it been me, could I have beaten this creature? Running the numbers with his own specs and the body data he'd gathered on Deep Sea King, Genos reached a conclusion. If he'd fought the monster in his usual style, his win rate would have been about 46%, just shy of 50-50. After all, Deep Sea King was thick-skinned and regenerated well. Unless Genos overcharged his incineration cannon, effective damage would be hard to inflict. The sound of raindrops faded. The cloudburst had arrived in a flash and left just as quickly. Rays of sunlight pierced the heavy clouds, spilling across the earth and far-off horizon. Standing in the light, Genos drew a deep breath and gazed up at the sky turning blue once more. The road I must walk is still very long. Meanwhile, at the gate of the dojo, Chiranko, sweeping outside, suddenly noticed someone leaning against the doorframe and looked up in puzzlement. This is the Flowing Water Rock-Crushing Fist Dojo. Are you here for information? The youth at the door curved his lips, his purple scarf fluttered, and he vanished. Chiranko's scalp prickled as the big man disappeared. He instinctively stepped back. Yet the next instant a hand settled on his shoulder, and a chop struck the back of his neck. "Ooh!" Chiranko groaned, eyes rolling up as he crumpled limply to the ground. Casually tossing the unconscious Chiranko aside, Sonic's pretty face twisted into a snarl, gaze fixed on the hall beyond. There he is, the archenemy of my life, S-class hero Caped Baldy. Unable to contain his fury, he strode forward, then pulled the muscle between his thighs and grimaced in pain. Damn it! Sonic gripped the hilt at his waist, drew the blade, its keen edge flashed coldly in the newly sunlit air. Bent over, fighting the agony below, he kicked the door open and roared. "Saitama! I know you're in here. Get out. I'll kill you." When he saw the scene inside, Sonic froze, hand stiff on the hilt. "You've got to be kidding." 3 people sat in the spacious dojo. The man on the left had golden hair, a regal, domineering face, and a thunderous heartbeat. The heavy aura he exuded was suffocating. The one in the center looked a wrinkled old man, yet Sonic the Ninja could tell at a glance that the elder was a grandmaster whose every move was flawless. The man on the right wore a mustard-yellow bodysuit, comical red gloves, a fluttering white cape stitched to his back and, most eye-catchingly, a perfectly bald head. Sensing trouble, Sonic instinctively stepped back. Miscalculation. So many people, damn. The blonde on the left was definitely strong. Just standing near him felt suffocating, no opponent for the current me. The old man in the middle was no pushover either, a true martial arts grandmaster who'd be tough to handle. As for the one on the right, pain flared below, fury surged, and Sonic's hand shook on the hilt. It was this bald bastard who'd reduced him to a single-egg man. If he didn't settle the score, how could he call himself a ninja? Seeing the black-haired youth's eyes locked on Saitama, the purple scarf, and the way he kept bending, King instantly knew who this was. Oh, the Lone Ranger with a lone gonad. With that, King set down the game controller, chopsticked an uncooked meatball, and infused it with his own power. He flicked his wrist. The meatball shot out like a pistol bullet, racing toward Sonic. Oh! Making the first move. Fine, let me show you the might of my name, Speedo Sound Sonic. Chapter 70, Chapter 71. Another handsome and cute young man has arrived. 1023 words. Sonic's gaze fixed on the flying meatball, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Too slow. With a ninja's lightning-fast reflexes, Sonic could clearly see the meatball's flight path and easily dodge it. But I won't choose to dodge. To show off his cool skills, Sonic didn't choose to dodge the incoming meatball, but instead placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. The next second, with a flash of cold light, the long sword at his waist unsheathed in an instant, slicing through the air at extreme speed and slashing fiercely at the surface of the meatball. Just as Sonic was about to confidently sheath his sword, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Wait, why didn't I feel the sensation of the slash just now? Since birth, Sonic had held his long sword and slashed countless things, be they living animals and humans or inanimate objects. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to the feedback from every strike, using it to judge the opponent's defensive strength. But that strike just now wasn't a matter of weak feedback, there was simply no feedback at all. Could it be? A ridiculous possibility occurred to Sonic, making him break out in a cold sweat as his gaze quickly locked onto where the meatball had been. Sure enough, the meatball that should have been sliced in two dissipated as an afterimage. The flight path Sonic had seen was merely an afterimage left by the meatball in midair. Sonic was stunned, his focused strike hadn't even managed to hit a single meatball. Immediately, a deep sense of humiliation and anger clouded his mind. Veins popped on his face, and his hand holding the sword trembled with rage. These 3 damn bastards. How dare they humiliate me, Speedo Sound Sonic. You will pay for this. Wait, where's the meatball? Reason broke free from the anger and humiliation. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Sonic's heart as a sharp friction sound reached his ears. The moment he lowered his head, a meatball flying from behind accurately struck him right between the legs. The scene suddenly fell silent. Saitama looked at the meatball rolling on the ground, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Sigh, this thing can't be eaten anymore. Bang stared at King in shock, subconsciously squeezing his legs together. Would the strongest man on earth really use such a dirty trick? But thinking back to his own youth, Bang let it go. Forget it, this isn't that bad. King remained expressionless, but the curl of his lips showed he was holding back a laugh. After the silence lasted for a full 2 seconds, a pig-like wail echoed through the entire dojo. Sonic collapsed to his knees, clutching his crotch tightly. Cold sweat poured down his face from the pain, and his handsome face turned almost purple. Not again. Why is it always here? Why, you bastard? Sonic never expected that the meatball he failed to track would accurately hit him between the legs after a series of ricochets. From then on, the left Eggman Sonic completely turned into the non-left Eggman Sonic. But he was a ninja after all, and his pain tolerance was quite excellent. Sonic propped himself up with his sword, shaking like a leaf, yet he still panted while making threats. Just you wait. How dare you humiliate me like this? I, Speedo Sound Sonic, will definitely be back. After making his threat, Sonic didn't hesitate for a second and turned to run. He couldn't possibly take on 3 opponents now, he was in too poor a state. However, after taking the first step, a piercing pain erupted again, as if something had been pulled, causing Sonic's features to contort. Damn it! In desperation, Sonic covered his crotch with both hands. Even though he was gritting his teeth in pain, he forced himself to move, his figure vanishing from the spot. Saitama watched the uninvited guest disappear from the dojo and scratched his hairless head. This guy looks familiar. I think I accidentally hit his brother once this morning. Why did he get hit again? Jointo Sound Sonico is so pitiful. Hearing this, King couldn't hold it in any longer. Sonic was indeed pitiful, suffering 2 fatal blows to the chicken in a row, and Saitama still couldn't remember his name. However, leaving a ninja like that outside to watch them every day wasn't King's style, even if the guy was weak. Saitama, I heard that kid's bounty is quite high. It could buy dozens of boxes of high-grade beef. The chopsticks stopped in mid-air. A certain bald man's gaze suddenly became sharp, and his simple face turned angular and defined. 10 seconds later, Saitama returned to the dojo carrying a passed-out Sonic like a dead dog. His vision slowly cleared, and an unfamiliar ceiling came into view. Hiss. My head hurts. What happened? Sonic clutched his head, feeling a series of pains in the back of his skull as if he had been struck heavily. He observed his surroundings and was immediately stunned. Cold floors, grey walls, simple furniture, rows of iron bars in front of him, and sunlight that could barely penetrate. Wait. I'm in freaking prison? As a ninja and assassin, Sonic immediately realized his situation. He had likely been knocked unconscious by Saitama and the others and sent to prison. I have to find a way to escape. I need to cultivate even more diligently. I must kill Saitama and that blonde guy. Sonic always possessed unparalleled self-confidence. That invincible heart kept him moving further along the path of a ninja. Even if he had been too scared to move in front of that blonde man, Sonic firmly believed he could surpass him. This was why he could keep improving. Just then, a strange noise came from the iron bars in front of him. Sonic looked up in confusion. In front of him, on the other side of the bars, a burly man covered in muscles and wrapped in bandages revealed a kind smile. Oh Tilda, another handsome and cute young man has arrived. Chapter 71, Chapter 73, how could I forget this? 795 words. 2 days later. Saitama lay sprawled at home, listlessly flipping through channels. Now an S-class hero, the bald Demon King had upgraded to an even bigger TV, Even the manga on his shelf were author-signed luxury pushed to the limit. Of course, that standard of luxury was one Saitama had set for himself. The memory of yesterday's flavor made him smack his lips. He really wanted another taste of Wagyu. Ever since he'd had bangs, every other high-grade beef felt like it was missing something. He clicked off the TV, vacant eyes stared at the white ceiling while he scratched his hip. They say idle hands invite wandering thoughts. For no reason at all, Saitama recalled that recent battle that had spilled into outer space. Back then, I actually felt the thrill of a fight, he mused, the corner of his mouth lifting. That guy King really is something. Ever since he'd gone bald, no one had survived a single punch, even a normal punch could obliterate any foe. Which had killed his interest in fighting, one-hit kills made every match pointless. But sparring with King had rekindled that excitement. It was the first time he'd met someone who could take punch after punch. Serious punch was off limits, yet throwing normal punch after normal punch still left him more satisfied than ever. He itched for another round with King. The guy had eaten a chain of normal punches without a scratch. Next time he'd bring out a serious punch for fun. Scratching his simpler drawn face, the bald Demon King rolled over and stared blankly at the window. Feels like I forgot something. He racked his brain, that egg-smooth dome seeming to flash with inspiration. Damn it, I forgot to change my hero name. He remembered, his registered alias was still that cursed Caped Baldy. Oddly, every time he'd meant to change it, something weird had popped up and distracted him. Today nothing would stop him. Saitama didn't care much about others' opinions, but he didn't want to deck a monster with one punch only to hear a crowd chanting Caped Baldy. It would feel like 1,000 bald slaps to the face. Aside from hot pot and money, nothing riled him faster than the word bald. All right, let's go. For a touch of ceremony he suited up in his hero outfit and strode out in sunny yellow tights. The moment he stepped outside, glaring sunlight poured down and his white cape flared in the wind. Incidentally, yesterday he'd received mail congratulating him on another rank jump. He was now S-Class rank 14, overtaking Puripuri Prisoner, Metal Bat, and Tank Top Master. S-Class rank 14, Caped Baldy. Saitama's eye twitched, his pace quickened. There was no way he'd keep that name. Meanwhile, at King's place, the patter of water drifted from the kitchen. Ever since Geno's had moved in next door, he'd tackled every chore without complaint. Housework, he claimed, was part of training, tempering the will and sharpening attention to detail. King didn't know what to make of this cyborg with the devilish work ethic, but he wasn't about to argue. Hey, who'd turn down a free, full-time housekeeping unit? King-sensei. All dishes sterilized, residual grease below 1%. What would you like for dinner? I'll head to the market now. King almost suggested eating out, he had his eye on a certain restaurant. But seeing the earnest glow in Geno's mechanical eyes and the way his joints practically vibrated with eagerness, he sighed. Fine, home cooking sounded nice anyway. Relying on half-remembered recipes from his past life, he handed Geno's a shopping list. Yes, King-sensei. I won't let you down. Geno's answered with steely resolve, vaulted into the air, and rocketed toward the market. Watching him disappear, King mused. Nothing much had happened the past 2 days. He'd basically loafed around eating, sleeping, and gaming. Life was good. Truth was, the S-Class salary of a few million was just for show. At this level you asked the association for whatever you wanted and got it. Want a 20 million yen house? No need to pay, file the paperwork and the Hero Association hands you the keys. A pale blue status screen floated before him. He browsed it at leisure. Not bad, he was getting stronger. After that last earth-shaking fight he'd partially shattered his limiter, and his stats were steadily climbing. The gain was tiny, less than 200 across the board in 2 days, but it was real progress. Then something clicked and his eyes widened. How could I forget this? If he remembered right, not long after the Deep Sea King arc, that alien who looked like a certain cartoon villain, the Cosmic Emperor, would arrive looking for a worthy opponent. If it were just a fight that'd be fine, but Boros would blow City A to rubble in the process. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Why do I keep running into these freaks? 1074 words. Listening to the deep voice in his ear, Sonic felt goosebumps all over his body for some reason, and a chill spread throughout his entire being. He looked closely. Although the muscular man in front of him was covered in bandages, he could still make out his two prominent chins, like those of a high-level player, and his tender, affectionate gaze. Who is this guy? Although he didn't know the identity of the strong man in front of him, Sonic's ninja intuition told him that the man was definitely not a weakling. He had been inexplicably captured and thrown into prison, but when in an unfamiliar place, it was best to play it safe. Seeing that Sonic didn't respond, Puri prisoner's face not only showed no anger but instead revealed an even gentler smile. Oh my Tilda, it seems our new little sweetheart is a bit shy and timid. It's alright, everything will be fine once our hearts are connected. With that, Puri prisoner pushed open the prison door, walked in with a smile, and reached out to caress Sonic's face. Seeing that rough, hairy hand about to touch his face, the extremely proud Sonic immediately scowled, slapped Puri prisoner's hand away, and said coldly, "Oh, big guy, you don't look like a weakling. Tell me, which prison is this?" Sonic didn't want to get entangled with this powerful muscular man. He needed to quickly figure out the guards' patrol routes, then escape from prison and get revenge on those two guys. Seeing Sonic's resilience, Puri prisoner was first stunned, then a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and his smile grew wider. "My little sweetheart, you are truly mischievous. Come, let our hearts meet closely, and let our heartbeats express my love for you." With that, Puri prisoner opened his broad arms, wanting to embrace Sonic and bring their hearts into close contact. Damn it! This guy is a gay man. Because he had been constantly engaged in various assassin activities and diligently cultivating, Sonic rarely paid attention to new things, but he wasn't an idiot. Judging by all the muscular man's remarks, this guy had taken a liking to him, which was truly disgusting. Sonic's face was icy cold. Although he didn't like romantic affairs, he definitely didn't want to be violated by a gay man. Get lost. He let out a cold shout, his figure turning into an afterimage and disappearing from the spot. His proud speed caught Puri prisoner off guard for a moment. His broad arms embraced empty air, and only then did Puri prisoner realize that Sonic had appeared behind him at some point. Such speed. It seems this young man is no ordinary person. Puri prisoner trembled all over, his eyes almost turning into heart shapes, and the smile on his face became even more infatuated. He's strong, handsome, resilient, and most importantly, he's a prisoner. My goodness. This is absolutely my type. Puri prisoner's drool was almost flowing out. He impatiently turned around, wanting nothing more than to hold Sonic in his arms and pamper him. However, Sonic's speed was not something the current Puri prisoner could match. Seeing Puri prisoner still daring to attack him, Sonic took a step, his speed so fast that 2 or 3 afterimages appeared consecutively in the air, circling around the cell. Puri prisoner was dazzled, every hug missed. This feeling of being so close yet so far made him unable to stop, and a slight flush appeared on his resolute face. Discovering that this muscular man, unable to catch him, was actually getting aroused, Sonic's mouth twitched, feeling a chill run down his spine. What a disgusting muscular gay man, just die already. Sonic seized the opportunity of Puri prisoner's missed hug, flashed above him, and delivered a fierce downward kick, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh, directly targeting Puri prisoner's neck. And in the very next instant, it was as if something had been pulled, a piercing pain assailed his mind, making it almost impossible for Sonic to maintain his movements. Damn it! Pulled it again. Sonic's features twisted in pain. Puri prisoner suddenly turned around, and the angel's embrace instantly enveloped him. Sonic, almost losing focus due to the pain, had no time to adjust his posture and could only watch with wide eyes as solid muscle and a large mass of thick chest hair approached him. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Sonic's pupils involuntarily constricted to pinpricks, and he screamed wildly in his heart. "Don't come near me, ah!" However, there was no if. Instantly, an overwhelmingly strong masculine scent assailed him, followed by an immense crushing sensation around his body, making Sonic almost roll his eyes. Looking at Sonic, who was embraced in his arms and blissfully rolling his eyes, Puripuri prisoner also showed a warm smile, almost moved to tears. Oh my Tilda, I didn't expect you, little handsome, to be so attached to my embrace. Then I will respond to your love well. Feeling the trembling person in his arms, Puripuri prisoner gently stroked the other's black hair and softly spoke. Although you look very much like a little girl, in my opinion, a simple piece of jade, if it looks more like glass, its value will be higher. Conversely, the more you resemble a little girl, as long as you still have what a man should have, I will love you with great tenderness. Half a minute later, Puripuri prisoner suddenly froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? You barely have anything. Why do you only have one of the 3 pieces? You lied to me. You're not a boy at all. Puripuri prisoner stumbled back 2 steps, looking utterly dejected, his myriad words finally condensing into a long sigh. As he had said before, if a piece of jade looks more like glass, its value will be higher. But conversely, you can't actually be a piece of glass. Heartbroken, Puripuri prisoner left the cell with an ashen face, giving Sonic a reluctant glance before he left, his long-lashed, beautiful eyes filled with sparkling tears. Goodbye, little one, who I don't know whether to call a boy or a girl. Sonic lay sprawled on the damp prison floor, panting heavily, his heart filled with endless humiliation and indignation. Why am I so unlucky, running into these freaks all day long? Chapter 73, Chapter 74, this too is part of the prophecy. 876 words. Hero Association. The gate was shoved open and King strode in. The receptionist instinctively looked up. The moment she saw that domineering, authoritative face, she froze on the spot. Only after a second or two did she come back to herself, her whole face flushed with excitement. Mr. King? What brings you to the Hero Association today? It's the real King. The living, breathing strongest man on the surface of the earth is standing right in front of me. Realizing she had lost her composure, the receptionist hastily straightened her collar and, struggling to look normal, asked respectfully, Mr. King, is there anything I can help you with? Should I notify Mr. Sitch? King nodded. Yes, thank you. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. The receptionist scurried off to deliver the message, and moments later Sitch arrived in an even greater fluster. He almost sprinted up to King, skidding to a halt, tension written across his face. What is it, Mr. King? Has something happened? A wave of dragon-level disasters? An ancient god awakening? Or has the fabled god-level disaster arrived? Some evil organization about to overthrow the world? In an instant Sitch's mind raced through countless scenarios that could wipe out humanity. To him, any news that brought the strongest man on Earth here in person had to be a crisis capable of erasing mankind. As it turned out, the man's intuition was sometimes spot on. King glanced around, seeing too many people coming and going, he frowned. To avoid unnecessary panic, he and Sitch moved to a private, sealed room and sat facing each other. Inside, King was calm and relaxed, while Sitch felt a mountain of pressure. Normally it wasn't obvious, but seated opposite the strongest man on Earth, Sitch felt a crushing weight, as though a sledgehammer had struck his soul. To ease the pressure he lifted his teacup, but the hand holding it trembled slightly. Sitch took a deep, steadying breath before letting the tea slide down his throat. King spoke first. Soon, a crisis that could end humanity will descend. Fart. The tea he had just sipped shot straight back out. Sitch coughed until tears streamed down his cheeks. Cough, cough, cough. King wasn't rushed. He waited quietly for Sitch to compose himself. Finally recovering, Sitch wore panic on his face for the first time ever, both hands slapping the table as his voice shook. Mr. King, are you certain? A crisis great enough to wipe out humanity is really coming? He never imagined his wild guess would be true. An actual god-level disaster was about to arrive. Is it a natural calamity or man-made? Sitch asked anxiously, his heart in turmoil. If it was man-made, they might still prevent it. If it was a natural disaster, all they could do was pray for humanity's safety. How to put it? King organized his thoughts and spoke gravely. Strictly speaking, you could call it a natural disaster. Soon, a mighty cosmic emperor will arrive on Earth, leading a fleet of ships above City A. According to my prophecy, the instant they arrive they'll unleash a terrifying bombardment that will obliterate City A. What? Aliens too? The sheer volume of information had left Sitch almost numb, yet that keyword still made him lose his composure. He had imagined a natural disaster, or perhaps a powerful monster leveling the city. But now you're telling me, by damn, it's aliens? Mr. King, this. Sitch was lost for words. From a rational standpoint, he found such an absurd prophecy hard to believe. Aliens invading Earth? With all the satellites overhead, how could no one detect them? But the problem was that this absurd prophecy came from the strongest man on Earth. That single fact nailed the prophecy to the wall as undeniable truth. Understood, Mr. King. The association will immediately form the highest-level disaster response unit. Based on your prophecy, we'll upgrade City A's defenses by 2 levels, no, 3. Sitch vowed solemnly, eyes blazing with resolve. If the prophecy was true, they had to prepare in advance or City A would be reduced to scorched earth. As the first of the 26 cities and by far the largest, City A boasted the greatest population and unmatched political importance. If it were destroyed, humanity would suffer a staggering blow. Then I'll leave it to you. King nodded, stood up, and turned to leave. He had come solely for this, hoping his early warning would reduce casualties in City A. Even King had no idea when Boros and his cosmic warship would arrive, or whether his presence might alter the original timeline. Everything was uncertain, so reinforcing City A's defenses in advance was the only way to prevent a one-shot annihilation. Watching King turn away, Sitch quietly exhaled and started to rise. The next second, King, now at the door, suddenly stopped and slowly looked back. Sitch froze, tension flooding back into his face. No way, there's more crisis. King turned, expression calm. Right, soon Granny Shibabawa will make a corresponding prophecy. You can use that to confirm the truth of my words. Also, tell her to cut back on throat lozenges, there's a chance she could choke on one. That, too, is part of the prophecy. Sitch, her. Chapter 74, Chapter 75, Meteorite Attack. 1,105 words. Although there was some doubt about what King said at the end, out of absolute trust in the strongest man on Earth, Sitch immediately ordered the Hero Association staff members to act. Soon, the association staff members almost swarmed out, beginning to contact various engineering teams in City A. Just over 10 minutes after King left the Hero Association, the Hero Association's door was pushed open again, and a shining bald head came into view. As soon as Saitama entered the door, he saw everyone busy, scurrying back and forth in the hall. They look so busy, there must be something important, maybe I should come back another time? Just as this thought emerged, Saitama suddenly remembered that he seemed to have failed to change his codename several times before due to various reasons. Am I wavering again this time? Thinking of this, Saitama's eyes gradually became firm. He would no longer have this thought. Today, the codename Caped Baldy must be changed, no matter what. With this in mind, Saitama strode forward, wanting to stop one of the staff members who was rushing past with documents. But after only 2 steps, seeing the person sweating profusely, he slowly withdrew his hand. Forget it, I'll go back. A codename can be changed anytime. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was a day later. The game controller was neatly placed on the ground, but King didn't pick it up to play. Instead, he seriously pondered a question. He suddenly realized that Boros came to Earth entirely to find a strong opponent who could match him, which is why he came here. The problem lies here, he was looking for strong individuals from beginning to end, not to destroy cities. If he released a strong enough aura in a sparsely populated area, could he lure Boros there, thereby preventing City A from being destroyed? After thinking about several possibilities, King shook his head helplessly. This plan is difficult to implement, as he still doesn't know when Boros will appear. This guy's spaceship has very powerful stealth capabilities, able to evade all satellite detection and silently land over City A. Most likely, by the time he discovers it, the entire City A will have been blown sky high. Nor can he spend all his time in the wilderness releasing his aura. This action would be no different from being an idiot, so he can only wait passively. Woo! A piercing alarm suddenly sounded outside the window, accompanied by an urgent disaster broadcast. Attention all City Z citizens, a giant meteorite has been detected descending towards the center of City Z. According to predictions, the impact wave caused by the meteorite's descent will destroy the entire city and is expected to reach the surface in approximately 30 minutes. Attention all City Z citizens, a giant meteorite has been detected descending towards the center of City Z. According to predictions, the impact wave caused by the meteorite's descent will destroy the entire city and is expected to reach the surface in approximately 30 minutes. Instantly, no matter what they were doing, people immediately stopped their actions, raising their heads in panic to look at the usually calm, blue sky. However, what met their eyes was no longer just the boundless azure sky. A black dot visible to everyone was gradually expanding in the sky. No, that wasn't a black dot, but a giant meteorite descending in a straight line. For a time, the entire City Z fell into immense chaos. The roads were filled with a torrent of cars, and people on the streets scrambled to escape, almost causing a stampede. Some fled in despair, some took the opportunity to commit crimes, some knelt and cried bitterly, and some embraced their families, weeping. In the face of such an inescapable natural disaster, humanity appeared so small and powerless, with all the different facets of life vividly displayed at this moment. Run! Damn it! Can't you go faster? If you're this slow, do you believe I won't run you over? I'll *****ing. You think I don't want to run? Why don't you go urge the people in front of me? How am I supposed to drive if they don't move? Angry curses rose and fell. Boss, the meteorite is about to hit. Why are we still stealing here? Do we really have a life to spend this money? What do you know? Heroes will come to the rescue for this kind of disaster soon. We just need to frantically accumulate wealth. This is a chance to get rich. Why didn't you say so earlier? Boss is mighty. Two young thieves rushed into an empty store and started looting. While others were desperately scrambling for daily necessities like rice, salt, and cooking oil, they rushed into jewelry stores, plundering gold and silver treasures. A long queue had formed at the entrance of the air raid shelter. Those at the back nervously peered forward, occasionally looking up at the meteorite in the sky that was gradually expanding in their vision. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a tall building somewhere, four figures swayed in the wind, their gazes simultaneously fixed on the giant meteorite in the sky. Bang, Genos, Saitama, and King. Watching the catastrophic meteorite gradually descend, the martial arts grandmaster looked down at his calloused hands and sighed helplessly. The martial arts I've diligently practiced for many years truly seem as insignificant as an ant in the face of such a natural disaster. It has somewhat dampened my confidence. Flowing water rock-crushing fist is ultimately just a martial art. It doesn't possess earth-shattering destructive power. Its main principle is to use an opponent's strength against them. But with a chunk of meteorite like this, how is Bang supposed to use its strength against it? If he isn't crushed into a meat patty in 1 second, his physical body must be incredibly tough. Saitama's expression was uncommonly serious, his face becoming sharp and angular as he stared intently at the meteorite above. He had just heard the broadcast. If this meteorite were allowed to crash, his house would turn into ruins. What a joke! I have all my treasured manga books here. How can they just disappear? Saitama clenched his fist, and the muscles in his right arm seemed to swell slightly with the increasing power. Compared to the serious others, King frowned slightly, showing no sign of panic even as the meteorite drew closer. He was just thinking about how to deal with this meteorite in a way that would prevent residual debris from harming the populace. Chapter 75, Chapter 76. As long as King is here, nothing is a problem. 806 words. Genos stepped forward, his face grave, blonde hair fluttering in the wind, mechanical eyes glinting coldly. He turned his head, a trace of puzzlement in his voice. Silver Fang, why didn't you run? With your strength, escaping Z-City before the meteor hits should be easy. Hearing this, Bang looked skyward, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile as he shook his head in resignation. How could I leave? The flowing water rock-crushing fist dojo I poured half my life into is right here. My life took root here, why abandon it? Besides, Bang paused, gaze settling on King beside him, voice firm. With the strongest man on earth standing guard, I've no reason at all to fear. In Bang's view, no matter how terrifying the meteor above, every one of King's past feats was more inconceivable than stopping a meteor. Genos nodded firmly at Bang's words. As expected of Silver Fang, straight to the point. With King-sensei here, a mere meteor can't amount to anything. With that thought, Genos produced a black case and turned to King for permission. King-sensei, if possible, may I try to stop the meteor? In Genos' mind, the moment King-sensei acted, the imposing meteor above would vanish instantly. But before that, he wanted to test himself. In the battle against the Deep Sea King that day, Genos had tasted true, minute control. Since then, he'd gained some insight. Inside the case were his newest upgrade parts, though their use came with heavy restrictions. Facing Genos' request, King nodded. If you want to, go ahead. Thank you, King-sensei. With permission granted, Genos wasted no time, opening the black case to reveal 2 extra arm modules that greatly boosted firepower. The trade-off, after unleashing their overwhelming force, his body would overload and lose all combat ability. Amid clanging metal, the modules locked onto his arms, looking fierce and imposing. Seeing Genos eager to show his stuff, Saitama, about to jump up and punch the meteor, slowly lowered his fist. No point spoiling the kid's moment. A gentle breeze rose as Genos' arms, now fused with the modules, transformed into an intricate, heavy cannon. Bang sensed the vast energy gathering within and couldn't help widening his eyes, surprise stirring inside. Such firepower. Genos lifted his head, mechanical eyes blazing with battle intent, faint blue arcs dancing around the cannon. High-power incineration cannon. A beam of annihilation shot skyward, its crimson glow dyeing the horizon deep yellow. The colossal energy beam shimmered with countless tiny arcs, turning into a soaring dragon that roared toward the falling meteor. The next instant, meteor and high-power incineration cannon collided head-on. A shockwave of air swept in all directions, the violent energy turning into blinding white light that forced people below to shut their eyes. Ah! Genos roared, the core in his chest blazing blue, pouring ever greater energy into the cannon. Under this desperate output, the meteor's descent actually slowed, inching toward a halt. Seeing this, Genos curled his lips and pushed the core again, trying to blast the rock back into space. But the next second, disaster struck. Smoke billowed, the cannon shattered, and Genos dropped to one knee, blue arcs crackling over his ruined frame. He'd reached the limit. Still not enough. Can't control the body any longer. With resistance gone, the meteor resumed its fall. Seeing even that sky-spanning crimson beam fail, despair spread across faces below. Was Z-City truly doomed today? Wait. Look at the rooftop, who's that? The shout cut through the clamor. Every head turned toward the rooftop the man pointed out. Good heavens. It's the strongest man on Earth, S-Class Rank 7 King, S-Class Rank 14 Caped Baldy, and S-Class Rank 3 Silver Fang, 3 S-Class heroes. We're saved. With King here, the meteor crisis is over. The moment they saw King's face, people wept for joy, telling loved ones they'd survived. Though the meteor still hung overhead, everyone knew that with the strongest man on Earth present, it was no longer a threat. Meanwhile, King had already thought of a solution, but wanted to test another option. Saitama, go up and see if you can shove the meteor back into space. Huh? Saitama gaped, raising a fist clad in a cheap red plastic glove. Why not just punch it to pieces? Doesn't look that tough. King sighed. As expected, Saitama hadn't considered the fallout of obliterating the rock. In the original story, after Saitama one-punched the meteor, the city hadn't been annihilated outright, but the rain of fragments still nearly leveled Z-City. Smashing it outright solves one problem but causes a mess. Listen, go up and try carrying it away first. Fine. With a nod, Saitama crouched, the ground denting beneath him as he rocketed skyward. This time, instead of instantly obliterating the meteor as in the original tale, the bald demon king reached out with both hands. Chapter 76, Chapter 77, Falling Apart. 790 words. Amid the despair of impending doom, people saw a streak of yellow shoot skyward and plant itself beneath the meteor. It's the S-class rank 14 Caped Baldy. He's going to stop the meteor. Go for it, Caped Baldy. If you hold it back, we'll vote for you. Hang in there. Yeah, Caped Baldy, you can do it. We'll always support you. That gleaming bald head of yours is the sexiest thing alive. Caped Baldy. Caped Baldy. Caped Baldy. From below, the crowd roared until their throats cracked, every eye blazing with the hope of survival. Just as Saitama reached up to catch the meteor, the cheers made him crack. Veins popped across his smooth scalp. Shut up, all of you. You baldies. Annoying as it was, they were still rooting for him, so Saitama faced the falling rock with a shade more seriousness. The meteor filled his entire vision. He tried to lift it with bare hands. On TV, superheroes always did it this way. Catching crashing planes or falling meteors barehanded looked unbelievably cool. All right, my turn to try. The next instant, crushing force slammed into him. The boundless meteor bore down on a single tiny human. But the bald demon king never felt pressure. He hovered motionless in mid-air, determined to stop the whole thing. Crack. Stone split. Saitama went silent. His body was simply too tough, far denser than the rock, so he punched straight through the meteor instead of stopping it. Like driving a nail into wood, toss soft tofu at the nail and the nail pierces through. The tofu can't stop it. Helpless, Saitama dropped back to earth, staring at the human-shaped tunnel through the meteor. King, what now? I can't hold it. Guess I'll just blow it up with a punch. Hearing him, King looked up, faint green light blooming in his eyes. An oceanic surge of psychokinesis burst out, coating the entire meteor, yet it barely slowed the fall, no real halt. So we really can't stop the whole thing at once. In that case, Saitama, let's smash it together. Shatter it as finely as we can. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? That's my specialty. Saitama nodded, sinking into a crouch, right fist cocked back for a huge swing. King's eyes lifted, blood-red steam erupted over his body, blazing like fire as ferocious chi swept the sky. 8 gates, Death Gate, open. Here we go, King barked. Right. Stupid rock, trying to wreck my home, clearly after my autographed manga collection. The rooftop exploded into spiderweb cracks. One red and one yellow figure shot skyward. The crowd below stared, dumbstruck. Above, the colossal meteor eclipsed the sky, burning like an apocalypse. Below, 2 streaks of light, mere humans, dared to challenge the disaster with flesh and bone. Emperor Fist. Serious punch. Both fists landed on the pitted surface. For an instant the world went silent. Sound itself was stolen, as if the universe had hit mute. The silence lasted less than a second before thunder rolled across the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Titanic force poured from their fists into the meteor's core. A solid shockwave of fist wind and golden light pierced clean through the rock, shooting into distant space and vanishing into the void. Under that power the meteor's face webbed with cracks, then detonated, countless stones spraying outward. With a thought, King detonated the Emperor Fist's force inside every fragment. Golden light flared, shattering them even smaller. He raised his hand again, energy control. Golden motes appeared across the space, threads of energy linking them into a gigantic net that blanketed Z-City. Larger shards touched the net and were vaporized into dust, only pebbles slipped through, trailing sparks as they continued downward. Whoa, that move is seriously cool. Saitama watched the dazzling energy net in open envy. He glanced at his own red plastic glove and sighed. Why can I only punch? Why can't I fire shiny energy beams like that? Though the net had thinned the barrage, thousands of pebbles still rained on Z-City, smaller, but enough to cause damage. In the next instant the psychokinesis that had failed against the whole meteor now swept the city. A pale green glow cradled every remaining stone, floating them en masse toward the empty outskirts. Thus the meteor disaster was broken apart step by step, never harming the city. A hush fell, then Z-City erupted in cheers, joy at survival and praise for its 2 heroes. Truly the strongest man on earth. We love you, Lord King. Caped Baldy. You're the best. I just adore your sexy little bald head. At first the praise brought a small smile to Saitama's lips until the last line wiped it away. You wretched citizens, compliment me all you want, but leave my head out of it. Chapter 77, Chapter 78, 1. 752 words. The four S-Class heroes leapt from the rooftop and landed on the street. In an instant, cheers and admiring stares converged from every direction. They had become the center of the world. Amid the deafening joy, countless hands quietly reached for that alluringly smooth bald head. Sensing trouble, Saitama jerked his head left and right, dodging a few grabs, but more hands kept closing in. Surrounded by ordinary citizens, he was boxed in. His gleaming scalp was rubbed like a lucky walnut. Everyone who managed to touch his head would raise that hand in triumph. Ha ha ha, I got it. I touched Caped Baldy's head, it feels amazing. Really? No wonder he's one of Z-City's saviors, even his scalp is heroic. My turn. Me too. Stop shoving. I wanna feel that chubba-looking dome. Woohoo. I brushed King's palm, I'm not washing this hand for 3 days. Feeling the barrage of pats, Saitama froze, the corner of his eye twitching. You bastards, keep petting my head and I'll wish the same bald fate on every one of you. Power unrivaled, yes, but the price had been every last hair. Baldness was the thorn forever stuck in Saitama's heart. An occasional joke he could endure, but now they chanted bald while dribbling his skull like a basketball. Unable to take any more, he scratched the hair he didn't have and addressed the ecstatic crowd. Ah, well. I've got stuff to do, so bye. Without waiting for an answer he vaulted skyward and vanished from sight. After a stunned silence, every gaze swung to King. Cold sweat beaded on King's forehead, this was bad. Damn it, without the little cue ball drawing their fire, what do I do? After 0.01 seconds of hesitation he, too, flickered and disappeared. As he left, a sentence drifted into Bang's ear. Old man Bang, please haul Genos to the Hero Association, I'll pick him up and collect the credit. Seeing Genos immobile from system overload, Bang hoisted the cyborg with one arm and pushed through the crowd. King, don't go. Quit whining. King rushed off because a terrible disaster's about to strike and he's going to save us alone. Why didn't you say so? The strongest man on the surface always puts humanity first, we salute you. Listening to the heartfelt praise, Bang scratched his chin and carried Genos away. Good grief, every one of them bolts in the blink of an eye and leaves the metal kid to me. Soon news that the meteor threat had been neutralized swept every city. The Hero Association helped fan the flames, but the loudest trumpets were Z-City's grateful citizens online. People already took it for granted that King had handled the meteor, just another legend for the man called the strongest on the surface. This time the heated buzz centered on a new S-Class hero, Caped Baldy. Rumor has it he shattered nearly every physical record in the Hero Association's tests, surpassing the limits by staggering margins. One anonymous examiner claimed a god seemed to dwell within Caped Baldy, a ferocious beast in human form. Since his promotion he'd appeared in public often. Z-City residents regularly watched him one-punch monsters into oblivion. During the recent meteor crisis, Caped Baldy and the strongest man on the surface had supposedly blown the asteroid apart and vaporized the debris. Online, Saitama's reputation soared. Unlike in the original story, there were no sneers despite his absurd feats. The simple reason, he was S-Class. When you're only a C-Class, however heaven-defying your feats, the public cries cheat. Their narrow vision can't jump its own rails, C-Class must be weak. But once you're S-Class, in their eyes you're a god, whatever miracle happens, of course it was you. King, of course, is the exception. Born with a kingly face and the intimidating King engine, he scrambles common sense. As people chatted, some decided Caped Baldy sounded too silly for a hero. Online debate raged until consensus emerged, his name should be One Punch Man. After all, no matter the monster, the public always saw him end it with one punch, and his outfit resembled a certain superhero, just a different palette. The outcry reached the top. The Hero Association's executives convened another time-wasting meeting. Their topic: whether to change S-Class Rank 14's title from Caped Baldy to the popular choice, One Punch Man. They spent 3 hours on that single question, though no one could say what exactly was discussed. Sitch sat in a corner, staring at the ceiling in despair. How much longer can you fools talk about this? Chapter 78, Chapter 79, The Coming Storm. 644 words. So it's settled. Any objections to renaming S-Class Rank 14's Caped Baldy as One Punch Man? None here. A new name works for me, though Caped Baldy did have flair. I'm fine with it. One Punch Man suits him. Every monster goes down in a single punch. Ho ho, if that's the consensus, I'll agree. Maybe One Punch Man can moonlight as a bodyguard now and then. By the way, One Punch Man is currently S-Class Rank 14. After stopping that massive disaster, should we bump him higher? Ho ho, let's raise him 2 spots to S-Class Rank 12. One Punch Man still doesn't own a house, right? Let's gift him a mansion in the rich district. You guys can invest in the property and rake it in. Haha, always the shrewd one. Great idea, I'm in on that project. Listening to the Hero Association's top brass drift off topic, Sitch scratched his head in irritation and slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon. Forget it. Let everything burn. Moments later, the association's official announcement blasted across every media outlet. Hero name, Caped Baldy, officially changed to One Punch Man. Meanwhile, S-Class Rank 14, One Punch Man, climbs to S-Class Rank 12. The internet exploded. Whoa, One Punch Man sounds epic. Does he really one-shot every monster? Not so fast. A name isn't everything. Take S-Class Rank 3 Silver Fang. Does Old Bang actually have silver fangs? Still, One Punch Man delivers. In just days he's jumped 5 ranks to S-Class 12. Exactly every fight ends with a single punch. Feels stronger than half the S-Class. Online chatter about Saitama surged, fans praising his new name, his power, his meteoric rise. A few detractors surfaced, but the wave of praise drowned them out. Some thrill-seekers even pitted One Punch Man against the strongest man on Earth, King. One boasted legendary feats as Earth's mightiest, the other erased monsters with a single blow. Yet the consensus remained, the throne of the strongest man on the surface stood unshaken. Meanwhile, the star of the debate, Bald Demon King Saitama, lay on his bed lazily devouring a manga. His eyes widened at a panel and he bolted upright, snacks forgotten. Huh. Rainer and Berthold were titans all along. No build-up at all. Just then his custom phone vibrated violently, the screen flaring crimson. Saitama clicked his tongue in annoyance, closed Attack on Titan, and grabbed the phone. Reading the alert aloud, he enunciated every word. Major announcement. All S-Class heroes report to A-City HQ immediately for an emergency assembly. Another meeting. Hope they reimburse travel costs. A pain, sure, but as a celebrated S-Class hero he'd shoulder the responsibility. He zipped into his yellow suit, glanced at the map, and launched out the window in a streak of gold. Across every city, S-Class heroes received the same summons. Every one of them set out for HQ, even the Q-City Guardian Police Dogman prison. A concrete wall exploded as a pink-sweatered muscle-bound hunk leapt through the rubble, striking a sultry pose. Bye-bye, sweethearts. Off to a meeting. When I'm back, 2 kisses each. Angel style. Puri Puri prisoner roared, his muscles ballooned, spectral white wings unfurled, and he sprinted faster than most cars. Watching him vanish, the inmates wept in each other's arms. The monster's finally gone. I can't take it anymore. He's a freak. Last time I stabbed his neck while he slept, the blade snapped. Had I known this pervert was here, I'd never have broken the law. Anything's better than this. Z-City. King lowered his phone, eyes sharpening. Looks like the storm is coming. He knew exactly what the summons meant. When every S-Class hero is called, humanity teeters on the brink. Sure enough, the prophet Shibabawa must have uttered the human race is finished. Which signified the arrival of the cosmic emperor Boros. This time, King intended to face the so-called ruler of the universe himself. He'd see whether Boros's ultra-regeneration outclassed his own. Chapter 79, Chapter 80. Could it be that another tornado madness disaster is coming? 1047 words. City A, Hero Association Headquarters. 17 S-Class heroes gathered together, sitting around a rectangular conference table. A muscular man in a pink sweater sat on his chair, his butt wiggling restlessly, his eyes with long eyelashes staring at a certain shiny bald head in the meeting room, casting flirtatious glances. S-Class Rank 17, Puri Puri Prisoner. A young man with a pompadour, wearing a red shirt and holding a metal bat, leaned back in his chair, sitting in an expansive, open posture. S-Class Rank 16, Metal Bat. A muscular man with short blonde hair wearing a blue tank top sat with his arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation. S-Class Rank 15, Tank Top Master. Beside Tank Top Master, a handsome man with long blonde hair, wearing a black bodysuit and a white cape identical to the bald Demon King's, had his blue eyes open, scanning everyone present. S-Class Rank 14, Flashy Flash. Among them, there was one outlier. He wore a white dog suit, with all four limbs on the chair, crouching there like a puppy. His simple face exuded the aura of a powerful expert. S-Class Rank 13, Watchdog Man. In the dim conference room, a shiny bald head was so dazzling that everyone shifted their gaze toward it from time to time. Saitama looked around boredly, his eyes secretly scanning the surroundings to see if there was anything to eat, but finding nothing, he sat back in his chair helplessly. S-Class Rank 12, One Punch Man. He looked to his left, and everyone ranked higher than him came into view. Saitama memorized the appearance of every S-Class hero, while giving a rough mental commentary. That black man with huge muscles seems to be S-Class Rank 11, Super Alloy Dark Shine. He's bald just like me. It looks like we might have something to talk about. S-Class Rank 10, Pig God. This guy is quite fat and large, and why is he constantly eating here? S-Class Rank 9, Drive Knight. Whoa, he looks a bit like Geno's, just a bit more handsome, with a sort of future tech style. S-Class Rank 8, Zombieman. Where exactly does he look like a zombie? He's just a bit pale with red eyes. Wait, aren't those vampire traits? S-Class Rank 7. Oh, it's King. Wait, King is only ranked 7th. S-Class Rank 6, Metal Knight. Why isn't anyone there? Is it actually okay to be late for this meeting? S-Class Rank 5, Child Emperor. No, whose kid is this? Still eating a lollipop? Someone quickly send him home. S-Class Rank 4, Atomic Samurai. This uncle with a toothpick in his mouth is pretty cool. He feels like those Martial World Wanderers I've seen on TV. S-Class Rank 3, Old Man Bang. The Wagyu beef he gave me last time was pretty tasty. I'll see if I can go have some more next time. S-Class Rank 2. Hey! Saitama's eyes widened as he looked at the petite figure with curly green hair, suddenly unable to keep a straight face. This brat is S-Class Rank 2? There's way too much fluff in these rankings. Tatsumaki noticed a burning gaze and looked over in confusion. After seeing that shiny bald head, a vein instantly popped on her forehead. It's this guy. This wicked boiled egg, annoying small fry, dreg of society, earless man who doesn't listen to people, stinky baldy. How did he end up here too? Suddenly, Tatsumaki remembered that this plain-looking bald man seemed to be an S-Class hero too, and his reputation had been quite big recently. Just as Tatsumaki was about to speak, Saitama tapped the table and couldn't help but ask. Why are there two kids at the S-Class hero meeting? Are they lost children who wandered in? As soon as he said this, not only did Tatsumaki's face turn dark, but Child Emperor, who was eating a lollipop, also got caught in the crossfire. Atomic Samurai toyed with the toothpick in his mouth, his tone carrying a hint of admiration and the vibe of someone watching a good show. This new One Punch Man is quite capable. I heard he knocked Tatsumaki unconscious before. Not bad. Saying this, Atomic Samurai stood up, reached out his hand to Saitama, and smiled. My hand only reaches out to the strong. You deserve my respect. Welcome to the team, One Punch Man. Oh. Okay. Saitama took a second to react, realizing One Punch Man was what they were calling him. He was used to being called Caped Baldy, so the sudden change in codename was a bit unfamiliar. This uncle looks pretty free-spirited. I wonder if he never washes his hands after using the bathroom. Although he had such a thought, Saitama was never one to spoil the mood, so he quickly shook Atomic Samurai's hand. Tatsumaki was dumbfounded. She was just about to explode with rage, but then this boiled egg turned around to hit it off with Atomic Samurai, completely ignoring her. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Tatsumaki felt ignored and was instantly furious. She stood up, ready to start cursing, but Saitama had already turned his head. Don't worry, don't worry. After the meeting, I'll personally take you home. Please just rest for a bit. Huh. Tatsumaki completely lost it this time. She was instantly enveloped in the green light of psychokinesis and floated into mid-air, her eyes unfriendly. Explain yourself clearly. What do you mean? You keep insisting I'm a child. I'm 28 this year. You damn baldy. Hey, why is this kid so ill-mannered? Say whatever you want, but don't call me a damn baldy. I will. Damn baldy, damn baldy, damn baldy, damn baldy. What are you going to do about it? Saitama was also getting a bit annoyed. No one would be happy being called a damn baldy repeatedly. King sat quietly in his chair, watching Tatsumaki and Saitama passionately bicker, and silently took out his phone to start recording. Nice, another dark history moment. Just as Tatsumaki was getting more agitated and even vaguely thinking of controlling objects in the meeting room to smash Saitama, the door was suddenly thrown open. A sweating Sitch rushed in, and seeing Tatsumaki floating in the air, a bad feeling arose. Could it be that another tornado madness disaster is about to happen? Chapter 80, Chapter 81, The First Round of Shelling. 1,139 words. Child Emperor licked his lollipop, watching Tatsumaki fuming in mid-air, and let out a helpless sigh. Sigh, here we go again. Superalloy Darkshine, on the other hand, shrunk his neck, his dark, shiny muscles appearing to dim slightly. Oh dear, young Miss Tatsumaki is angry again. Tatsumaki in a rage is truly terrifying. It's better to keep a low profile. Drive Knight sat in place without saying a word, his thoughts unknown, his single red mechanical eye staring fixedly ahead. Tank Top Master felt the terrifying burst of psychokinesis, so startled that his blue tank top seemed to shrink a bit. Damn it, is this what superpowers are? I don't believe muscles will lose to superpowers. I must do another 10,000 squats when I get back. Pig God and Flashy Flash merely glanced over before going back to their own business. Pig God continued eating, while Flashy Flash twirled the tips of his hair with his fingers like a beauty caring for her locks. The only one on the scene to stand up was Metal Bat, the hot-tempered delinquent youth, who pointed the tip of his bat at Tatsumaki with a look of displeasure. Hey! I turned down my little sister's dance competition to attend this meeting. Do you have any idea how big of a loss that is? I didn't come here for a meeting just to watch a brat like you throw a tantrum. King rubbed the bridge of his nose helplessly, looked at the troubled Sitch, and sighed silently. It seems I have to step in, otherwise the tornado disaster won't stop anytime soon. Tatsumaki, who was arguing with Saitama, suddenly had her fire drawn by those words and was ready to curse out Metal Bat as well. Ha! You! Everyone stop for a moment. This emergency assembly must have important matters to announce, everything else can wait until later. A steady voice rang out in the meeting room. Tatsumaki, Metal Bat, and Saitama all turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Upon seeing that it was King who spoke, the scene fell silent for a moment. Metal Bat clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, but he still put away his bat and sat back down obediently, threatening in a low voice. Stupid brat, when the meeting is over, I'm going to use this bat to turn your butt into a flower. Hearing this, Tatsumaki was about to be ignited like a powder keg again. But catching a glimpse of the calm-faced King out of the corner of her eye, a look of wariness flashed through her eyes. She chose to withdraw her psychokinesis and sat back down with her arms crossed. She hadn't forgotten the time she fought against King. Back then, she had given it her all, even overloading her mental energy, yet she was still easily crushed by King, not even knowing how she lost. Although she still put on a tsundere act of refusing to admit it on the surface, in her heart, Tatsumaki had long ago placed King in a position above herself. Perhaps, he was only a few degrees weaker than Blast. Seeing that the two who were just at each other's throats had stopped arguing, Saitama gave King a thumbs up. As expected of King, he actually managed to stop both of those irritable kids. Confirming that the room was quiet, King turned his gaze toward the flustered Sitch. "Mr. Sitch, the meeting can begin." Oh, right. The two who were almost fighting a moment ago had suddenly become like well-behaved children. Sitch didn't recover for a moment, and only after King's reminder did he finally realize they needed to start the meeting. Truly worthy of being the strongest man on Earth, to suppress two raging S-class heroes with just one sentence, truly terrifying. Sitch secretly admired him, then stepped up to the conference table, his tone suddenly becoming serious and earnest. "Everyone, the Earth might be doomed." As soon as these words were spoken, the S-class heroes present all furrowed their brows. But this time, Sitch seemed to be in a great hurry. He didn't even wait for the other S-class heroes to ask questions before continuing. "The great seer Grandma Shibabawa gave a prophecy just 1 hour ago. The Earth is finished. Grandma Shibabawa's prophecies are never wrong." Metal Bat was a bit dazed. He thought this assembly was at most about work changes or perhaps a large-scale dragon-level disaster, but he didn't expect to hear news of the Earth's destruction as soon as he arrived. Is this a joke? If the Earth is destroyed, what about my little sister? At this thought, Metal Bat immediately became anxious and asked with a fierce expression. "Mr. Sitch, hurry up and tell us what's going on. Why do you say the Earth is doomed? Could that old hag Shibabawa have made a mistake?" The other S-class heroes had the same question, but since Metal Bat asked first, they remained in a wait-and-see attitude. Sitch shook his head, then his gaze landed on King. "The great seer Grandma Shibabawa's prophecies have never been wrong, and furthermore, she wasn't the first one to bring up this prophecy. It was Mr. King who foresaw it in advance. Unlike the vague prophecy given by Grandma Shibabawa, Mr. King accurately stated the location where the disaster would occur and even described the specific process of the disaster in detail." Immediately after, Sitch relayed all the disasters King had mentioned to the S-class heroes present, including the arrival of the Cosmic Emperor Boros with an alien spaceship and the surprise attack that would destroy all of City A. For a moment, even the S-class heroes, none of whom seemed quite human, found this massive amount of information difficult to process. What the hell? Isn't our job to fight monsters? How did we suddenly jump to fighting aliens? But no matter how much they disbelieved it in their hearts, this news was not only brought up by the great seer Shibabawa but was also a prophecy from the strongest man on Earth, King. The S-class heroes might not believe Shibabawa, but they believed King. Just then, King and Saitama suddenly looked up, their expressions becoming serious at the same time. "Tatsumaki, that group of aliens has arrived. They are about to launch the first round of shelling on all of City A. Come with me to intercept those shells." As the words fell, King took a step forward, his figure instantly turning into a streak of light as he flew out, disappearing from the meeting room. Tatsumaki stretched somewhat impatiently. I know. Honestly. Always bossing me around." Despite her words, Tatsumaki did not dally with King's request. Enveloped in psychokinesis, she turned into a green light and disappeared from the meeting room. Chapter 81, Chapter 82, The Three Generals. 1059 words. Chapter 82, The Three Generals. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Hero Association headquarters. High in the sky, several birdmen flapped their wings, circling above the Hero Association headquarters. One of them, a massive birdman with blood-red skin, let out an eerie laugh. "Jia. I am the Sky King. Today, I shall conquer the human lands. What a strange building. This must be the human headquarters. Watch me destroy it." Just then, a dull sound of flesh being sliced came from behind, followed by the death cries of his companions. "Hey, boss, run. There's a monster. A monster." The Sky King turned his head blankly, only to see the corpses of his companions sliced in half vertically. In the next second, an incredibly fast flash of a blade slashed down from above. A line of blood extended down the center of the Sky King's face, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? I, the great Sky King, how could I? The corpse split in two. A giant humanoid creature floated behind the Sky King, the fleshy wings on its back flapping continuously. This monster had a very peculiar appearance. Its overall form was brown, looking like a giant mudman. 5 heads grew above its neck, and every head had blood-red eyes. One of the 3 generals of the dark matter pirates, Melzargard. Let's go down and take a look. If there are no issues, start the bombardment immediately. The head in the middle spoke first, and the other 4 heads responded one after another. I think it's fine. Good suggestion. Let's do it. I don't think it's a good idea. One head disagreed, but the other 4 ignored it, so the minority had to yield to the majority. After a quick sweep, Melzargard felt there were no problems, so he sent out a silent brainwave. The ship above quickly received the response. Soon after, an unimaginably massive spaceship emerged over City A. This spaceship was dark purple, and its massive size was enough to cover the entire sky over City A, nearly reaching the area of a small to medium-sized country. Upon receiving Melzargard's response, all the cannons on the bottom of the spaceship began to charge simultaneously. The overwhelming purple light almost drowned out the world. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, all the cannons erupted with destructive energy, and the purple light instantly covered all of City A. Just as City A was about to be destroyed, 2 figures floated in the air. King and Tatsumaki glanced at each other and activated their psychic power at the same time. Their similar psychic energies quickly intertwined and merged, forming an even larger ocean of psychic power. Every shell was successfully captured by the psychic power at that moment, coming to a halt in mid-air. Melzargard was stunned. His 10 eyes stared at the shells frozen in the sky, his heart filled with shock. This is psychic power. Besides that guy Geryugenshoup, there are actually people on this planet who can master psychic power. The cannon operators on the spaceship were also stunned. A pink, 3-eyed alien stared blankly at the shells suspended in mid-air. Huh? What happened? Then, under the combined strength of Tatsumaki and King, the shells flew back at a speed even faster than when they were fired, creating a series of sonic booms in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells smashed back into the surface of the spaceship, instantly creating dents and craters in its hard hull, but overall, it didn't take much damage. Because this ship was too large, so large that even thousands of shells hitting it back couldn't cause significant damage. Just then, a yellow figure punched through the ceiling of the Hero Association headquarters and climbed out of the hole, looking at the vast spaceship with wonder. Wow, so these are aliens? They actually know how to fly spaceships. Seeing Saitama appear, King felt a bit more relaxed. He almost forgot about this heaven-defying existence. As long as the bald demon king was here, even if 100 Boros came, they would only end up as dried pineapples. This time, King didn't plan to let Saitama go and fight Boros. He wanted to experience for himself what it was like to face a cosmic overlord. Saitama, some ugly but fairly strong monsters might come down later. I'll leave them to you and the other S-class heroes. Of course, mostly to you. In the original story, only Melzargard came down from the 3 generals, and he held up several S-class heroes. Undoubtedly, if all 3 generals came out at once, the S-class heroes would definitely be in for a hard fight, but that was excluding Tatsumaki. With that proud psychic queen up there, the tide of battle would shift drastically. Saitama scratched his bald head. Although he still wanted to go inside the ship and explore, he chose to stay on the perimeter. Alright, but after I deal with these ugly monsters out here, I want to go inside the ship and take a look too. King gave an okay gesture, then his body turned into a streak of light and soared into the sky, leaving only a sentence echoing in the air. I'll leave the spaceship's cannon fire to you, Tatsumaki. I trust in your strength. Hearing this, Tatsumaki, who was still using her psychic power, suddenly stumbled. She yelled at King as he shot into the sky. Who wants your trust? I could do it anyway. And I definitely will. Tatsumaki was so angry her cheeks turned red, and even her features became simplified. She was so annoyed she reverted to her strong character art style. She raised her hand, and the shells she had previously deflected were used a second time, forming a massive wave of projectiles that smashed back into the spaceship's surface. Melzargard finally noticed the presence using psychic power, a human girl with curly green hair. From the looks of it, she must be a human cub of this planet. To think she possesses such formidable strength. Die. Melzargard's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he was behind Tatsumaki. His right hand transformed into a sharp blade, slashing down fiercely. Although it's a pity to kill someone with such powerful psychic power, you cannot be used by our dark matter pirate. Chapter 82, Chapter 83, On this planet, nothing can stand against the two of us. 804 words. Chapter 83, On this planet, nothing can stand against the two of us. The razor-sharp blade carved a biting arc through the air and slashed straight at Tornado. Yet the next second the blade froze, eerie and motionless, less than half a meter from her. No matter how Melzargard strained, it could not advance another fraction. What? Melzargard was stunned. Veins bulged across every muscle as he poured in every ounce of strength, yet he still could not break through the psychic barrier. Tornado finally noticed the towering humanoid behind her and frowned, her green curls fluttering in the wind. Huh. Some small fry thinks he can sneak attack me? A sudden sense of danger washed over Melzargard. Before he could retreat, a pale green light enveloped him. An oceanic tide of psychic power surged forward. At a single thought from Tornado, Melzargard's body twisted into a grotesque shape. Under that violent telekinetic tearing, Melzargard was crumpled into a brown ball of flesh, utterly helpless. Seizing that brief moment while she was busy, the spaceship erupted again with dazzling violet light, and countless shells filled the sky. TCH, what a pain. Tornado clicked her tongue in annoyance, casually flung the meatball Melzargard toward an empty lot, and turned her power once more against the incoming barrage. With the Hero Association fully prepared, every resident of City A was quickly evacuated. The entire city had become a battlefield of heroes versus aliens. The brown ball smashed through a building and slammed into the ground, leaving a sizable crater. The next instant the ball began to writhe, and Melzargard resumed his original form, but the red pupils in his 5 pairs of eyes no longer held their former mockery. That human lava is strong. Right, we had no power to resist. Had she known our weakness, we'd already be dead. We can't fight alone anymore. This planet has plenty of powerhouses. Contact Geryugenshoup at once. Soon Melzargard's brainwave signal reached the spaceship again. In the control room a huge blue octopus floated in mid-air, calmly operating the intricate instruments. Ding ding. A chime sounded from the blue screen. When Geryugenshoup read the message he was startled. Melzargard is struggling and says there are foes on this planet even he can't defeat. We'll have to send more troops down. In every previous campaign Groribas had always made the decisions, while their leader Boros simply waited for the results. Groribas. Melzargard is pinned by a troublesome enemy. Go down immediately and back him up, take 10,000 troops in case this turns into a war of attrition. Inside the ship a 3-meter-tall humanoid, its arms ending in gaping maws and its skin green, let out a shrill laugh. Though eyeless, Groribas seemed to stare through the entire spaceship at the battered Melzargard below. That guy can't be killed for a while anyway. I'm on my way, time for these pitiful natives to taste my new ultimate move. With that, Groribas vaulted, the hull opened automatically, and he shot toward the surface like a falling meteor. Behind him thousands of aliens, weapons in hand, began their own descent. Meanwhile the Hero Association's S-Class heroes had finished assembling. Curiously, watchdog heroes like Pig God and Drive Knight were nowhere to be seen. Sensing the newcomers, the floating Tornado snorted and sent her voice into their ears with psychic power. See those shooting star things up there? The enemy's invading, go deal with it. I have to handle the shells. Atomic Samurai, a toothpick in his mouth, gazed at the meteor shower and clicked his tongue in wonder. Never thought I'd live to see Earth invaded by aliens. Some kind of new movie? Metal Bat glared at the descending invaders, irritably swinging his bat so it howled through the air. Aliens or monsters, I don't care, I'm in a lousy mood and I just want to smash their heads in. Tank Top Master flexed, squeezing his bulging muscles with confidence. My muscles will solve every problem. He thrust his fingers into the side of a nearby building. Ha! With a roar he ripped the entire structure out and hurled it like a javelin at the falling stars. The descending aliens turned to see a multi-story building bearing down on them and panicked. What is that? Some native counterweapon? Lord Groribus, save us. Ha! Making a fuss over nothing. Groribus scoffed, then opened one of his great mouths and spewed green acid. The moment the acid touched the building, white smoke rose, and the whole structure melted into dripping slag mid-air. Victorious in the first clash, Groribus laughed louder, his shrill cackle echoing across the sky. KKKKKeek. Melzargard, where are you? I'm here to back you up. Hearing that familiar laugh, Melzargard's 5 heads lifted together, all smiling in certain triumph. So you came. Good, now nothing on this planet can stop the two of us. Chapter 83, Chapter 84, One Look to Judge. 776 words. Chapter 84, One Look to Judge. At that very moment, a sharp whistle of air split the air behind them. An utterly ordinary-looking metal bat smashed in. Melzargard instinctively reached out to block, but the savage force coursing along the bat snapped its arm in an instant. Sensing 4 or 5 new presences at its back, Melzargard and Groribus turned at the same time, staring straight at the enemies behind them. Silverfang stroked his white beard and sighed in resignation, then lowered his center of gravity and took up the stance of water stream rock-smashing fist. Really, these old bones of mine still have to fight aliens. Still, they do look a lot like the usual monsters. Metal Bat stalked forward, veins bulging on his face, and swung the bat still flecked with gore. Monster or alien, I don't care, touch me and I'll knock your head clean off. Tank Top Master and Puri Prisoner flexed their massive muscles, both wearing deadly serious expressions. You won't advance another step. Against this many S-Class heroes, you're doomed to die right here. Superalloy Darkshine, clad only in briefs, every inch of his body gleaming jet black with muscle, flashed a confident grin of pearly whites. Looks to me like your muscles aren't up to much. Mine may just be oversized, but they're still way more aesthetic. Saitama scratched his head, eyeing Melzargard in open curiosity. Whoa, is your body really made of mud? You kinda look like it. Groribus and Melzargard exchanged glances, the earlier playfulness gone, and shifted into combat stances. As 2 of the 3 generals, they could sense that every one of these natives packed considerable power. Groribus bared a maw full of razor teeth and let out a grating laugh. Ha. What a fun little planet, so many stronglings gathered in one place. Melzargard's body split. In an instant it became 5 identical figures, each with its own head, arms morphing into every kind of weapon. Don't get careless, Groribus. These natives aren't much weaker than us. Watch for mistakes. Superalloy Darkshine stepped straight in front of Groribus, his obsidian muscles shining like polished stone under the sun. At the sight of the black colossus, Groribus only laughed louder, the mouths on its arms snapping open and shut in excitement. Without a word, Superalloy Darkshine raised a fist, the muscles in his arm ballooning, and slammed a thunderous punch at Groribus. Groribus answered in kind, whirling its body as it charged, 3 mouths spewing torrents of corrosive acid. Meanwhile, Melzargard's 5 clones squared off against the 5 S-Class heroes. Each time Bang used Water Stream rock-smashing fist, he turned Melzargard's attacks back on itself, blasting its body apart with ease. Tank Top Master and Puri Prisoner rained blow after blow, denting Melzargard's flesh. Though the damage wasn't lethal, it pinned the alien in place. Metal Bat's swings landed with pinpoint fury, shattering whatever part of Melzargard they met. Saitama showed no urge to attack, standing motionless while one clone pounded on him uselessly. Yet even so, thanks to its immortal nature, Melzargard single-handedly stalled all 5 S-Class heroes. Tornado, busy deflecting the spaceship's endless shells, left the ground fight to the others while she focused on shooting the vessel down. Everyone was fighting, waiting for one result. The outcome of the strongest man on Earth, King. They all knew King had stormed the spaceship alone, they only had to hold the line while he dismantled its core from within. Inside the control room, Geryuganshoop watched Melzargard and Geryuganshoop deploy, a faint smile on his lips. To force 2 of the 3 generals into battle, this planet's natives should feel honored. Yet that human brat was troublesome. Watching Tornado fling shells back, Geryuganshup's eyes narrowed. He had never met a being whose psychic power rivaled, even surpassed, his own. To Geryuganshup, that was unthinkable. After all, he was the greatest psychic power great master in the universe. How could some backwater planet produce someone stronger? In the next instant, the control room door screamed and flew off, smashing into delicate instruments. Alarms blared as Geryuganshup spun around in shock, blue tentacles freezing midair. What? When did someone board? Why hadn't he detected them? There was only one answer. The intruder had aimed straight for the control room, never triggering other sensors. As the smoke cleared, a tall blonde figure appeared, a domineering face and a heartbeat like rolling thunder announcing overwhelming might. It was King. The moment he entered the ship, he had locked onto Geryuganshup's location with sheer mental energy. To King, the rest of the crew were mere torches. Geryuganshup blazed like a sun. One look and he knew. Chapter 84. Chapter 85. Don't disappoint me either, human. 902 words. Chapter 85. Don't disappoint me either, human. King looked at the gigantic blue octopus in front of him. In almost an instant, all its data surfaced in his mind. Geryuganshup, one of the 3 generals aboard Boros's spaceship, possessed formidable psychic power and proclaimed himself the universe's #1 great master of psychic power. He wondered how this fellow would stack up against Tatsumaki. Sensing the boundless vitality radiating from the human before it and the sky-shaking pressure rolling off him, Geryuganshup's stress exploded. Could this human be the leader of this planet? What terrifying strength! Now he finally understood why Melzargard and Groribas had struggled below. This planet's natives were actually so powerful. As expected of the world Lord Boros spent 20 years searching for, fundamentally different from other primitive planets. Though uncertain he could win, he could not retreat with Lord Boros's palace at his back. With that thought, Geryuganshup waved his blue tentacles, his voice echoing in King's ears. Human. Reaching this far is already reason to be proud, but I'm not like the other small fry. I am the universe's #1 great master of psychic power. Not only can I snatch light itself, the intensity of my psychic power can even knead a black hole with my bare hands. You cannot defeat me. The instant the words fell, Geryuganshup unleashed his raging psychic power without holding back, whipping up countless small stones around him. In moments a stone storm formed about him, blocking most of the view. Having finished building his offensive, Geryuganshup couldn't help laughing. His greatest fear had been that this absurdly strong human would charge in and interrupt his charge-up, yet the man had done nothing. Just a primitive native after all, he doesn't even know the cardinal rule of interrupting a psychic power user midcast. Die. Psychic power hurled hundreds of stones forward, each rock tore the air in an instant, their force great enough to punch clean through a spaceship's armored hull. Facing the hail of stones, King exhaled blue steam and merely glanced at them. The next second, before Geryuganshup could even register it, the human's right hand blurred for an instant and every stone was slapped aside. The stone's kinetic energy smashed into the nearby wall, instantly riddling the tough spaceship hull with holes. At the sight, Geryuganshup broke into a cold sweat, his 2 lamp-like yellow eyes wide with terror. What a joke! That was my signature move. Disbelieving, Geryuganshup roared. Vast psychic power crashed onto King, cloaking his body in a faint blue glow. If stones can't kill you, I'll flatten you into meat pie. 300-fold gravity. Die. Geryuganshup released every shred of his psychic power. Everything around trembled, as though the immense gravity would crush it all to ruin. Yet King seemed to feel nothing. He flickered and vanished, leaving only an afterimage. What? Geryuganshup's mind went blank. He never imagined a human could move freely under his mightiest gravity crush. When a blue steam-wreathed fist filled his vision, he finally reacted. Damn it, his closed the distance. Fist met blue spherical head without the slightest ripple. Geryuganshup's head burst like a balloon and the octopus body slumped down. King withdrew his hand, flicked off a spot of blue blood, and continued forward. He hadn't instantly obliterated Geryugenshub only because he wanted to gauge the so-called Universe #1 Great Master of psychic power. In the original story, Geryugenshub's strength had always been a mystery. During the invasion arc, he had the misfortune to run into the bald demon king and was one-shot by a small stone. Hence, endless online debates raged over whether Geryugenshub or Tatsumaki was stronger, with wars breaking out daily. Now, having experienced it firsthand, King found it nothing special. Purely in terms of raw psychic power output, this guy's stats didn't even reach a full-throttle Tatsumaki, though his technique was a notch above. Sadly, Geryugenshub had run into another stat monster who ignored all technique and erased him with a single basic attack. King stood before the gate, slowly closed his eyes, and let his mental energy perception spread outward, sensing everything behind the door. Beyond that door, a humanoid creature whose life force blazed like a great sun sat quietly upon a throne. On the other side, Boros, seated upon that throne, turned his gaze to the gate, colossal single eye blazing with unmatched excitement. He, too, sensed a mighty presence behind the door, someone whose aura alone set his blood on fire. King pushed the gate open and walked in at an even pace. The thunderous king engine shook the entire palace like the wrath of heaven. Boros watched the human enter, unable to restrain a thrilled grin, and rose from his throne, descending the steps step by step. Thus the being hailed as the strongest man on Earth and the legendary cosmic overlord advanced toward one another. Boros spoke first, voice trembling not from fear but from barely contained exhilaration. "Fine aura. Are you this planet's leader?" "You dispatched Geryugenshub with casual ease, worthy of praise." King lifted his gaze. The blue steam around him flared ever higher, his aura climbing. "You mean that blue octopus? He was too weak to make me feel threatened. I hope you won't disappoint me." Hearing this, Boros could no longer hold back his fighting spirit. He shot forward in a streak of light. "Then come. I won't let you down, don't disappoint me either, human." Chapter 85, Chapter 86, The Strongest in the Universe vs. The Strongest on Earth. 843 words. Chapter 86, The Strongest in the Universe vs. The Strongest on Earth. Boros practically teleported in front of King at a speed invisible to the naked eye, hurling a punch packed with colossal force. The golden armor covering his body looked all the more demonic under the violet glow. A weaker dragon-level monster would have been instantly turned to a mist of blood by that devastating blow. King answered in kind, raising his own fist and meeting Boros' strike head-on. The two fists collided mid-air. An invisible shockwave erupted outward from the point of impact, the tough deck of the ship beneath them exploding into a storm of shards. The stalemate lasted less than 0.1 second before the clash was decided. Boros' face changed, his fist had actually exploded from the impact, and he was sent flying back even faster than he'd come, slamming into a pillar with a thunderous crash. "If this is all you've got, you'll still disappoint me, too weak." King knew full well that Boros was far from done, even his own strength was still sealed beneath that armor. He'd spoken only to provoke him, to force out greater power. "Frankly, I'm starting to understand how that guy Saitama feels." Right now, King stood almost unchallenged on Earth, second only to Saitama. Even Tornado, whose full burst could surpass Dragon, could be beaten easily once the Gate of Shock was opened. Most importantly, though it was called the Gate of Shock, his monstrous regeneration meant King could keep the seventh gate open permanently if he wished, treating it as his normal state. Boros struck the pillar, cracks webbing across his armor before it shattered to the floor in pieces. Bare-chested, Boros rolled his neck with a sharp crack. Wild energy erupted across his skin, a blue pillar of light shooting sky-high. Feeling the oceanic might inside him, he drew a deep breath, lightning-like energy dancing over his body. Apparently in high spirits, Boros spread his arms and, meeting King's curious gaze, launched into a long speech. "This armor wasn't to protect me, it was to restrain my power. My own energy is too vast, I limited myself to find a fight worth having. I was bored. I conquered the universe, swept through every corner, yet never found an equal. 20 years ago a prophet told me that on a planet called Earth there was someone who could match me. I spent 20 years crossing the stars to reach here. And you haven't disappointed me. You're so strong that, while sealed, I'm not even worth a single exchange. That punch of yours was excellent. Tell me, human, what is your name? I am Boros, Cosmic Overlord. The one who fights you. King didn't interrupt Boros' excited monologue, he let him finish. It was a form of respect. Cutting off another's life story is to deny everything they are. When Boros asked, King's lips curled in a faint smile, his fierce face softening slightly. Their three eyes met, and King answered plainly. On Earth they call me King, the strongest man on Earth. Boros blinked, then threw his head back and laughed. His skin shifted to black and blue, pink hair whipping in the surge of power. Ha 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 ha. King, the strongest on Earth. A fine name, come. The instant the words left him, Boros vanished, leaving only a crater where he'd stood. In the next second he flashed in front of King, a tempest of blue fists raining down hard enough to obliterate the entire area. King still didn't dodge, his own hands blurred into after-images as he traded blows with Boros while standing his ground. 10 punches a second, 10, 30, 50. Their speed kept climbing, the force behind each blow growing wilder, a storm of stray energy forming around them. At last, in the middle of another exchange, Boros' fist and forearm exploded into a cloud of blood. What power! Boros' pupils shrank. He'd been in his released state, yet his arms had been blown apart so easily. He tried to regenerate, but King gave him no chance. A savage gust hit him. He looked up just in time to catch a crushing punch to the gut. Like a cannonball he shot backward, smashing through distant pillars and still flying on. After tearing through a dozen columns, Boros finally stopped by planting a newly regrown hand against a pillar. He spat out the blood in his throat, every injury healed in an instant. Surging battle intent made his power rise again. Ha ha ha. Splendid, come, let's keep going. A blue streak flashed through the space as Boros laughed and lunged, lashing out with a powerful kick. King raised an arm to block, a blue energy beam erupted from the impacting leg, melting everything it touched. Even you won't shrug this off, what? From within the blue beam a fist shot out, twisting space itself, and smashed into his knee. A titanic force snapped the leg in half, and another punch crashed into his forehead. The blow was so mighty Boros' single eye bulged grotesquely, his whole face warping. Chapter 86, Chapter 87, Atomic Slash. 1149 words. Chapter 87, Atomic Slash. In an instant, Boros smashed headfirst into the spaceship's floor, his skull embedding deeply into the hard walls of the vessel. Just as King was preparing to follow up with another punch, Boros yanked his head out and retreated hundreds of meters in a flash. He raised a hand and slapped his face, snapping his nearly shattered features back into place. His incredibly powerful self-healing ability allowed his injuries to recover once more. His eyeball was already bloodshot. Boros spread his hands excitedly, his tone revealing a madness born of a pure desire for battle. This is the kind of battle I've been waiting for. Give me more enjoyment. Flickering blue electrical light condensed entirely into his right fist. With a loud roar, Boros charged upward like a bolt of lightning and slammed a heavy punch into King's chest. A violent storm of energy radiated outward from the two of them. The floor beneath their feet melted away in an instant, and both Boros and King fell to the next level of the spaceship. King let out a muffled groan and couldn't stop himself from stumbling back. A trace of blood leaked from his mouth, and the sound of breaking ribs came from his chest. Behind him, the energy from Boros's punch passed through his body and formed a blue light wave, destroying the entire structure of the spaceship behind him. However, facing the results of his own attack, Boros felt somewhat surprised. He looked at his fist, then at King, and his tone suddenly became dissatisfied. Why? You clearly could have blocked that punch just now. Why did you choose to take it head-on instead of defending? King calmly raised his head and spat out the blood welling up in his throat. His sunken chest cavity restored itself in an instant as a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed out, his broken ribs completely healed. Facing Boros's shock, he responded indifferently. I just wanted to feel exactly how strong the power of the Cosmic Overlord is, which is why I used my physical body to take that hit. The power is decent, it can break my defense, but that's all. The cosmic overlord is nothing more than this. King further provoked Boros, wanting to make this guy use a bit more power and draw out as much strength as possible before he entered his meteoric burst state. Sure enough, hearing these words, Boros laughed in anger. Every muscle on his body seemed to come alive, writhing constantly. Blue light dots surfaced on his skin, and traces of energy light seemed to crawl within that massive eyeball. Fine. Since you want to feel it, then I shall let you experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, Boros unleashed his full power. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire spaceship to tremble faintly. He could sense that King still had even greater power that hadn't been unleashed yet. Therefore, Boros did not choose to activate his meteoric burst form, but instead wanted to further experience King's current strength. The two of them locked eyes. As if sharing the unspoken understanding of the strong, they stepped forward simultaneously. Boros unleashed the strongest energy he could burst forth in his current state, condensing it into this one punch, leaving only shining blue trails in its wake. King, meanwhile, raised his fist. A golden light swept across Earth of his knuckles, and a power mixing the intent of flowing water with domineering force erupted. Emperor Fist. At the moment their fists collided, the world seemed to fall silent. This realm lost its color, turning almost entirely black and white. Then, in the very next instant, two beams of light, one blue and one gold, illuminated the world. The resulting energy fluctuation shot straight into the sky, piercing through the spaceship and reaching Earth. Atomic Samurai watched the blue-gold pillar of energy soaring into the sky, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Oi, 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 what's the situation? What is this energy fluctuation that makes me feel like kneeling? As the S-Class Rank 4 powerhouse, Atomic Samurai could naturally sense just how terrifying the power erupting inside the spaceship was. Even as proud as he was, he could almost guarantee that if he were involved in a battle of this level, he wouldn't even last 3 rounds before being killed instantly. It seems that Guy King has already entered the ship for a decapitation strike. Could this be the energy aftermath from his fight with the leader of this spaceship? Yeah, he really is a terrifying man. Whether it's that face, the title of the world's strongest man, or now even his actual strength. Melzargard noticed that Atomic Samurai actually dared to be a divided soul and hesitated. Without hesitation, he transformed his hands into dozens of sharp spears and thrust them toward that fragile human body. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Die, human. Atomic Samurai sensed the sharp wind coming from behind. He lowered his center of gravity and performed a stylish turn. Raising his hand, drawing his blade, and swinging it all in one smooth motion. The blade left a frigid trail in the air. The marks of the slash continued to spread through the space, and the spears Melzargard had extended were instantly cut into dozens of segments. And in the next second, the body that had been cut into dozens of pieces reconnected at extreme speed, recovering to its original state in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha. Human. I am an immortal existence. Facing us, there is only one path for you, death. Seeing this, Atomic Samurai rubbed his brow helplessly. The toothpick in his mouth snapped under his subconscious pressure. What a pain. I hate fighting guys like you who don't fear slashes the most. Not being able to kill you with one strike is truly annoying. Hearing this, Melzargard frowned slightly. Just as he was about to curse the human in front of him for his arrogance, he realized the man had already disappeared. Where is he? Atomic Slash. A faint voice sounded from behind. Melzargard turned back in shock, only to find that Atomic Samurai was already standing behind him, sheathing his sword. When did? Melzargard seemed to feel something and looked down in confusion. His body was now covered in thousands of slash marks, and his massive frame fell apart, instantly exploding into a sky full of fragments. That should settle it. I need to go support the others quickly. As expected, the Atomic Slash is more effective. Atomic Samurai pulled out a fresh toothpick from somewhere and bit down on it. Just as he was about to go support the other S-Class heroes, his pupils suddenly constricted. The instinct of a Sword Dao Grandmaster and years of rich combat experience made him launch a slash toward his rear without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 87, Chapter 88, Night Guy. 1036 words. Chapter 88, Night Guy. The blade traced a swift arc through the air, slicing through the space and simultaneously shattering Melzargard's palm as it attempted a sneak attack from behind. Quite a quick reaction, human, but as I said, I am immortal and indestructible. You cannot defeat me. Looking at the fully restored Melzargard, Atomic Samurai felt a headache coming on. His atomic slash actually failed to kill the opponent. Could this guy really be unkillable? Whatever. Regardless of whether he can be killed or not, all I need to do is swing my sword. That's all. Atomic slash. Thousands upon thousands of slashes covered Melzargard's body once again. Atomic Samurai teleported behind him, but this time he didn't strike a pose. Instead, he carefully observed the way the opponent was being shredded. This guy must have some kind of weakness. If he truly is immortal and indestructible, that would be far too overpowered. Under Atomic Samurai's observation, he finally discovered a problem. Melzargard's body was actually reconverging at a certain point, using it to reconstruct a new body. Without a moment's hesitation, the blade in Atomic Samurai's hand turned into an afterimage, instantly slicing Melzargard's newly reconstructed head back into countless fragments. Found it. So it's this thing. Is this what you're relying on? Atomic Samurai's gaze landed on a small, crystal-clear bead among the floating fragments, and he followed up with a slash. As the cold slash passed through, Melzargard's pupils suddenly constricted, his tone filled with disbelief. Damn it. How did you find it? His body stopped reconstructing, and black gas began to emanate from his surface as his strong frame started to rot. Watching Melzargard gradually lose his life force, Atomic Samurai ignored him and turned to shout. Everyone! This monster's weakness is a small purple bead inside its body. Find it and crush it, and it will die. Hearing this, a ferocious smile appeared on Metal Bat's face. Veins bulged on his arms, he was clearly itching for action. He had long been infuriated by this indestructible punching bag in front of him. Every strike felt like hitting cotton, which was sickeningly frustrating. Bat pummel. Metal Bat swung his bat wildly, directly smashing Melzargard's body in front of him into pieces. Bang chuckled and took the stance of the water stream rock-smashing fist. With a few punches, he shattered the body of the Melzargard before him. Tank Top Master and Puri Puri Prisoner attacked together. The two fought the two Melzargards in front of them, their fists falling like a torrential rain, constantly crushing the opponent's bodies in an attempt to find the cause. As for Saitama, after hearing that this mudman had a core weakness, he threw a punch with a hint of boredom. He had originally thought this mudman was truly unkillable and was looking forward to having a handy punching bag. But since it has a core, never mind. The Melzargard facing Saitama barely had time to react before its entire body was destroyed by an unmatched force, with its core exploding along with it. Melzargard thought to himself that things were bad, his greatest weakness had been discovered just like that. This was a major problem. He knew the terror of having his weakness exposed. It meant his near-invincible immortal body would be broken. But at this moment, Melzargard was helpless. These earthlings were each stronger than the last. If he chose body integration, his core would surely be found and he'd be killed within a few rounds. With that thought, Melzargard could only seek backup. Hey, Geryugenshoup, send down some reinforcements. We're about to lose it. However, the brainwaves he sent out were like a stone sinking into the ocean, with no response at all. Melzargard's heart sank, he already knew the likely outcome. He wasn't a fool. The shockwaves of Lord Boros's battle were coming from above, which meant someone had already broken into the ship and begun fighting Lord Boros. In that case, Geryugenshoup, who was guarding the palace, was most likely doomed. He could now only place his hopes on his comrade, Groribas, another one of the three generals. But when Melzargard turned his head, he only saw Groribas being pinned to the ground and pummeled by a black muscular giant. Energy ripples dispersed, and both figures were sent flying back, respectively crashing into the walls. King shook his hand, feeling the bone-cracking sensation in his fist, and spoke with a tone of praise. As expected of the cosmic overlord. To be able to clash with me head-on without even entering your strongest explosive form. This was the first time King had used the Emperor Fist in actual combat, and the results were surprisingly good. On the other side, the arm Boros had used to clash was gone, and a huge bloody hole had appeared in his chest. His upper body was nearly smashed to pieces. But in just an instant, new flesh buds intertwined and tangled, and skin covered the area at extreme speed. Such a fatal injury was completely healed by Boros in the blink of an eye. Again, Boros's tone became increasingly frenzied. He was clearly enjoying the battle completely, turning into a streak of blue light as he zipped through the interior of the spaceship. With a flash, Boros appeared behind King and instantly threw nearly 100 punches, his violent power making the space itself tremble slightly. King suddenly turned around and swung his fists just as quickly. The immense power contained in his fists condensed the air into physical shockwaves, which surged forward in the form of air pillars. Evening Elephant. With every clash between the two, blood would splatter from Boros's fists, but they would always recover in the next second. In the moment of another clash, Boros's arm was blown apart again, and King seized the opportunity. This time, King didn't give Boros time to regenerate and moved directly in front of him. Then, King raised his leg. The blood chi on his body burned as bright as the sun, rapidly overflowing to his skin's surface. A blood chi dragon nearly 1,000 meters long quickly formed, almost spanning the entire sky. Night Guy. Chapter 88, Chapter 89, A Plain and Ordinary Punch. 1083 words. Chapter 89, A Plain and Ordinary Punch. Sensing the human's blood chi rising like a vast sun before him, Boros's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpricks, clearly realizing what King intended to do. Are you trying to launch a powerful strike while I'm regenerating? In the mind of an ordinary person, one would surely think of immediate defense or finding a way to dodge King's Night Guy technique. But Boros was different. He was the cosmic overlord who traversed the universe, a lonely powerhouse. He would never resort to dodging. In that case, bring it on. With his arm blown apart, Boros's entire body erupted with energy. As his hands regenerated, he channeled his power into the eye-like pattern on his chest. In an instant, a violent blue energy beam burst forth with unrivaled power. It was similar in form to Genos's incineration cannon, yet its power was more than 100 times greater. Inside the massive spaceship, the blue beam carrying destructive energy collided head-on with the 1,000-meter blood chi dragon. The resulting energy storm instantly tore through the spaceship's hardened exterior, melting its internal structure layer by layer. Many low-level combatants living inside the spaceship didn't even know what was happening before they were swallowed by the energy storm in terror and despair, turning into dust. As a direct participant, Boros saw it clearly. He watched helplessly as the energy beam he released was sliced in half down the middle like a split stream the moment it collided with the red blood chi dragon. Furthermore, Boros tried to move his body, only to find that the space he occupied had been warped, making it impossible to move. He could only take the hit head-on. You can even warp space itself. Is this your true strength, King? Facing this kick capable of warping space, there wasn't a hint of panic in Boros's heart. Instead, he wore a smile of unprecedented exhilaration. To be able to fight such a powerhouse, this trip to Earth was not in vain. A second later, Night Guy struck Boros in the abdomen. Pwah! Blood sprayed from Boros's orifices, and his massive eyeball nearly bulged out of its socket. The internal structure of his body was kicked into a pulp. The blood chi dragon slammed directly into Boros. Though he resisted with all his might, his body couldn't stop being pushed back at high speed by the dragon. In the process of resisting, Boros and King's figures smashed through layer after layer of the spaceship's hull, eventually crashing right through the entire vessel and flying out to the planet's surface. Finally, fine cracks began to appear on Boros's body, expanding at an extremely rapid pace. Mists of blood sprayed from every fissure. The sheer, extreme force struck like an all-destroying tsunami, instantly blasting his powerful body into a mist of blood that filled the sky. With only half an eyeball left floating in midair, Boros looked at his body, which had been kicked into a bloody mist, in disbelief. Such a powerful attack. I'm actually completely unable to withstand it. In that case, the eyeball spun violently, instantly restoring itself into a single large eye. The sclera turned completely pitch black, while the pupil transformed into an eerie purple. His extreme regenerative abilities erupted, and Boros's body, which had exploded into mist, was fully reconstructed in less than 0.1 seconds. His originally dark blue skin turned pink, and his body was covered in a dense network of black patterns. A power even more terrifying than before condensed within his body, as if space itself was constantly trembling due to his presence. The ground beneath his feet quaked under this immense energy, spiderweb-like cracks appearing continuously. Earth began to collapse because of Boros's current state. Meteoric burst. Boros's gaze narrowed. In this state, even he, the cosmic overlord, could not maintain it for long. Like anaerobic exercise, it was extremely taxing on the body and would greatly shorten his lifespan. But if it's to fight you, I am willing to pay any price. This is the pure combat I seek. Ha! Boros instantly turned into a pink streak of light, crossing thousands of meters in less than 0.1 seconds, and threw a punch flickering with electricity. Having just delivered the night guy kick, King showed no signs of fatigue. Facing Boros's sudden punch, he immediately raised his arms to block. And in the very next second, the moment King's arm and Boros's fist collided head-on, a massive energy shockwave surged through. The clear sound of bone cracking echoed in King's ears. After taking Boros's punch head-on, his forearm bone had actually fractured, and the flesh on Earth was scorched. It seems that in my seven-gate state, I'm still slightly overmatched against Boros in his meteoric burst. His strength in this form is superior to mine right now. With his meteoric burst activated, Boros far exceeded his previous speed and power. His figure darted through the world, the pink trails he left in the void forming a dense web. With every pass, a barrage of heavy punches rained down on King. Even if King counterattacked, he would be suppressed by an even more formidable power. What's wrong? Have you lost the ability to resist? I know you still have moves you haven't used. Use them now. Boros's interrogation rang in his ears. Amidst the continuous attacks, King slowly raised his head, and the steam rising from his body rapidly shifted from blue to a blood-like crimson. In that case, as you wish. 8 gates, Death Gate, open. A surge of blood chi powerful enough to suppress the heavens and earth erupted. King's overall physical attributes increased dramatically, and the aura of danger he radiated reached its peak in an instant. Ha 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 ha. That's it. This is my greatest opponent. Come, King. Let's fight. Boros teleported behind King at a speed invisible to the human eye. Each punch carried enough power to destroy an area of several thousand meters, and he unleashed hundreds of such strikes in rapid succession. At this moment, Boros was brewing a power within him capable of completely destroying the entire surface of the planet, but he chose not to let it erupt. Instead, he channeled all that power into self-augmentation. At the very instant those hundreds of punches were thrown, amidst the crimson blood chi burning like fire, King raised his hand and landed a plain and ordinary punch on Boros's chest. Oorah! Chapter 89, Chapter 90, Need to change the battlefield. 1041 words. Chapter 90, Need to change the battlefield. Boros let out a muffled groan as a massive force surged from his abdomen throughout his body, sending him flying backward like a cannonball. His body slammed into the ground, the impact instantly carving out a massive crater as he continued to tumble backward uncontrollably. After leaving 2 trenches dozens of meters long in the earth, he finally came to a halt, unable to stop himself from coughing up blood. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect you to have a new form too. This is good. Now I won't be bored. His ruptured internal organs didn't even need 0.1 seconds to regenerate. In his meteoric burst, Boros not only gained a massive boost in strength, speed, and physique, but his proud self-healing speed was also further enhanced. Now, even if he were reduced to a blood mist, he could return to normal in an instant. One could say that as long as his energy wasn't exhausted, Boros was now immortal and indestructible. In an instant, King's figure, burning with crimson blood chi, appeared before him with teleport-like speed, throwing a punch. "You talk too much." Boros's pupils constricted, and he threw a counterpunch without hesitation. Both sides tacitly chose not to defend, instead slamming their fists into each other simultaneously. Boom! 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 The moment their fists connected, invisible shockwaves radiated wildly from the point of impact, causing countless buildings to collapse and shatter. Boros's fist landed on King's head, the immense force instantly caving in his nose and causing bright red blood to flow. On the other hand, a heavy fist burning with crimson blood chi smashed into Boros's forehead, directly exploding half of his head as red and white matter splattered everywhere. In the remaining half of his head, Boros's lone eyeball flickered with ruthlessness. The lost flesh regenerated in an instant, and he threw another punch without the slightest hesitation. King's crooked nose also recovered in a flash of green light. He looked at the surrounding ruins, his brow furrowing slightly. He couldn't fight here. He and Tatsumaki had stopped the bombardment at the start specifically to prevent City A from being completely destroyed. With his current 8 gates power combined with Boros's meteoric burst, City A would likely be reduced to rubble after just a few more exchanges. Facing Boros's incoming fist once more, King still didn't dodge, choosing to retaliate immediately. But this time, he didn't choose a straight punch. Instead, he delivered a vicious uppercut. The fist created a whistling sonic boom in the air as they both struck each other's heads. King's face was knocked askew, while Boros's jaw took an irresistible heavy blow. Half of his face exploded as he was sent flying straight into the air like a rocket. Immediately after, King took advantage of the gap where Boros couldn't adjust his body in mid-air, grabbing him and hurling him toward the top of the spaceship. That's right. To avoid having all of City A destroyed by the aftershocks of their battle, King decided to replicate the battlefield from the original work and have the final showdown with Boros on top of the ship. 2 streaks of light, one crimson and one pink, both carrying immense energy, intertwined in the air as they flew together toward the top of the spaceship. Every time they clashed, a terrifying energy storm was triggered, causing even space to tremble, leaving behind lingering energy traces. Meanwhile, on the ground, the S-Class heroes naturally witnessed the shocking scene of the battle, their hearts shaken by that extremely terrifying aura. Atomic Samurai had tucked a toothpick into his mouth again at some point. He gripped his sword hilt absent-mindedly, muttering to himself, "Oi, oi! Is that pink monster the leader of this spaceship? I feel like he could slap me to death." Atomic Samurai always had self-awareness. He could feel just how much heart-palpitating destructive energy was contained within Boros's body. In the moment they were clashing just now, Atomic Samurai admitted to himself that he was completely unable to join a battlefield of that level. He would definitely be slapped to death instantly. However, he had also seen the entire fight. That pink-haired monster who could slap him to death was actually being suppressed by King, even getting his head blown apart every time. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. King can actually suppress a monster of this level. Who's the real monster here? Atomic Samurai mocked himself, then lazily found a relatively clean piece of rubble and sat down. It wasn't that he was too lazy to support his teammates, but rather that the current battle situation had become as clear as day. Bang performed the exquisite water stream rock smashing fist, accurately snatching Melzargard's purple core amidst repeated strikes and crushing it, resolving his opponent. Metal but also caught the gap as the opponent was reconstructing its body from fragments, directly pulling out the core and smashing it with his bat. Puri Prisoner and Tanktop Master also dealt with the Melzargard they were facing. Their method was very simple and crude, just blow the opponent's body apart by force and find the core inside. As for that guy, Atomic Samurai raised an eyebrow, looking at the bald man who seemed idle among the rubble, a sense of profound shock flashing through his heart. Atomic Samurai had seen very clearly the scene where Saitama instantly killed the Melzargard he was facing with a single punch. No wonder his nickname was One Punch Man. He truly lived up to the name, actually killing it in one punch. On the other side, seeing all 5 of Melzargard's clones perish in battle, Groribus couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. As the 3 generals, They had opened up territories in the universe for Lord Boros and had fought side by side for hundreds of years. Their bond was very deep. And now, he could only watch his former close friend die completely in a desperate struggle, powerless to do anything. It's all because of this dark-skinned, bald, muscular man in front of me. Groribus also had grievances he couldn't voice. In all his years, this was the first time he had encountered such a difficult-to-fight freak. Chapter 90. Chapter 91. I can elbow you all day. 1115 words. Chapter 91. I can elbow you all day. Groribus swore that in all his years of combat, this was the first time he had encountered such a disgusting fellow. Superalloy Rocket Elbow. Superalloy Darkshine raised his muscle-bound arm and then slammed his shiny black elbow forward, smashing it directly into Groribus's face. In an instant, an incredibly powerful physical force erupted through his elbow. Groribus's entire face was twisted by the blow, and he was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Completely unable to control his body, he tumbled through the air, crashing through building after building before finally slamming violently into the ground. The moment he hit the ground, the earth beneath him exploded, and spiderweb-like cracks spread outward continuously. Groribus struggled to crawl up. Through the billowing dust, he could still see that black, muscular giant whose every muscle was glowing. How many times? Just how many times had it been? He couldn't even tell how many times he had been elbowed by that black muscular giant. Most tragically, Groribus had mastered countless combat techniques and desperately unleashed all sorts of skills during this fight, yet he still couldn't break through the other's physical defense. Every time he prepared to spray his pride and joy acid, that black muscular giant would rush forward, muttering something under his breath, and send him flying with another elbow strike. Being elbowed repeatedly was a humiliation Groribus could no longer endure. He roared and raised both hands. Damn human! I'll take you down with me. As he spoke, Groribus's raised hands began to spin at an incredible speed, turning into drill-like forms in an instant. The howling winds demonstrated the power of this move. He violently thrust his high-speed spinning hands forward, stabbing them directly into Superalloy Darkshine's solid, corncob-like abdominal muscles. In the next second, the most absurd thing happened. Groribus's hands, which could easily shred diamonds, were actually stuck on the surface of Superalloy Darkshine's skin when facing his abs, unable to advance an inch. He even desperately pushed his hands to spin faster, but they only managed to kick up a series of sparks against Superalloy Darkshine's skin. Why? How could a human's body reach such a level? What kind of joke is this? Groribus wanted to continue his attack, but Superalloy Darkshine gave a wicked smile. His bald black head reflected a bright light under the sun, and his muscles seemed to glow at that moment. I told you, didn't I? You're just a mere space bumpkin. Did you really think you could break through these muscles forged from countless drops of sweat? As he spoke, Superalloy Darkshine glanced cautiously at Tatsumaki above, who was busy fending off the cannonballs. After confirming she wasn't looking, the smile on his face became even more confident. He pointed his thumb at himself and then exerted force. His muscles pulsed rhythmically as he revealed a confident, bright white smile. There are 3 people in the Hero Association you shouldn't mess with. One is King, the strongest man on Earth, who is currently beating up your boss. Another is the Tornado of Terror, Tatsumaki, who is currently catching all your cannonballs with her bare hands. The last person is me, the toughest shield of the Hero Association, Superalloy Darkshine, the existence with the strongest muscles. You're just a native from space, how could you understand the value of muscles? Upon hearing this, Groribus immediately snapped. You're calling me a space bumpkin? Then what are you natives? Groribus never imagined he would ever be called a bumpkin in his life, especially by a native who had never even left his own planet. His anger flared even more. Groribus laughed in fury and suddenly opened his maw full of sharp teeth, roaring. I don't understand your muscles, huh? Fine. I'll use my pride and joy acid to corrode all your precious muscles. I'll show you how fragile the bones beneath those muscles are. Intense acid brewed in Groribus's throat, but the moment before it could spray out, a powerful forearm slammed into his face. Ah! His face took another brutal elbow strike, and the acid Groribas had prepared got stuck in his throat. This was simply going too far. At this moment, cracks had appeared all over the green skin armor on Groribas's body. Green blood seeped through the cracks. He was clearly severely injured. Before superalloy dark shine, Groribas was almost completely powerless. His various impressive combat techniques couldn't break the defense, and his only hope, the acid, was interrupted by an elbow strike every time he was about to fire. Groribas had experienced countless life-and-death struggles in his years of combat, but he had never had such a frustrating experience. Immediately, consumed by rage, he decided to disregard everything and fire the acid stuck in his throat again. No matter what, he was going to give this native who kept elbowing him a taste of his own medicine. However, superalloy Darkshine seemed to see right through Groribas's intentions. Before the acid could even spray, a continuous series of elbow strikes slammed into his face. Groribas screamed agonizingly. Every elbow strike shattered his armor a bit more. Fragments of skin flew through the air, splattering green blood. Superalloy Darkshine's smile became more wicked, and the light of his confidence grew stronger. His muscles seemed to be encouraged by his will, becoming even more robust. I told you, for guys like you who invade Earth, I can elbow you all day. In truth, even Superalloy Darkshine didn't know why he was doing this. Usually, his favorite move was the Superalloy Bazooka, which concentrated his full body's power into his fists. But in today's battle, Superalloy Darkshine suddenly found that his newly developed Superalloy Rocket Elbow seemed to feel much better and brought greater humiliation to the opponent. Moreover, with every elbow strike, Superalloy Darkshine felt as if his black skin and powerful muscles were responding to him, a feeling he never had when using the Superalloy Bazooka. Elbowing feels great. With this thought, Superalloy Darkshine's expression became even more elated, and the power and speed of his elbow strikes increased. Groribas was pinned down, his body trembling. He tried to raise his hands to resist every time, but he could never focus his consciousness. Damn it! I can't control my body at all. Amidst the repeated elbow strikes, the armor on Groribas's face was completely shattered. Green blood turned into a mist of droplets in the air, and his body, which had been resisting and trembling, finally stopped moving. One of the three generals of the Dark Matter Pirates, the supposedly strongest Groribas, had been elbowed to death by Superalloy Darkshine just like that. Chapter 91, Chapter 92, War of Attrition. 950 words. Chapter 92, War of Attrition. Bang looked at Groribas's flattened head, which had been elbowed until it was practically two-dimensional, then looked at Darkshine, whose muscles were bulging all over. He stroked his white beard, unable to stop himself from sighing again. Youth is truly wonderful. Strong and robust, unlike this old man who can only barely get by relying on deflecting force. Atomic Samurai looked at Groribas, who had been elbowed to death, his tone carrying a mix of surprise and emotion. It truly is Superalloy Darkshine. His fighting style is as violent and straightforward as ever. This alien is quite miserable. His head was completely flattened. Seriously, instead of looking for the violent Superalloy Darkshine, he should have just taken a few of my atomic slashes, at least he would have suffered less. Metal Bat watched as Darkshine single-handedly dealt with one of the three generals, and his eyebrow twitched. S-class heroes occasionally sparred with each other. For instance, Bang had once fought Darkshine, and neither could gain the upper hand. Bang could cleverly divert Darkshine's physical body strength, rendering the opponent's enormous brute force completely useless. Darkshine's supremely powerful physical body, however, could withstand Bang's water-stream rock-smashing fist, preventing Bang from inflicting even the slightest injury, no matter what methods he used. Naturally, Metal Bat also fought Darkshine once, less than a year after the Hero Association was founded. That time, Metal Bat realized what a true physical body king was. Damn it, he couldn't be moved at all. Every time Metal Bat attacked, it was like a wooden stick hitting a steel plate. Not only did it fail to cause any harm to the opponent, but it also left his own hands numb. As for Saitama, having finished off his opponent too early and having nothing to do, he was wandering around the ruins, trying to find any remaining enemies. It is worth mentioning that the tens of thousands of alien troops brought by Gorobas were all wiped out by Atomic Samurai's atomic slashes after he was freed up, leaving not a single one for anyone else. Saitama was currently sitting on the ruins, staring blankly at the massive spaceship above. He could sense that someone seemed to be fighting at the top of the spaceship, and massive energy fluctuations were continuously erupting. If he remembered correctly, King seemed to be fighting the alien leader. He really wanted to join in. However, after thinking it over, Saitama finally abandoned the idea. For no other reason than that this was King's fight, and if he intervened without permission just because he wanted to participate, it would be disrespectful to others. Meanwhile, at the top of the spaceship, Boros's figure flew backward in a sorry state, directly smashing the top of the ship beneath him, then immediately charged forward again at extreme speed. King was covered in burning, crimson chi, and blood. Every step he took created a piercing sonic boom, and every punch he threw distorted space. Two streams of light, one red and one pink, intertwined wildly. Their clashes often triggered energy storms that warped space, and the heavens and earth trembled because of their battle. Emperor Fists. Fists shimmering with golden light and crimson chi and blood were wildly thrown out at a speed of hundreds per second, all slamming into Boros's abdomen, instantly shattering his body. Behind Boros, lines of solidified air shockwaves spread for hundreds of miles, condensing into countless white trails in the air. Boros's pupils contracted, and blood sprayed wildly from his mouth as if it were worthless. His shattered body instantly recovered, and he fiercely launched a counterattack. The sky-filling pink fist shadows were wrapped in destructive energy fluctuations, and every attack that hit King's body triggered an energy explosion. King never had any intention of dodging. He accepted all of Boros's attacks and immediately counterattacked without hesitation. Boros adopted the same approach. Both had completely abandoned their defenses, focusing solely on fighting and attacking. King's Deathgate state only lasts for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, he will begin to deplete his own origin. Boros's meteoric burst state also won't last long, only about 10 minutes at most. After 10 minutes, he will be forced out of the meteoric burst state. It can be said that this battle has completely turned into a war of attrition. Whoever lasts until the opponent's strongest burst form disappears will likely win. But judging from the results of the fight, the strength difference between the two sides is actually quite obvious. When Boros punched King, it could at most damage his skin and flesh, causing a minor bone fracture at best. However, every Emperor Fist King landed on Boros's body would directly tear apart the opponent's physical body, even punching out huge bloody holes. If Boros's recovery ability wasn't so abnormal, he would probably be directly pounded into meat paste by King within a few rounds. Both sides were now seeing red, relentlessly aiming punches at the other, unleashing all their means of attack without any defensive movements whatsoever. Even if King's skin and flesh were damaged or his bones were fractured, a flash of green light would instantly restore him to normal. Even if Boros's entire body was beaten into a pulp, in the face of the greatly enhanced self-healing ability provided by the meteoric burst state, such injuries wouldn't even count as minor wounds and would recover in an instant. The blood of both men continuously scattered. Huge craters constantly appeared on the top of the spaceship, and the clouds above had long been dispersed by the soaring energy fluctuations, leaving the sky clear for thousands of miles. Chapter 92, Chapter 93, Fortunately, I haven't started going bald yet. 1050 words. Chapter 93, Fortunately, I haven't started going bald yet. When that golden glowing fist filled his vision once more, when his own fist was crushed with overwhelming force after a head-on collision, when that fist containing heart-palpitating power blew apart his neck. Boros's headless body continued to throw punches, launching charge after charge, but his head had already been sent flying by a punch, a look of confusion flickering in that single crimson eye. In this tense moment of a life-and-death struggle, for some reason, Boros felt an unprecedented calm, as if his state of mind had turned into a still surface of water at this instant. The long river of time surged with colorful fragments of memory, and before he knew it, numerous images flashed through his mind. It was his long life. Many years ago, Boros was born on his home planet, an extremely harsh environment where people had to constantly grow stronger just to survive. Their race was naturally very powerful and possessed formidable self-healing abilities, which made them the strongest race in the nearby star system. And Boros was the best among them, possessing self-healing abilities far beyond those of ordinary clansmen, and exceeding the limits of his race in terms of energy capacity. The moment he released all the energy within his body, he could even directly level the entire surface of a planet. Given the chance to strike the planet's core directly with all his energy, destroying an entire planet was not impossible. Such a powerful Boros left his home planet after growing up and founded the Dark Matter Universe Pirates, constantly conquering within the vast and silent starry sky. During his wanderings, he gained a large number of subordinates, including powerful generals like Melzargard, Geriyugenshoup, and Groribas, making the name of the Dark Matter Universe Pirates resound throughout the stars. As time passed, Boros gradually felt bored. He yearned to find an opponent to fight and made it the ultimate goal of the latter half of his life. Upon learning that Earth had an opponent capable of fighting him, Boros did not hesitate to spend 20 years crossing numerous star systems to get here. In mid-air, looking at the crimson blood splashing around him, Boros's eye rolled twice, and he suddenly had an epiphany. Yes, the first half of my life was spent battling everywhere. The second half was spent wanting to find an opponent to fight. Everything in the world seemed to be receding, and Boros's eyes could no longer hold anything else. His pupils reflected the blond man burning with violent blood chi. My life, perhaps, only existed for this battle with you. Then, let me burst forth with the most dazzling brilliance of these long years. Let me finally burn with abandon. Thousands of flesh buds sprouted simultaneously from the severed neck and the head, intertwining and fusing in an instant. Boros's head, which had been blown away, was reattached to his neck in the blink of an eye, and the energy fluctuations on his body grew increasingly violent. The purpose of my birth was to defeat you. Come. Let's fight to our heart's content. King. Boros looked like a mad demon, his long pink hair dancing wildly in the space, galloping at extreme speed amidst his roars, with a dazzling pink light trailing behind him, distorting space wherever he passed. He appeared before King as if teleporting, and the strongest energy usable in his meteoric burst gushed out without reservation. Originally, Boros had plenty of energy. Under the previous condition of constant heavy injury, if he had simply used it to heal himself while in meteoric burst, Boros could have lasted at least another 10 minutes. But now, Boros erupted his energy without reservation, completely disregarding whether he would lose momentum afterward. His desire for victory in this battle had surpassed his own life. Or rather, he didn't care about victory, but enjoyed the process of the fight. Feeling Boros's desperate burning, King's expression remained unchanged. A series of thunderous roars thrummed in his chest, the beating of the King engine vaguely connected with heaven and earth, as if the world were trembling along with the heartbeat. He sensed the purity and madness in Boros's heart. In that case, a slight curve appeared at the corner of King's mouth. He raised his fist again, and the crimson blood chi burning on his body surged like a fire doused in oil, his strength rising another level. Then I shall grant your wish. With his physical attributes improved across the board once again, King took a single step forward, and the punch he threw casually was enough to kick up a shockwave spanning dozens of miles. The moment their fists collided, King's fist shattered Boros's right fist with overwhelming force and punched a massive bloody hole directly through his chest. However, Boros was completely indifferent. Facing a fatal wound that would kill an ordinary person, he didn't even need 0.1 seconds to restore himself before fiercely throwing his left fist. King clashed fists again without hesitation. Boros's left fist immediately exploded into a mist of blood, with skin fragments and escaping energy flying everywhere. But at the very moment their left fists collided, Boros's right fist was restored, and he launched another attack. Thus, the two stood in place, clashing madly. Even though Boros's fist was easily shattered every time, and the irresistible attacks destroyed his body, he was still able to attack again. Before he knew it, King's expression became increasingly strange. He looked at Boros, who had abandoned defense in favor of superfast self-healing, and the sight became more and more familiar. This fighting style seems familiar. Damn. Isn't this me? King remembered. When he had sparred with the bald demon king before, Hadn't he relied on his formidable self-healing speed to survive simply because the difference in stats was too great? Looking closely, it really was. Every one of Saitama's punches back then could shatter his arm, and now he was similarly shattering Boros's fist with every punch. Oh no! I've become the great Devil King. During such a tense battle, King actually reached out to brush his golden hair, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I haven't started going bald yet, otherwise I'd be in trouble. Chapter 93, Chapter 94, Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. 1079 words. Chapter 94, Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. Seeing Boros in such a crazed state, King decided to show him a deliberate opening. Amidst their relentless exchange of blows, King's body suddenly stumbled, creating a slight opening. Boros's eyes narrowed, and he threw a punch without hesitation, aiming straight for King's head. The destructive energy contained within this punch distorted the space around it. If it landed cleanly, even King in his current Deathgate state would bleed. In the very next instant, King kicked off with his right leg. Boros's fist grazed past his face, his blonde hair fluttering wildly in the energy waves. Not good. If Boros couldn't see through this, he would have lived all those years for nothing. He had been too obsessed with the battle just now, so he hadn't seen through King's plan for a moment. Now that he had realized it, it was too late. King closed in, his left hand striking out to the side, slicing the very arm Boros used for the attack in half. He then raised his right fist high. Emperor Fist. The Emperor Fist, infused with the Evening Elephant, possessed terrifying impact. When the fist collided head-on with Boros's jaw, his entire skull was nearly flattened, with his chin and forehead almost meeting. The violent air shockwaves surged from bottom to top. Boros completely lost control of his body, sent flying upward by that powerful force. Crimson blood flickering with electricity splattered. Boros turned his head, and his mangled jaw restored itself in the blink of an eye. However, this was exactly King's goal. 10,000 meters in the sky, Boros had no time to adjust his body before King followed him like a shadow, turning half of his body into a bloody mist with a single punch. The S-class heroes on the ground looked up, their composure beginning to crumble. What kind of scene was this? In the azure sky, a streak of red light seemed to be traversing at extreme speeds. The blood aura trails left behind were interlaced into a net across the heavens, with countless air shockwaves and crimson vitality traces reflecting off each other. With every punch, Boros's body spun rapidly in the air. He tried to dissipate the impact this way, but it looked as if he were being whipped like a spinning top. Just then, Boros's expression froze. He seemed to sense something as the pink radiance on his body grew even more intense, and a crisp sound like breaking glass exploded within him. What's happening? Something inside me seems to have broken. Although he didn't understand what was going on, his power was growing stronger. Every time his body was shattered, his strength seemed to rise further. Could it be? Boros's pupils suddenly constricted. In his years of traversing the universe, he hadn't remained stagnant, he had collected vast amounts of knowledge. During the invasion of a certain planet, Boros had learned of a concept called the limiter. Legend had it that every race had its own limit. To surpass this limit, one had to attempt to break their own limiter. The limiter was a genetic shackle, the endpoint for every race. The conditions required to break it remained unknown to this day. Have I broken my limiter? No. Boros's head was blown apart once more. His massive single eye drifted in mid-air, yet its gaze remained fixed on his own body. He realized that although he had broken one layer of his limiter, there seemed to be an endless stream of shackles within him that needed to be broken slowly, layer by layer. Why think so much? I just need to keep fighting. Then I'll understand the reason for all this. Power is merely the key that allows me to continue challenging strong enemies. His head regrew, and Boros let out a muffled roar. His fists turned into a sky full of afterimages as he began a fierce exchange of blows with King in mid-air. King frowned slightly. He could feel that Boros's power had increased further. Oh! Has this guy also unlocked a layer of his limiter? In fact, beings like King and Boros, who could constantly heal themselves, had a much higher probability of breaking their limiters than others. After all, when fighting strong enemies, they could rely on their self-healing abilities to hover between life and death countless times, making it easier to grasp the true essence of power. But it's a bit late to break through now. King saw through Boros's nature and shook his head helplessly. During their mutual exchange of blows, while his power shattered Boros's body, a portion of it naturally coursed through the opponent's entire being. Because of this, King realized that even if Boros broke his limiter, he was already doomed. If the meteoric burst was like a normal person in anaerobic exercise, where the damage to the body was great but not life-threatening, then the current Boros was equivalent to frantically burning his own life force. While increasing his power, his remaining potential had broken through the limiter. To use a metaphor, Boros was like a constantly burning torch. The soaring flames seemed to grow larger, but once the fuel inside was gone, even the greatest fire would instantly extinguish. Truly a man obsessed with battle. Very well, I shall give you the utmost respect. With that thought, King flashed in front of Boros. His left punch struck out, shattering the arm Boros used to counter, followed by another uppercut from below. Boros spat out blood, his entire person once again losing control and flying backward and upward. This time, King did not choose to rush up and continue the beating. Instead, he stood in place, like an old monk in meditation. The crimson blood aura burning on him slowly faded at this moment, but his aura became increasingly terrifying. The mere leakage of energy was enough to distort space. Boros also felt something. The corners of his mouth even split open in excitement, his pupils filled with dense blood vessels and the ultimate enjoyment of battle. Ha 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 ha. Come on. This cosmic overlord, who had dominated the world, was about to release his final, life-burning strike. At this moment, both sides came to a strange standstill, remaining motionless in place. Thump. Accompanied by a heartbeat that seemed to resonate with the planet's vibration, the patterns all over Boros's body turned black, followed by an explosion of brilliant golden light. Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. Chapter 94, Chapter 95, I no longer have any regrets. 1183 words. Chapter 95, I no longer have any regrets. In this instant, the entire world went quiet. The world in people's eyes seemed to fall into shades of grey and white at this moment, all colors stripped away. The only light was that beam of golden radiance shining to the extreme in the firmament. Boros's body was covered in fine cracks, his life force and the energy within his body burning frantically, as a beam of light carrying extremely destructive energy erupted from his chest. This move of mine can destroy the entire surface of the planet. Let me see what you will do. King still stood in his original spot, calmly watching the heaven-reaching collapsing star roaring cannon. The deafening sound of his heartbeat permeated his surroundings, constantly resonating with heaven and earth at this moment. So this is the so-called collapsing star roaring cannon. Although he felt shocked when he saw it in the original work, seeing it with his own eyes in reality, the sense of shock was many times stronger. King slowly lowered his center of gravity, and the space around him was already distorted by that blood chi condensed to the extreme. The moment he raised his head, all the compressed blood chi in his body erupted completely, and the sky-piercing blood chi dragon descended upon the world with a roar. This time, the blood chi dragon was even more massive than when he fought the bald demon king, its size reaching nearly several thousand meters. Facing the world-destroying collapsing star roaring cannon, the blood chi dragon, after a brief hover, roared and faced the firmament head-on. The S-class heroes on the ground, the residents of City A who had already fled to other cities for refuge, and all the people in the surrounding cities stared blankly at the scene above the firmament that looked like the end of the world. Night Guy. A crimson light burst from King's eyes, and a golden light bloomed on the surface of the massive blood chi dragon. Its power became increasingly formidable, and a mysterious, profound meaning slowly emerged within the blood chi dragon. Yes, he had integrated all of his Emperor Fist into Night Guy, carrying out the intent of flowing water and the intent of tyranny. While integrating all of this, King raised his hand, and massive golden energy continuously spread outwards with his body as the center, instantly laying down a solid energy barrier in the sky within a 10-li radius. This was to prevent the aftershocks of the collapsing star roaring cannon from spreading out and harming the city below. Noticing that King's power had become even stronger, Boros's pupils shifted, and his mouth split open to the extreme. His entire body was about to be broken down by this violent energy. That's it. Go all out. A true battle should be like this. Boros completely burned all the energy in his body, leaving only the final 0.1% for himself. He didn't know why he left this tiny bit of energy that was barely enough to maintain vital signs. It was almost an instinctive reaction. The sound of glass shattering seemed to come from his body again, and the power of the collapsing star roaring cannon rose to another level, also providing the final fuel for this torch that was about to burn out. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the blood-chi dragon and the collapsing star roaring cannon collided head-on. Sound was stripped away, and space was distorted. By the time people's hearing was restored, they only heard a deafening roar. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the blood-chi dragon, as if it would collapse and shatter in the next second, with dissipated blood-chi constantly drifting from the cracks. But it still moved forward, it pushed against the heaven-reaching destructive beam of light, still moving forward unswervingly. No matter how Boros increased the energy output, he could never stop the blood-chi dragon's progress. When the collapsing star roaring cannon was completely destroyed and the blood-chi dragon occupied his entire field of vision, Boros suddenly smiled. Is this my end? His gaze shifted and finally landed on the blonde man wrapped within the blood-chi dragon. To lose to you, I have no regrets in this life. As the collapsing star roaring cannon completely turned into a sky full of light spots and dissipated, the blood-chi dragon no longer had any obstacles, and that kick truly landed on Boros's body. Boom! At the moment of contact, Boros exploded into a mist of blood without any surprise. And in the next instant, instinct from his body made Boros subconsciously begin to heal himself again. The last of his energy burned out, and he restored his body. However, compared to his previous heroic and overbearing state, Boros's skin had now turned grayish-black, and his full, strong body had become shriveled, directly beaten into a piece of dried pineapple. Watching Boros falling downwards, King floated in mid-air and did not choose to deliver a killing blow, instead letting the other party fall. Meanwhile, inside the spaceship, the pink sphere hidden in the deepest part made a crisp sound like glass breaking. Dense cracks appeared on its surface, and then it exploded into a sky full of fragments. This was the energy core that allowed the entire spaceship to fly in the sky, and it was also an energy core tightly bound to Boros himself. But now, Boros was about to die, so the energy core naturally could not continue to be maintained and perished along with him. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the air seemed to be compressed, and the massive, boundless spaceship fell downwards, its surface burning with raging flames from the friction with the air. This scene was like the arrival of doomsday. On the top of the gradually tilting spaceship, King landed, his blonde hair fluttering, and his majestic and overbearing face always wore that calm and composed expression. The reason was simple. King never felt that he would lose, which is also the heart nature that every powerhouse possesses. Powerhouses all have a heart of invincibility. If one feels they might lose from the very beginning, then the outcome will most likely be a loss. Boros, falling from the sky, finally landed back on the surface of the spaceship. He struggled to open his shriveled eyes and crashed directly onto the floor. Under King's gaze, every time Boros moved his body, more and more cracks appeared on its surface, and his life aura became increasingly weak. But he still stood up, standing straight on top of the tilting spaceship, as if he were still that cosmic overlord who dominated the world. Kill me, the winner takes all. To be able to die by your hand is not bad. Boros spoke intermittently, his voice having become extremely hoarse, and then he spread his arms, his head looking up at the boundless starry sky. To be able to experience this hearty battle before my life ends, I no longer have any regrets. Chapter 95, Chapter 96, I am here. 1068 words. Chapter 96, I am here. King walked at a steady pace across the top of the spaceship, his footsteps landing on the metal plates below with a crisp, metallic clanging sound. With every step, his aura surged, and by the time he stood before Boros, a sound like glass shattering echoed from within King's body. Indeed, in the midst of this passionate battle, King had once again broken through a layer of his limiter, and his attributes became even more powerful. He spoke, his tone carrying a hint of regret. A pity. You also broke through a layer of your limiter. If you could have lived after this battle, you surely would have become even stronger. Boros gave a wretched laugh. He could sense that King's strength had grown even further. Honestly, the gap between us is only getting wider. No matter. I have never sought power for its own sake. Power is merely my tool, my ticket, and the foundation upon which I challenge the strong. Ultimately, my ability to break through the limiter was entirely gained through my battle with you. A loss is a loss, and I am willing to pay with my life, for that is the fate of the defeated. At this point, Boros's voice paused for a full second or two. He seemed completely spent, taking a few shallow breaths before barely managing to utter the next sentence. I am the cosmic overlord who has dominated for many years, and the leader of the dark matter universe pirates. Do not pity me, it is an insult. As his words fell, Boros spoke no more, appearing as if he had already died, with only a faint trace of life energy still rippling within him. King nodded and then raised his palm. Powerful blood chi adhered to the surface of his hand and compressed, forming a shape similar to a blade. Do you have anything else to say? Nothing more. Please, do it quickly. The sharp hand blade carved a chilling arc through the air, and Boros's head soared into the sky. This time, he did not grow a new head. At the severed neck, buds of flesh attempted to reattach the head, but his life energy was so utterly depleted that it was no longer enough to do so. Boros's headless corpse stood there atop the dark matter pirate spaceship, standing tall and majestic, without the slightest intention of falling. Just as he had said before he died, he was the cosmic overlord and the leader of the dark matter universe pirates. Even in death, he would die standing. Boros, you truly were a worthy opponent. After saying this, feeling the spaceship tilting further beneath his feet, King turned and left. The cosmic overlord Boros, deceased. Amidst the earth-shattering tremors, the spaceship fell in flames, seemingly about to land on City A and level the entire city. Tatsumaki, below, furrowed her brows. Her vast, sea-like psychic power erupted instantly, and the entire spaceship suddenly shimmered with green light as its descent speed decreased significantly. Though it appeared she had controlled the spaceship, Tatsumaki's frown deepened, and veins began to bulge on her forehead. She couldn't fully control it. Tatsumaki exerted all her strength, but she didn't know what materials this spaceship was made of. Its mass was far greater than its size suggested. Even with her psychic power, she couldn't completely stop its fall. Just then, a shining bald head soared into the sky, arriving beneath the spaceship. Seeing the falling spaceship, Saitama wanted to see if he could hold the entire thing up by himself. He couldn't just let this thing crash down and smash the city below into a two-dimensional plane. With that thought, Saitama pressed both hands against the bottom of the spaceship and then kicked off the air with immense force, charging upward with powerful momentum. Up you go. In the next second, a yellow stream of light passed through the spaceship without resistance, punching a human-shaped hole right through its layered structure. Saitama. Why did I punch through it again? Simply put, Saitama's own density and the spaceship's were not even on the same level. If one was room-temperature soft tofu, the other was indestructible eternal divine iron. The difference in hardness was far too great. This led to the aforementioned problem. Saitama was like a sharp iron needle flying upward, while the spaceship was like soft tofu floating in the sky. An iron needle can easily pierce through soft tofu, but it cannot lift the entire block of tofu. I knew that stinking hard-boiled egg baldy was useless. In the end, it still depends on this young lady. Tatsumaki, who had initially felt a hint of expectation when she saw Saitama take action, snorted coldly upon seeing this and once again applied her psychic power to control the spaceship. On the ground, the four S-class heroes, Puripuri Prisoner, Tank Top Master, Bang, and Atomic Samurai looked at each other. Old man Bang, that supersized spaceship looks like it's about to fall. We'll be squashed into meat patties down here, right? Atomic Samurai, dangling a toothpick from his mouth, watched the spaceship grow larger in his vision, his tone sounding a bit uneasy. In that case, let's run first. Bang did not hesitate for a second, turning and running toward the area outside the spaceship's impact zone. Are you kidding? I'm a martial arts grandmaster, not the god of martial arts. It's one thing to use the water stream rock-smashing fist to parry a humanoid monster's attack, but asking me to block a spaceship? That's ridiculous. Seeing the S-Class Rank 3 and Rank 4 heroes, Bang and Atomic Samurai, both making a run for it, Tank Top Master and Puri Puri Prisoner looked at each other and also began to flee without hesitation. Though they both had great faith in their muscles and tank tops, they weren't idiots. Even though Tank Top Master had an almost fanatical faith in his tank top, he didn't believe it could help him withstand the descent of a spaceship. Tatsumaki, floating in midair, had already used all her strength, but the spaceship's descent speed had only slowed by about 60%, it was still continuing its fall. Damn it! Can I really not hold it? Just as Tatsumaki was overloading her psychic power, a tall figure appeared beside her. Don't worry. Why? Because I am here. Chapter 96, Chapter 97, The Gap with the Strongest. 1076 words. Chapter 97, The Gap with the Strongest. Hearing this voice, Tatsumaki subconsciously turned her head. King was already standing beside Tatsumaki. Taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't yet entered a weakened state, a majestic psychic power surged out of his body, enveloping the entire spaceship. Looking at his flowing blonde hair, Tatsumaki was momentarily dazed, her large emerald eyes staring straight at King. In a daze, King's figure seemed to slowly merge with a deeply remembered silhouette. Blast! Tatsumaki was stunned, then snapped back to her senses, shaking her head vigorously, her curly green hair swaying in the air like swimming snakes. She raised her hand again, and the psychic power of the two merged in the space, turning into an even more surging force that firmly locked down the entire spaceship. The descent of the massive battleship was slowed until it came to a halt. Under the control of Tatsumaki and King, it slowly moved downward bit by bit from midair. Tatsumaki glanced at the expressionless King, raised her hand to brush back the hair that had fallen onto her face, and spoke casually. So, has the leader of the aliens been dealt with? King nodded, his tone carrying a hint of respect. It's done. He was a very decent opponent, his strength was truly formidable. Oh! Tatsumaki's interest was piqued, and she raised an eyebrow. For someone like you, the so-called strongest man on Earth, to say he was strong, it seems this alien leader wasn't some small fry. He was quite impressive. In fact, Tatsumaki knew in her heart that if she were to face him, she would likely be unable to defeat that alien leader. When King and Boros were fighting, they had briefly fought on the surface. Tatsumaki, with her powerful perception, naturally felt the terrifying pressure within Boros that far exceeded her own. Even though Tatsumaki was very confident in her superpowers, the intensity caused by the battle between King and Boros was simply too violent. Combined with the fact that King had defeated her in just a few moves previously, while he had fought Boros for over 10 minutes, Tatsumaki had made her judgment. This guy, he really lives up to his reputation. Once upon a time, when King was first rated as the strongest man on Earth, Tatsumaki had looked at his title with a bit of disdain, thinking it was just exaggerated hype. It wasn't until King achieved more and more legendary feats that Tatsumaki gradually began to see him in a different light, feeling a sense of seriousness in her heart. Later, when the two sparred and she was easily defeated, this proud queen of superpowers finally fully acknowledged the title of the strongest man on Earth. Rumble. Under the combined control of Tatsumaki and King, the spaceship finally landed slowly in a wasteland. The A-Class and B-Class heroes of the Hero Association swarmed forward, while the S-Class heroes stayed back to oversee the situation as they began a thorough sweep of the ship. Before long, a large group of alien soldiers who had survived the aftershocks of the battle between King and Boros were firmly tied up and thrown out in bundles. One of them, whose skin was pink all over and who looked like Patrick Star, was thrown out. Seeing the dense crowd of heroes outside, his legs immediately went weak with fear. Woo-woo, I want to go home. What is even happening? How could this invasion be so messed up? The Patrick Star alien couldn't help but burst into tears, falling into a state of depression. He had thought this was just a normal invasion of an indigenous planet, but reports kept coming into the control room that the three generals were struggling. Then, the incredibly powerful Lord Geriyugenshoop went silent after a brief exchange, and even the legendary leader of the pirate group, Lord Boros, was locked in a hard fight. Then there was a vibration throughout the ship, followed by a surge of mysterious energy. If he hadn't been ostracized and lived in a remote area, he would have probably been turned to ash long ago. Now that the ship had crashed and they were all captured, with no sign of the three generals or Lord Boros. It's fucking obvious they lost. At this thought, the Patrick Star alien cried even harder, knowing he likely wouldn't escape death this time. Just then, crisp footsteps rang out, and all the alien soldiers, including the Patrick Star alien, looked up at the same time. What met their eyes was a slender man with long blue hair casually draped over his shoulders, yellow eyes, and a strangely handsome face that left a deep impression. Hey! Before the Patrick Star alien and the other soldiers could react, veins popped out on the blue-haired man's face, and undisguised disgust appeared on his handsome face. What a bunch of filthy monsters! How hideous! You have no value in living in this world. Along with Sweet Mask's roar, he suddenly raised his palm and struck like a blade. Sharp traces sliced through the air, instantly turning the group of alien soldiers into a mist of blood. Sweet Mask, what are you doing? These are important hostages. We need them to interrogate them about the aliens. Are you on the monsters' side? Otherwise, why would you help cover their tracks? Did you kill them to prevent them from revealing evidence? Facing the accusations of the heroes, Sweet Mask gave a cold snort, his tone filled with deep disdain. Monsters all deserve to die, especially these hideous ones. You question my motive for killing these monsters, and I highly suspect your motive for wanting to save them. The argument between the two sides grew more heated, with signs that they might even come to blows. After all, Sweet Mask was far too arrogant, completely disregarding the heroes present. Just as Sweet Mask's veins were bulging and he was about to strike, a sudden roar rang out in everyone's ears simultaneously. Thump, 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 thump thump thump. This sound is so familiar. It's the King engine. Mr. King is back. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately stopped arguing. After all, King's reputation was far too great now. Especially after the battle with Boros, everyone had witnessed what the strength of the strongest man on Earth was like, and they also felt the gap between themselves and the strongest. Chapter 97, Chapter 98, I've been exposed. 1078 words. Chapter 98, I've been exposed. King walked over slowly. He had heard the argument between the group of heroes and Sweet Mask. Looking at that tall, blonde figure, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. It's over. We were just making such a scene here. Mr. King just finished an intense battle, only to hear us arguing. It seems we've made him angry. Nonsense, Mr. King is definitely angry. Didn't you hear the King engine? That's the sound that only appears after Mr. King enters his combat state. He's clearly very dissatisfied with our arguing. Sweet Mask was equally intimidated. As the A-class rank 1 who actually possessed the strength of a top-tier S-class, he found his entire body stiffening before the strongest man on Earth just from hearing the legendary King engine. Is this King? Although Sweet Mask often heard of King's various legendary feats and truly believed the man was a qualified hero, he had never personally experienced his power. Only now did Sweet Mask realize that although he had tried his best to overestimate the strength of the strongest man on Earth, he had still underestimated him. The moment he saw King, the soul-shaking aura and terrifying pressure emanating from him made Sweet Mask feel as if every cell in his body was screaming. His monster body almost couldn't resist bursting through his human skin. That's right, the A-class rank 1 popular hero and world-class idol, Sweet Mask, was actually a monster in essence, and his appearance was extremely hideous. Years ago, Sweet Mask was saved by Blast, and under Blast's guidance, he had been performing heroic deeds ever since. When the Hero Association was established, he became a professional hero without hesitation. Over the years, the reason Sweet Mask remained stuck at rank 1 in A-class wasn't because he lacked S-class strength, but because he proactively requested to stay there. Only by doing so could he filter out the weak S-classes, preventing so-called weaklings from becoming S-class heroes and dying while executing even more difficult missions. In Sweet Mask's view, to become a hero of justice and carry out the justice in one's heart, one must kill monsters without hesitation. Any monster is evil. Just then, King scanned the crowd. The weakening side effects of the Deathgate were surging through his body. He felt a wave of exhaustion all over, as hollow as if he had fired dozens of times in a row. He was a bit sleepy. Of course, as the saying goes, even if the current king was in a weakened state, he could still kill most dragon-level monsters with a single punch. After all, I'm just weak, it's not that you've become stronger. Speaking of which, this guy Sweet Mask really is paranoid enough. Looking at the fragments of alien corpses scattered across the ground, King sighed tiredly and then spoke. Sweet Mask, why did you choose to kill these alien soldiers immediately? There was still much important intelligence to be gathered from them. Hearing even the strongest man on Earth question his decision, Sweet Mask felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, and his face instantly became contorted. The justice in his heart drove him to speak. Even though his monster body was intimidated by King, he still forced out a complete sentence. King, you've disappointed me too much. I originally thought you were a reasonable person, but even you think this way. Shouldn't monsters be killed? All monsters are paranoid and evil, they all tarnish the word justice. They all deserve to die. Monsters have no value in living. Sweet Mask explained the justice in his heart, to kill every single monster in the world. Only such a person could be called a hero. Hearing this, King suddenly had a good response in mind. He raised an eyebrow. That domineering face and the rumbling King engine constantly stimulated Sweet Mask's nerves as a low voice rang in his ears. You mean, in your eyes, as long as it's a monster, it should be killed, right? The pressure on Sweet Mask grew immense, drops of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, but even so, he still gritted his teeth. That's right. That's exactly what I believe. All monsters should die. Their so-called docility is nothing more than a disguise. The essence of a monster is inherently evil. A curve formed at the corner of King's mouth, and with just one sentence, all of Sweet Mask's words came to a screeching halt. In that case, if there is a monster who has become a hero and pursues their own justice, should I choose to kill them directly? These words were like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in Sweet Mask's heart. His handsome and eerie face instantly turned pale, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back, his inner panic reaching its peak. What does King mean by this? Has he already seen through me? In Sweet Mask's ears, a monster who became a hero and a monster pursuing their own justice, wasn't he fucking talking about him? At this moment, Sweet Mask was overwhelmed by massive panic. In Sweet Mask's eyes, King's gaze seemed to have already pierced through this beautiful human skin and seen his hideous essence. He couldn't imagine what severe consequences would follow if King, the strongest man on Earth, spoke of this matter. First of all, as a national idol who also possessed the strength of the strongest man on Earth, the vast majority of the public would believe whatever King said. When that time came, his image would collapse in an instant, turning from a beloved popular hero into a street rat that everyone wanted to beat. Most importantly, if he lost his status as a hero, he could only live as a monster from then on. No. I can't become like that. Sweet Mask's breathing became increasingly rapid, his eyes fixed intently on King. Finally, he lowered his head. This proud, popular hero eventually chose to compromise, his tone sincere. I'm sorry, Mr. King. I was obsessed. Perhaps the justice I pursue is too extreme. I will reflect on it properly. Seeing that Sweet Mask was scared out of his wits, King waved his hand, no longer interested in teasing the guy, and turned to leave. Go back and think again whether the extreme justice you pursue is truly correct, and whether it truly fits you. Chapter 98, Chapter 99, Only This Will Do. 806 words. Chapter 99, Only This Will Do. Watching King walk away, the A-class and B-class heroes looked at one another in bewilderment. As expected of Mr. King, every word he speaks is so philosophical. We can't let Mr. King down. Let's start the search right away. There should still be some surviving aliens aboard the ship. Right. Mr. King has already lectured us so earnestly, if we start another pointless argument, we'll only disappoint him. With a few quick words, the heroes rallied and surged into the spaceship, hunting for any alien soldiers who might still be alive. Sweet Mask, meanwhile, stood as if struck by lightning, eyes vacant. He stared blankly at King's receding figure, that calm sentence echoing endlessly in his mind. Am I really wrong? Has the justice I pursue already turned into obsession? Sweet Mask sank into self-doubt. He had always believed it his duty to kill every monster, convinced all monsters were evil and deserved death. Yet he had gradually forgotten that he himself was a monster, proof enough that his former view was mistaken. At the thought, Sweet Mask felt nauseated. He remembered his monster form and the creed he had upheld for so many years. Slowly he raised a hand, the razor-sharp edge aiming at his own neck, his eyes growing wilder. If I'm to prove my belief correct, only this remains. His breathing quickened, the blade gathered force, inching closer until droplets of blood seeped from his skin. He had always been fanatical, or perhaps every monster carried a share of obsession and distortion. The strongest man on Earth had effortlessly rejected the justice he had defended for years, and the reason given was irrefutable. But Sweet Mask refused to accept it. He wanted to prove his justice right. Every monster had to die, every monster was evil, every monster deserved damnation. Since I'm a monster too, then I should also die. Just as he prepared to slash, an aged hand seized his arm and a weary sigh sounded beside his ear. Good grief, youngsters these days, so rash. A tiny setback and you're ready to die. Be content like this old man. Startled, Sweet Mask looked over, surprise flashed in his eyes. Silver Fang? Why are you here? Bang studied Sweet Mask, whose gaze still held obsession, and frowned. This fellow seems to be possessed by an inner demon. A inner demon is simply a hurdle the heart can't clear. Resting nearby, Bang had heard every word King said. He understood that King's lesson clashed violently with Sweet Mask's beliefs, yet Sweet Mask had to admit King was right, causing a fatal error in his code. Before Bang could speak, Saitama, who had been staring at the sky, finally lost patience and strolled over. Hearing footsteps, Sweet Mask turned and, spotting a bald head gleaming in the sun, asked in puzzlement. One Punch Man? When did you arrive? What do you want? Saitama's mouth was still full of the Hero Association's battle snack consolation. He swallowed twice before answering unhurriedly. I just saw you trying to kill yourself. Why? Don't you want to live? The bald Demon King's simple question became the blade that pierced Sweet Mask's heart. His face twisted, he clutched his blue hair, eyes bloodshot. What choice do I have? I want to wipe out every monster, yet even King says I'm wrong, and I can't refute him. If so, my reason to exist is denied. Only by ending my life can I prove I'm right, only then can I uphold my creed. Facing Sweet Mask's roar, Saitama merely crunched another chip, patted his shoulder, and mumbled. Then just prove your worth instead. Show that even without that creed you still matter to this world, why die to prove a point? The words cut Sweet Mask off mid-cry, he could say nothing more. Saitama patted him again, wiped a bit of chip seasoning onto his costume, and walked away with a smile. I'm no shrink, you'll have to sort it out yourself. CYA. Bang had wanted to add something, but decided Saitama had said enough. He too patted Sweet Mask's other shoulder and left. Sweet Mask stood frozen, his worldview shaken. Prove my worth. Even if I stop slaughtering monsters, can I still prove I'm a hero? He remained motionless, speechless, the sea inside him surging. More than 10 minutes passed. Sweet Mask was still on standby, the clash of ideals churning his thoughts. Other heroes saw this and clicked their tongues in irritation. Is this guy going to work or not? Yeah, standing there like some brooding statue, who's he trying to impress? Forget him. If he gets mad and punches us, we're done, his A-class rank 1, we can't win. H. Let him try starting something while we're on search duty. Unless he's a monster, he won't break discipline. A-class first place or not. Chapter 99, Chapter 100, Immortal and Indestructible. 1003 words. Chapter 100, Immortal and Indestructible. Welcome home. With the sound of the smart Ari's voice, King returned to his den, one of the few places where he could completely relax. After confirming that fellow Genos hadn't followed him, King finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great, that guy didn't follow. I finally have time to enjoy my private space. King flopped straight onto the soft bed, sprawled out in the shape of the character Mu without any regard for his image. Hiss, it really hurts. Feeling the tearing pain coming from his entire body, King grimaced in agony. In fact, he wasn't some saint who didn't fear pain. The self-healing after every injury was usually accompanied by intense pain. Especially after opening the death gate, every muscle in his body felt a constant tearing pain. To avoid being affected by pain during battle, King would use his blood and chi to compress his pain nerves, causing a temporary loss of sensation. However, this technique couldn't be used for long. It could only be sustained for half an hour at most, as further compression would affect the neural interaction system. From the start of his battle with Boros until his return home, over 20 minutes had passed, and he had released the compression of his pain nerves. F***CK. It hurts like hell. Every muscle in his body was constantly squirming, with countless muscle fibers tearing and restructuring, becoming even tougher through this repeated process of destruction and renewal. He could feel a more powerful force surging from his cells, continuously filling his formidable physical body. That's right, King had broken through another layer of his limiter. The limiter was something that was either never broken or broken countless times. Either one never breaks it until death, or after breaking it once, growth becomes much easier. The nature of the fight with Boros was different from the one with Saitama. The reason his sparring with the Bald Demon King allowed him to break his limiter was purely because King had been beaten to a pulp so many times. Every time he was crushed, he hovered on the brink of life and death, thereby breaking the shackles of his genes. In this battle with Boros, King gradually realized his own strength and fused with his body's potential during the fight, naturally breaking through the second limiter. King lay on the bed, staring at the white ceiling. The tearing pain couldn't interfere with his thoughts at this moment. Although the original work didn't describe it in such detail, the reason Saitama, the Bald Demon King, became so powerful was likely because he broke through numerous limiters in battle after battle. Saitama was just an ordinary person when he still had hair, but through repeated life-and-death battles and persistent effort, he grew and broke through layer after layer of limiters, finally becoming the invincible Bald Demon King. After all, if he had only relied on 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day, he would at most have gained a healthy body, not such overwhelming power. By the way, when he slew Boros, what did the system broadcast? With a thought from King, a faint blue data panel appeared before him. He found the system's broadcast history and clicked on the message from a few dozen minutes ago. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the cosmic overlord Boros, obtaining 5,000 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a being above dragon level for the first time, obtaining 2 random passive skills and 2,000 attribute points. Hey. Seeing these 2 rewards, King's eyes widened slightly. So generous. As expected of the experienced baby, Boros. Compared to the 7,000 attribute points, the 2 brand new passive skills were what King valued most. He instinctively prepared to open his data panel, but before doing so, his hand, which was about to touch the faint blue panel, stopped in mid-air. System, add 4,000 points to strength and 3,000 points to spirit. No joke, he definitely had to add the free attribute points first and then open his data panel with a flourish. That was the only way it would feel satisfying. Name, King. Gender, male. Abilities, King Engine, Super Speed Healing, Fine Control, Energy Control, Soul Immortality, Adapt to Heaven and Earth. Strength, 22,500. Speed, 17,000. Stamina, 15,000. Defense, 13,000. Spirit, 7,000. Note, the standard for entering dragon level is for all attributes to reach 1,000. Looking at the pleasing attributes, King nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, he was becoming more and more like a stat monster. His gaze fell upon the skill bar. Looking at the newly added, Soul Immortality, and, Adapt to Heaven and Earth, the detailed skill descriptions surfaced in his mind. Soul immortality. When the host's physical body is obliterated, the soul will carry the consciousness and exist outside the body. It can work in conjunction with super speed healing to recondense the physical body from a soul state. The moment he saw the description of this ability, King bounced straight off the bed, his eyes filled with shock. This passive skill could be said to have surprised him immensely. Holy crap! Does this mean I now have an immortal body? Previously, King's physical body couldn't be obliterated. As long as he had a shred of stamina, he could recover. But his weakness lay in his consciousness. If King were to be completely slain in an instant, giving him no time to recover his body, he would be dead for good. For example, if the bald demon King Saitama hit him with a serious punch, there was a high probability he would actually die. But it was different now. Even if his physical body was blown into a blood mist, King could still recondense his body through the consciousness wrapped within his soul. The first skill had given him such a huge surprise. What about the second one? With an excited heart, King looked at the description of the second skill. Chapter 100, Chapter 101, The Most Damnable Puri. 869 words. Chapter 101, The Most Damnable Puri Prisoner. Adapt to heaven and earth. Your body will acclimate to every extreme environment, including but not limited to ultra-high or ultra-low temperatures, oxygen-free or pure oxygen atmospheres, and toxic surroundings. It also grants a degree of adaptation to any form of attack. Holy shit! King reread the skill description and couldn't stop a national curse from slipping out. With this, he could fight in any extreme environment and even cruise through the starry sky without effort. Why settle for the strongest man on Earth when he could be the strongest man in space? Most important, the core of adapt to heaven and earth wasn't merely surviving harsh environments, it granted adaptation to every kind of attack. Meaning, whether it was mental, physical, or magical, as long as the strike didn't kill him outright, King could gradually grow resistant to it. Looking at the two new passives he'd gained, King's grin nearly split his face. These two passives had skyrocketed his survivability to the point of near unkillability. Barring surprises, the One-Punch Man world likely held no one who could kill him now, not even the bald demon king, Saitama. Unknown gods were excluded, of course. The original work had never revealed their abilities. Not bad, this run's completely maxed out. Thanks for the giant EXP bag, Boros. The praise came from the heart. Without Boros willingly sacrificing himself, where would all these insane rewards have come from? Truly worthy of a cosmic overlord, even his death loot was this rich. Feeling the torrential power coursing through him, King's fists itched again. Time to find the bald demon king and have it out once more. King jerked upright, then collapsed right back with a groan as muscles tore in agony, arms and legs splayed in a wooden tree shape across the bed. Forget it. Lie down a while longer. The rush of rewards had made him forget he was still in post-death gate exhaustion. Just then, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Hey, I've got a plan. Psychic power surged out. King levitated, a pale green glow wrapping him as the power bore him along. His muscles didn't have to move, so the tearing pain never came. The ache would fade in 10 minutes tops, until then he'd coast on psychic power. With that thought, he made the gamepad hover, switched the console on, and started pressing buttons telekinetically. Any outsider seeing it would have rubbed their eyes in disbelief. From an ordinary viewer's angle, a tall blonde man drifted like a zombie while a gamepad floated in front of him, every button dancing on its own. Thus King, for the first time, played the AAA masterpiece, Only Hate, with pure mind power. Half an hour later, even the gaming ace king had blue veins popping on his forehead. TCH, all those variable timed slashes, and sometimes the hitboxes don't even match the effect. I dodged at the perfect angle and still got cut. A forced story death. Where's the fun in that? Damn it. I try to talk to an NPC and the cursor locks onto the sow in the pig pen. Meanwhile, in Saitama's apartment. The shiny-domed Saitama scratched his backside, lounged in casual homeware, and sprawled before the TV, lazily channel surfing. An opened bag of tomato-flavored chips lay beside him. He chewed mechanically, eyes vacant. So boring. After the alien invasion was dealt with, The S-Class heroes had returned to guard their own cities, Saitama included. Thanks to King's advance warning, Boros's arrival hadn't cost a city many lives, only a few skyscrapers were wrecked. The incident had hugely boosted the Hero Association's prestige. People now trusted the association more than the government, and S-Class popularity soared. Especially One Punch Man Saitama. While 5 S-Class heroes each fought one of Melzargard's clones, he alone one-punched his into oblivion without blinking. Rumors spread that he might be the top contender after the strongest man on Earth, King. Hence the growing army of bald heads on the streets. Saitama's fans wore their smooth scalps with pride, just as Tank Top Master's followers loved their tank tops. Watching the news recap of the alien attack, Saitama only yawned. Aliens destroy Earth? Doesn't feel like it. King offed their boss all by himself. What now? He rolled over, pondering his next move. Hit the supermarket for some high-grade beef and make hot pot, or drop by King's place for a game. In the bald demon King's mind, only those two things could spark a flicker of interest. Especially gaming with King, though he got thrashed every time, at least he felt alive while playing. Yet the superbrain of the bald demon King failed to sense the crisis creeping toward him, just outside the prison walls. Boom! A sharp hand chop sliced the prison wall, rubble exploded sky-high. A slim, dark-haired, androgynous figure vaulted out and sprinted without hesitation. Speed so extreme that ordinary eyes caught only after images. Within minutes the escapee had crossed dozens of miles, a black-white streak tearing through the space. Yes, Sonic, freshly broken out of jail. Wind howled past as Sonic fought back tears, humiliation and hatred erupting inside. I'm out. I'll kill you all, Saitama. King. And the most damnable Puri prisoner. Chapter 101. Chapter 102. It was you, bastard. 648 words. Chapter 102. It was you, bastard. Recalling those unbearable days behind bars, Speedo Sound Sonic's once delicate face twisted further, teeth grinding audibly. Ever since Puri prisoner had mistaken him for a girl and lost interest, life in prison had been paradise for Sonic. Not only could he train alone in the dim cell, perfect for a shadow-crawling ninja, but he was also excused from labor. Puri prisoner believed that with so many burly men around, letting a frail girl work would be a stain on their manly honor. Sonic had assumed this idyllic incarceration would last until he mapped the guards' routines and engineered an escape. He never imagined a single offhand remark would hurl him from heaven straight into hell. Even now, those words echo through his soul. Boss, you said he's only got one of the 3 pieces, so you tagged him as a girl, but that feels off. He may have lost 2/3, but he still keeps that last third. By your own rule, boss, the more jade looks like glass, the higher its value. If it's really glass, it's worthless. So think about it, he's holding on to 1/3, he's not glass, just jade infinitely close to glass. That's premium value. In short, Puri prisoner had ruled that after losing 2 demon pills, Sonic was now female. To the lackey, though, a gun still remained, the purest trap, infinitely near a girl yet not won to perfection. Sonic couldn't read Puri prisoner's mind, but he saw the man's eyes sparkle like stars. From that day on, Sonic's happiness ended. Puri prisoner visited daily for kisses, hugs, and lifts. Each time that raw manliness engulfed him, Sonic's face contorted in agony. Especially when those erect chest hairs stabbed his cheeks, pain physical and mental. His lower body injuries hadn't healed, any sudden move tore the wound, and daily confinement left no chance to run. Thus the proud, gloomy ninja was arranged daily by the muscle-bound Puri prisoner. The man never crossed the final line, yet the endless affection shattered Sonic's sanity. Until today, finally today. With Puri prisoner away on some hero business, Sonic burst out, risking reopened wounds to unleash top speed. After days of rest his lower body had nearly mended, and the flames of vengeance roared. Kill. Kill. I, Speedo Sound Sonic, will never forget the humiliation you dealt me. Pedestrians felt only a sudden gale, catching no glimpse of the blur that shot past. Effortlessly vaulting the warning rail, Sonic entered Z-City Ghost Town. Worth noting, even as an S-Class hero with a fat paycheck, Saitama still hadn't moved out. First, he was used to it. Second, free utilities were nice. Guided by memory, Sonic halted before a shabby apartment. He sensed it, the Baldy's aura inside. He slipped back into his pitch-black ninja suit, purple scarf at the neck, black hair whipping as he grinned and drew a dozen tiny black spheres. En route he'd raided his secret base for full gear, eager for revenge. If he was going to settle scores, he'd start by erasing the man's home. His grin widened, he hurled the explosive pellets skyward. Under precise ninja control, the bombs arced to encircle Saitama's entire dwelling. Boom boom boom. A deafening chain of blasts sent a small mushroom cloud rising amid black smoke. Sonic had already retreated 100 meters, hand on his sword hilt, watching the smoke with a smirk. Come on, Saitama, show me what you've got. In the next instant a violent pressure burst from the cloud's center, scattering smoke and flame. Hey, what gives? Gas leak. A voice thick with irritation. Saitama fanned the air, staring dumbfounded at the wreckage. Seeing his brand new TV and author-signed manga reduced to ash, his face darkened. Suddenly he looked up, locking eyes with Sonic atop the distant building. He sniffed, caught the faint gunpowder on Sonic's right hand, and his expression turned icy. It was you, bastard. Chapter 102, Chapter 103, New. 825 words. Chapter 103, New. Saitama had never been this furious. Since losing every strand of hair and becoming the strongest, he'd never felt rage surge through him with such force. Whether he was being trounced at rock paper scissors by Bang or getting styled on in video games with King, Saitama's annoyance had always carried more stubborn disbelief at his repeated losses than genuine anger. But now, staring at the television that had kept him company for years, the author-autographed manga he'd queued forever to snag, the brand new air conditioner he'd just blown his savings on, plus the burst water pipes and severed cables. Saitama's composure shattered. In that instant he saw free water and power overhead, crowned by a halo, drifting gently toward heaven. Sonic, why the hell did you blow up my apartment for no reason? You think that's funny? For once the bald Demon King got Sonic's name right, veins bulging across his smooth scalp as killing intent exploded from him without restraint. Sonic had achieved his goal of enraging Saitama, the corners of his mouth curled, his eyes brimming with the joy of successful revenge. That's it, hate me, savor my vengeance. He opened his mouth to taunt, but his gaze met Saitama's eyes. In the next heartbeat Sonic froze, as though plunged into an icy abyss. In his perception the whole world turned crimson, boundless, violent killing intent rolled off the furious bald man, every cell in Sonic's body shrieking in terror. Death, 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 absolutely no way to survive. The mind of a well-trained ninja held no plan of escape or attack, only a primal death warning klaxon. SHK. Sonic ripped the long blade from his waist and slashed his own thigh. As blood spurted from the wound he regained control of his body. Are you kidding me? How can this baldy be that strong? Without hesitation he reached behind his back, produced a dozen black throwing stars from nowhere, and hurled them at Saitama. Guided by a ninja's precision, the stars carved different arcs through the air, surrounding Saitama. They sliced the wind, leaving sharp trails as they sped toward the back of his head, the crown of his skull, his neck, his heart, every lethal point. Having done that, Sonic didn't press the attack. He spun and fled, vanishing in a blur. I'm not fully recovered, another day. Don't think I'm scared of you. He blamed his cowardice on his unhealed body. Once he recuperated, he told himself, he'd thrash Saitama. Yeah, that's definitely it. A metallic clang rang out behind him. Sonic glanced back to see a gleaming bald scalp closing the distance at terrifying speed. Too furious for ninja games, Saitama swatted every star aside with one sweep of his hand. His monstrous strength let him outpace Sonic by an absurd margin. In the blink of an eye he was upon him. Crap. Sonic never imagined the speed he prided himself on would be crushed by an ordinary-looking bald man. Knowing he couldn't outrun him, Sonic drew his long blade. Its edge flashed coldly as he slashed at Saitama. Feeling the wind at his neck, Saitama tilted his head, opened wide, and clamped his teeth on the blade. Crack. The sound of breaking metal filled the air, yet it wasn't Saitama's teeth that shattered, but Sonic's painstakingly forged sword. As shards rained down, a chill ran the length of Sonic's spine. Panic seized him for the first time. Is this guy even human? The thought had barely formed when a powerful hand seized his collar, and a devilish voice growled in his ear. Got you. Pay for every bit of damage, you vandalizing bastard. Before Sonic could react, a fist smashed into his face, his eyes rolling back as he nearly blacked out. Yet the bald Demon King wielded strength with surgical precision. Despite possessing world-ending force, he could pummel someone infinitely weaker without killing him. Sonic was swallowed by a storm of red after-images, his face beaten black and blue. Seeing the state he was in, Saitama froze mid-punch, sighed in resignation, and released Sonic's collar. Ah, forget it. Let's talk compensation. You blew up my apartment. How much are you going to pay? Before he could finish, Sonic darted back the instant the grip loosened, scooping up his broken blade. A black afterimage streaked through the void as Sonic appeared above Saitama, blade pointing downward in free fall, aiming to plant it in the bald head. Recalling the humiliations of prison, the daily nightmare existence, all caused by this baldy and that king. Die, Saitama. I'll kill you, hidden blade slash. Saitama glanced up, stepped back 2 paces, and raised his fist toward the sky, holding it there. Sonic's pupils shrank as he spotted where his body was heading. Alarm bells screamed in his skull. No way, this landing zone is wrong, what the hell? With eyes wide in horror, he watched the spot between his legs descend toward that waiting fist. No. No 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 no. New. Chapter 103, Chapter 104, it definitely is. 1096 words. Chapter 104, it definitely is. Legend has it that a long time ago, a pillar that reached the heavens stood in the mortal world, surrounded by equally massive boulders. Until later, a hairless man appeared. With just a casual punch, he struck the massive boulders until they were riddled with cracks. After the bald man, a blond man appeared. His subsequent attack directly shattered the towering boulders into pieces. Thus, the pillar that reached the heavens was left with nothing surrounding it. Then, the bald man who first damaged the boulders reappeared and threw another punch. The pillar that reached the heavens finally couldn't hold on anymore and snapped. The moment of impact with the fist, Sonic's face instantly turned pale, and a shrill, miserable scream echoed through the skies. He was in so much pain that she kept rolling on the ground, his body trembling violently, his eyes bloodshot. Here again? Why hit here again? Can't you damn people hit somewhere else? Sonic's heart was filled with unparalleled anger, and the intense pain surged like waves, one after another, making him almost lose control of his body. Seeing the screaming Sonic, Saitama seemed to feel that he had gone a bit too far this time. He awkwardly reached out his hand. Do you want me to call an ambulance? We can discuss the compensation later. What do you think? However, in this state, Sonic could no longer hear any words. Various emotions churned in his heart like a mangekyou. The humiliation and torture of being sent to prison, the unwillingness of failing his revenge, and the intense pain from being struck in his mysterious location, all sorts of emotions were battering Sonic's psyche. If it were an ordinary person with a weak will, they would have 100% turned into a monster in the next second, only to be smashed into monster fragments by a punch from the bald Demon King. But who was Sonic? As one of the beings who ended the 44th class, his mind was naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people. A second before his mind showed signs of distortion, Sonic's brain automatically triggered a protection mechanism, and he rolled his eyes and fainted. The shrill screams that had been ringing in his ears stopped abruptly, making Saitama feel a bit unaccustomed to the silence. He leaned down, looked at the unconscious Sonic, and scratched his head. Hey, really fainted? Speaking of which, this guy's face looks so familiar. He felt like he had seen it somewhere, like it had appeared in the public eye. Just as Saitama was staring at Sonic's face and thinking, the S-Class Hero dedicated communicator suddenly rang. A ninja suspected of having S-Class Hero combat power has escaped from prison. According to satellite detection, the target is believed to have fled into Z-City. S-Class Heroes currently in Z-City, please proceed quickly to provide support. Below is the appearance and identity information of the ninja. After seeing the released wanted notice, Saitama looked at his phone screen and then at the unconscious Sonic. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. So you escaped from prison. In that case, I'll just send you back. Saitama grabbed Sonic by the back of the neck. The ninja known for his speed was now like a limp dead fish, letting Saitama pick him up like a little chick. Upon seeing the reward amount on the wanted notice, a rare smile appeared on the corner of Saitama's mouth, and most of the displeasure in his heart dissipated. Not bad. I didn't expect your bounty to be quite high. This way, you don't have to pay for the damages yourself. The Hero Association will pay for you. The ground beneath his feet shattered instantly. Saitama's incredibly powerful physical body strength exploded as he soared into the air, carrying Sonic as he turned into a yellow stream of light, racing toward the Hero Association. By the time he returned, he saw a tall blonde man standing at his doorstep, or rather, the doorstep of the ruins. Yo, King, why are you here? Did you come to play games? Unfortunately, the game console was also burned to a crisp. The person who came was King. He was originally lounging at home when he received the broadcast on the S-Class Hero communicator. He immediately realized that the Sonic he had personally thrown into prison had escaped and hadn't come looking for him. Therefore, King determined that Sonic would only have two goals after coming out, either find him or find Saitama. When he arrived at the scene, he only saw a mess. Both Saitama and Sonic had vanished. Saitama squatted in front of the pile of author-signed manga bookshelves that were almost burned clean, pulling his legs to his chest and burying his head in his knees. Yes, even the usually optimistic bald Demon King was feeling a bit depressed at this moment. These author-signed manga books were obtained by him specifically going to autograph sessions and waiting in line for a long time, and he had even gone back several times. In the end, they were burned into a pile of ash. Even Saitama felt a faint sadness. The sharp-eyed King saw some bloodstains remaining on the ground and roughly understood what had happened. It was nothing more than Sonic being eager for revenge and blowing up the bald Demon King's house, only to be beaten up and likely thrown back into prison. It hurts. I feel like my whole body hurts. What's going on? This was the first thought after Sonic opened her eyes. She felt as if she had been beaten in her sleep, her whole body was in pain. Then, a magnetic voice rang in her ear, gentle and soft, yet it made Sonic shudder. You're awake. You are already a qualified girl now. What the hell? As soon as these words were spoken, Sonic felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She reached out in terror to feel. Yup, Sonic is now officially a she. But in the next moment, something absurd enough to shatter her worldview was presented before her eyes. Gone. It was gone. The mysterious location she had touched for decades had vanished from Sonic's perception, and she could no longer feel it at all. Are you kidding me? It must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. I must still be unconscious because of the heavy injuries. It must be. It definitely is. Poor Sonic. Let's have a little quiet moment for him, huh? Chapter 104, Chapter 105, Justice for Sonic. 1223 words. Chapter 105, Justice for Sonic. To be honest, Sonic wasn't overly sensitive about whether he was male or female. After all, in his eyes, as long as one could become a good ninja, either gender was fine. But having been a boy for so many years, Sonic and his little brother had known each other since birth. Now, a sudden tragedy had struck, his brother was suddenly dead. For a moment, panicked screams filled the cell. Sonic had never felt such humiliation, and his eyes were instantly bloodshot. Where is my brother? I can't feel his existence anymore. No. What made Sonic break down was that if he had simply turned from a man into a woman, he might have been able to barely accept it. But the problem was that now, Sonic had not only lost his dignity as a man but also lacked the symbols of a woman. He was now a freak who was neither male nor female. Seeing his long-cherished sweetheart in such pain, a flash of heartache crossed Puri prisoner's eyes, which were filled with tenderness, and he strode forward. By the time the grieving Sonic reacted, it was too late. An incredibly thick masculine aura rushed toward him. In an instant, Sonic felt as if his face had been hit head-on by countless steel needles. A strong sense of compression came from his entire body, and the tough chest hair pricked his face, making him almost suffocate. Puri Puri prisoner spoke, his tone filled with heartache and pity. It's okay, honey. Although your current form is no longer my preferred target, I will still love you. I won't let you feel cold-hearted. After all, my love for every little sweetheart is deep. Hearing these words, Sonic, who was already somewhat suffocated by Puri Puri prisoner's intense hug, suddenly felt a surge of anger rush to his heart. Who the hell wants your love? You damn muscular freak. Let go of me now. Why am I suffering this level of ultimate humiliation? But these words could only be thought in his heart, because now even Sonic's mouth was blocked. His entire person was buried in powerful pectoral muscles, making it impossible to breathe. This intense hug lasted for over 2 minutes. During this time, Puri Puri prisoner continuously expounded on his philosophy of love while never stopping to express his deep love for his little sweethearts. Tilda finally finished. Now, little sweetheart, you know how passionate my love for you is, right? Hey. Little sweetheart, what's wrong with you? Puri Puri prisoner released his arms and looked in panic at Sonic, who had already rolled his eyes back and was foaming at the mouth. Oh no. It's all my fault for being too moved. I actually forgot that you couldn't breathe in my angel hug, honey. I must make up for my mistake. Puri Puri prisoner carefully laid the unconscious Sonic flat on the cold, damp cell floor, then leaned down, his sturdy muscles twitching with his movements. Moi tilde. Tien. Kya cough I mean, nu. Puri Puri prisoner puckered his thick, sexy lips, and his stubbly chin drew closer and closer to Sonic's fair and handsome face. That's right, the remedy he spoke of was to use his love-filled artificial respiration to wake up the unconscious little sweetheart. At the moment they were about to touch, Sonic seemed to sense some kind of danger. He frowned and then opened his eyes in confusion. The moment he opened his eyes, what came into view was a pair of large, sexy red lips that occupied almost his entire field of vision. Ah! Don't come near me. Having just woken up, Sonic's mental state collapsed once again. At this moment, Sonic not only felt an intense loathing for the muscular gay man Puri Puri prisoner in front of him, but even more so for the bald demon King Saitama and King. The former had brought him an unprecedented level of extreme humiliation, while the latter two were even more wicked, having directly revoked his male license. Fuck. Watching Puri Puri prisoner get closer and closer, endless despair flashed in Sonic's eyes as the painful experiences of the recent past resurfaced in his heart. Gwa. Don't come near me. You damn gay guy. Oh Tilda, you're even flirting by talking tough. You really understand me Tilda, as expected of a little sweetheart Tilda. Tien. Seriously, Author-sama is so ruthless to Sonic. 3 days later. City Z remained prosperous and bustling. Even though it was one of the cities with the highest frequency of monster appearances, people didn't feel much fear. This was simply because 2 highly popular S-class heroes were stationed in this city. In the eyes of the public, no matter how powerful a monster descended upon this city, it would be easily dealt with by the 2 of them. S-class rank 5, known as the strongest man on the surface of the earth, King, possessed countless legendary battle records to date and was even hailed as the hidden S-class rank 1. S-class rank 10, One Punch Man, the fastest promoted S-class hero since the founding of the Hero Association. It was said that he killed any enemy he encountered in a single punch, and his signature bald head was sought after by countless people. It was worth mentioning that after the recent Boros invasion incident, the Hero Association had witnessed Saitama's powerful strength in killing Melzargard's clones with one punch and decided to raise his ranking once again. As for why King's ranking didn't change much, only moving up by 1 spot, the reason was also very simple. The high-level executives of the Hero Association believed that King had defeated the leader of the alien warship during this invasion incident. And his own popularity was already nearly number 1 in the Hero Association, with only a slight gap from the top-ranked Sweet Mask, making him a national idol of society. The titles of the top 4 S-class ranks were no longer just symbols of pure strength, but also connections to certain interests. The S-class rank 1, Blast, remained unshakable to this day. In fact, even most of the high-level executives didn't know why a hero who had been missing for 2 years was placed in first place. S-Class Rank 2, Tatsumaki, was the best model worker since the founding of the Hero Association. She was busy every day dealing with various powerful monster disasters and had the highest appearance rate among the public. For this spirit of hard work and for killing so many monsters, her ranking as S-Class Rank 2 was well deserved. S-Class Rank 3, Bang, was somewhat special, not just because of his powerful strength and excellent battle record, but also because Bang was a martial arts grandmaster renowned throughout the entire martial arts world. He alone represented the support of the martial arts community. S-Class Rank 4, Atomic Samurai, as a premier master swordsman, his powerful strength was certainly part of his fourth-place ranking, and he represented the Council of Swordmasters behind him. Therefore, in the eyes of the Hero Association's high-level executives, based solely on his contribution this time and the powerful strength King displayed, there was no problem with him being ranked 5th. After all, from the beginning, the Hero Association's rankings were not based on pure strength, but were determined by various factors such as contribution, popularity, and strength. Chapter 105, Chapter 106. Why do you get to be the Monster King? 1035 words. Chapter 106. Why do you get to be the Monster King? As for the matter of the ranking changes, King and Saitama, the protagonists, didn't care at all. At this moment, all their attention was focused on the game console in front of them. King consistently operated with one hand, even letting his other 4 fingers rest, using only his index finger to constantly flick across the console. His other hand would occasionally pick up a cola or potato chips, looking completely calm and relaxed, as if he weren't playing a tense and exciting fighting game. On the other hand, Saitama was going all out, his eyes intensely focused on the screen, gripping the controller tightly for fear of missing a single detail. Left punch high damage. Right punch high damage. Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, B, A. Didn't see that coming, King. This is the latest combo I specifically looked up online and practiced. Watch me insta-kill you with one set. On the screen, the character Saitama was controlling, following a series of rhythmic button presses, launched a rising dragon punch wreathed in flames toward the little lowly controlled by King. The power of this strike was extremely fierce. If it hit directly, the health bar of the little lowly King was controlling would be emptied instantly, and he would lose the match. However, facing this certain kill strike, King didn't dodge backward as Saitama expected, but chose to stand still. Ho ho! Have you finally chosen to give up? Watching the flaming rising dragon punch get closer and closer, Saitama couldn't help but smile, a flicker of the joy of victory finally flashing in his eyes. Could it be that after playing hundreds of fighting games, I'm finally going to win once? Am I finally going to defeat King? And in the very next moment, at the instant the two game characters collided, King's index finger turned into an afterimage, tapping rapidly on the console's surface, pressing over a dozen different buttons in quick succession. This wave of continuous clicks was smooth as flowing water, as if his body had practiced it countless times. King even used his other hand to grab a cola while pulling off the combo, not fighting seriously at all. In the next second, the little lowly King controlled struck a blocking pose. At the same time, her ultimate move's energy bar was depleted, and a light shield appeared on her body. Something miraculous happened. The flaming rising dragon punch ultimate move unleashed by Saitama's character actually reflected back onto himself after touching the light shield, emptying his health bar on the spot. Damn it! Why did I lose again? I don't believe it, again. Saitama let out a painful roar, his smooth, braised egg-like head turning slightly red with anger as he started a second round with a face full of defiance. King glanced at the already frustrated Saitama, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, and then he spread his hands. How about this, Saitama? I'll let you hit me however you want, and when I'm down to my last drop of health, I'll fight you with just one finger. What do you think? Saitama. The bald demon king, who prided himself on having no emotions, felt the emotion of humiliation spreading through his mind for the first time. Let me beat you down to one drop of health, and then you insta-kill me with one finger. Are you kidding me? Fine, don't say I'm bullying you. You're definitely losing this time, King. Watching the struggling Saitama, King took a sip of cola, feeling a bit helpless. Because the bald demon king's home had been bombed into ruins by a certain ninja who had lost his manhood license, he had nowhere to live for the time being. The Hero Association promised to help Saitama rebuild his house for free and pledged to reconnect the previous water and electricity lines. This was undoubtedly good news for Saitama. He was used to living in that place and didn't really want to move. Besides, what Saitama missed the most would always be the free water and electricity. Gino stood behind the two of them, watching the leisurely king and the serious Saitama, his pen scratching away as he took notes in his notebook. Facing Mr. Saitama's 358th challenge, the leisureliness shown by Teacher King precisely proves that this is a vital part of the gambit between powerhouses. Only by firmly believing one is invincible, only by confirming one can take on all difficulties and win no matter how perilous the conditions, is the mindset of a true powerhouse. Meanwhile, as King and Saitama were in the middle of their passionate gaming battle, undercurrents were already surging beneath City Z. Countless orderly pipes spread deep underground, eventually leading to a massive cavern. Inside the cavern, hundreds of powerful monsters sat in their respective seats, their eyes all fixed on the high platform in the center. On the high platform, a fat, one-eyed monster about 4 or 5 meters tall, with a pink body, stood giving a speech. I presume you have all seen the earth-shattering battle between King, the strongest man on Earth, and the alien leader. His strength far exceeds our imagination. It is a power beyond human comprehension. However, stopping abruptly, Gyuro pointed dozens of arms from all over its body toward the massive creature on its right. As long as our monster King Orokai is here, whether it's the strongest man on Earth, King, the Queen of Espers, Tatsumaki, or the recently famous One Punch Man, they will all have to bow down. Beside Gyuro, the hideous monster King Orokai stood by the edge of the platform, dozens of snake-like tentacles on his body thrashing about, his eyes full of tyranny and indifference as he scanned all the monsters present. Sensing the formidable power of monster King Orokai, the vast majority of the monsters present bowed their heads deeply. Just then, a discordant voice drifted into the ears of everyone present. Oi, 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 why do you get to be the Monster King? TN, will there also be face-slapping among the monsters? Chapter 106, Chapter 107, this saves a lot of trouble. 1168 words. Chapter 107, this saves a lot of trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Gyuro, who had been delivering a passionate speech with his right hand raised at a 45-degree angle, also stopped talking, and his single massive eye couldn't help but squint. Oh! Who has an objection? Does someone disagree with Lord Orokai holding the position of Monster King? Me, of course. That arrogant voice rang out again. This time, the monsters finally heard it clearly. The voice was coming from among the dragon-level executives at the highest point. In his seat, a small, black, humanoid creature with a simple art style was staring at Orokai with a face full of disdain. The only reason I joined this so-called monster association was simply to team up and eliminate the Hero Association, not to have some so-called monster king suddenly appear over my head. I don't accept this guy. This very small black monster was none other than the dragon-level executive, Black Sperm. Beside Black Sperm, other dragon-level monsters with equally powerful auras sat in their seats, looking down at Gyuro and Monster King Orokai. A monster over 10 meters tall, with a very sturdy build, skin covered in black, and dozens of crimson pupils on his head, sat upright in his seat. Dragon-level executive, Goketsu. To the right of Black Sperm, a slender yellow cat-like monster was yawning lazily. His already thin body looked as if it were made of water, and his sharp claws glinted with a chilling light. Dragon-level executive, Yin. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Are you mocking my face? A furious voice rang out. Everyone looked toward the source and saw that in the dragon-level executive section, an extremely hideous, large human with thinning hair had already stood up, his clothes nearly bursting from his surging muscles. Dragon-level executive, Fura Ugly. How boring. Just a bunch of ants bowing before God, bickering pointlessly all day. Beside Fura Ugly, a scruffer-looking ordinary human leaned lazily back in his chair. He had unshaven stubble on his chin, messy hair covering his head, and a tattered cape draped over his back. But none of the monsters present dared to underestimate him, for this guy possessed terrifying destructive power, capable of destroying a city with a wave of his hand. Dragon-level executive, homeless emperor. Gurgle-gak. An unintelligible cry reached the monster's ears. A strange creature that looked like a large soup dumpling, with short limbs, no facial features, and only a giant mouth, rolled around occasionally in the dragon-level executive section. Dragon-level executive, gums. Although these 6 dragon-level executives were all doing different things, their pressure was simultaneously directed at the massive presence in the center of the arena, Monster King Orokai. Clearly, none of the dragon-level executives wanted a Monster King to suddenly appear over their heads and suppress them. As for why only 6 dragon-level executives were present, the reason was simple. As a dragon-level executive, Elder Centipede was just too damn big. Even if the Monster Association were expanded several times over, it likely wouldn't fit the entire Elder Centipede, so he naturally couldn't attend the meeting. And Rover, another powerful dragon-level executive, was a disobedient fellow who refused to sit quietly in his seat. Guro had no choice but to let him run wild in his own territory. As for evil natural water, this thing had no brains at all, so calling it to a meeting was useless. Guro scanned the 6 dragon-level executives who were emitting pressure, thinking to himself that things were looking bad. This is troublesome. I knew these unruly monsters wouldn't acknowledge Monster King Orokai so easily, but I didn't expect such strong rejection. The main task right now isn't an internal war, but solving external conflicts together. Thinking of this, Guro spoke, his somewhat eerie and feminine voice echoing throughout the hollow. Since everyone has such strong objections, then after we deal with the Hero Association, anyone who wants to become the Monster King can challenge Lord Orokai. The winner will have priority. His meaning was clear. I don't care if you want to be the Monster King, but at least finish the fight first. Once it's over, you can fight for it as you please. Black Sperm clearly understood the underlying meaning in Guro's words. Although he let out a disdainful snort, he still sat back down in his seat. Seeing that even Black Sperm, who had started the trouble, had sat down, the other dragon-level executives found it hard to press the issue directly and withdrew their killing intent one after another. Seeing this impending civil war nipped in the bud, Guro breathed a secret sigh of relief and then resumed his speech. Next, we will deploy several strong demon-level monsters to various major cities. You can destroy to your heart's content, slaughter as you wish, and release your nature freely. Do whatever you want. These words resonated deeply with the monsters. As monsters whose souls had been corrupted, most of them were naturally violent and fond of slaughter, with the darkness in their hearts constantly expanding. But all along, due to the existence of the Hero Association, whenever a monster caused chaos in a city, they were easily surrounded and killed by several heroes working together. And now, Guro was giving them a chance to vent their stress and slaughter to their heart's content. Great. I've been waiting for this. Today, I'm going to tear 10 humans apart with my bare hands. No, 50. Humans, such weak creatures, dare to build settlements like cities that destroy nature. To protect the environment, I must destroy all the cities. Ha 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 ha. I want to see if those heroes can keep up with my extreme speed, and if their heads can see their own bodies after I slash them off. Je. Listening to the wild laughter of the demon-level monsters, a hint of helplessness flashed in Guro's eyes. Although he knew these demon-level monsters lived very suppressed lives, he hadn't expected them to be this suppressed. Just one chance to go out and kill made them beyond excited. And in the very next instant, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom, boom. The ground above began to vibrate, a large amount of rubble fell from the sky, and cracks rapidly spread across the ceiling as if it would collapse at any second. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Or have the heroes attacked? You've got to be kidding me. Guro and the dragon-level executives all looked up, staring at the ceiling that was about to shatter, their eyes filled with gravity and shock. These powerful beings all sensed that some terrifying existence was about to appear. Bang! Accompanied by the shattering of the ceiling, a tall blonde figure descended from the sky, floating steadily in mid-air, as the thunderous roar of the King engine resonated throughout the venue. Since you're all here, this saves a lot of trouble. Chapter 107, Chapter 108, far inferior to your master. 1036 words. Chapter 108, far inferior to your master. In an instant, a soul-stirring and massive pressure descended upon the scene. Every monster felt fear at this moment, with every cell in their bodies screaming out danger signals. Some sane monsters recognized the tall, blonde figure before them. Trembling with fear, they shakily called out that name which was like a taboo among monsters. King. It's King, the strongest man on earth. He's come for us. No. I don't want to die. I heard this thunder-like sound in my ears is his King engine. I haven't killed enough people yet. Gyuro. Dragon-level executives. Monster King Orokai. Aren't you all powerful? Hurry up and get rid of King. King was just floating in mid-air, having done nothing yet, but the monsters were already in a panic. Countless monsters below dragon level were panicking like ants on a hot pan. There were those in despair, those in anger, and those in terror, but none thought of striking back. While the dragon-level executives weren't as panicked as the lower-level monsters, their expressions were incredibly solemn. As powerhouses, they could feel even more clearly just how terrifying the power within this human was. Just a slight perception made them feel as if they were about to be submerged by a violent surge of blood and chi as deep as an abyss and as vast as the sea. Gyuro was completely stunned, looking at the figure that descended like a god's with a face full of disbelief, its heart filled with nothing but endless confusion. What's going on? Why did King find our location? When exactly did we get exposed? 20 minutes ago. Having thoroughly thrashed Saitama in various ways in games, King was in a great mood and prepared to go out and buy some snacks to reward himself. After taking only a few steps, King's pace gradually slowed, and he looked at the street opposite him with a confused gaze. He could sense that he seemed to have been suddenly locked onto by an extremely aggressive gaze. This gaze felt to King like a lonely bachelor who had been thirsty for decades suddenly seeing a stunning beauty, almost ready to pounce. He turned his head to look and saw that in the surging crowd on the opposite street, a tall and strong young man stood motionless, his narrow, wolf-like eyes staring intently at him. The young man wore black tights, his strong muscles outlined by the tight-fitting clothes. His lower body was in white martial arts pants, and his white hair looked like a mountain peak split in two, forming sharp protrusions pointing left and right. After clearly seeing the young man's appearance, King was stunned for a moment before remembering the other's identity. Isn't this the hero hunter, Garou? Right now, the Monster Association arc hadn't officially begun, and Garou hadn't started his hero hunting yet. King didn't expect to have such a fate with this unkillable cockroach. And from the looks of it, this kid Garou seems to want to hunt me. On the other side, Garou looked at the tall man whose face was mostly hidden by a baseball cap, the smile on his face becoming increasingly excited, his muscles almost trembling with agitation. Great, even the heavens are complying with my wishes. I was just about to start hero hunting, and I actually ran into the strongest man on earth, King. This is fantastic. In Garou's view, if he could use the defeat of the strongest man on earth to announce the official start of his hero hunting, how cool would that be? Thinking of this, Garou was almost impatient to strike, but he had just started to step forward when he couldn't help but frown. Because there were too many people around. If he acted recklessly, Garou wasn't entirely confident he could take down King quickly. After all, the other person was S-Class rank 5. Noticing that King was also staring at him, Garou broke into an arrogant grin and pointed toward a nearby abandoned construction site, the provocation in his gesture self-evident. King had the same intention. Although he could guarantee taking Garou down in one move, he didn't want to fight on a street with such high foot traffic. It wouldn't be good if he accidentally injured ordinary citizens. A minute later, at the abandoned construction site, Garou and King stood facing each other. Facing the extremely famous strongest man on earth, the arrogant young man didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hands and assumed the starting stance of a powerful martial art he hadn't planned to use yet. Water stream rock smashing fists. Azure energy drifted in his palms. Garou's sturdy body seemed to turn into a pool of flowing water, and with a flash, he charged toward King at high speed, with only one sentence echoing in the air. "Come on. S-Class Rank 5, the one known as the strongest man on Earth, King. Remember my name, I am Garou, the one who will hunt all heroes." Facing the menacing Garou, King didn't even bother to say a word to him and just raised his hand to deliver a slap. Who wouldn't be able to deflect such a simple attack? It seems the so-called strongest man on Earth is nothing more than this. Looking at the incoming slap, a confident smirk curled on Garou's lips. Then, his water-stream rock-smashing fist, shimmering with azure energy, struck King's palm, intending to redirect the force and strike back. And in the very next instant, Garou only heard the crisp sound of bones cracking, and he looked at his hands in shock. At this moment, both of Garou's hands, used to perform the water-stream rock-smashing fist, had their bones broken just to block King's casual slap. "You've got to be kidding me." Garou felt the intense pain hitting his brain. He was completely stunned. "Didn't I use the water-stream rock-smashing fist to block King's attack? Why am I the one with broken hands?" As if sensing Garou's confusion, a calm voice sounded in his ear. "Your water-stream rock-smashing fist is far inferior to your master's." Chapter 108, Chapter 109, It Should End Now. 1102 words. Chapter 109, It Should End Now. These words were like a sharp needle, deeply piercing the heart of the Garou. He could accept ridicule from others. After all, if he was truly too weak to defeat his opponent, being mocked was normal. But what he could never accept was someone comparing him to Bang. As Bang's former chief disciple, Garou naturally knew that his water-stream rock-smashing fist was not as powerful as his master's, but so what? The reason Garou chose to flee was to pursue his own path as a monster. He wanted to defeat all heroes to prove his absolute evil. And his master, Bang, was precisely the highly ranked S-Class Rank 3 in the Hero Association, the Silver Fang admired by countless people. Admitting he was weaker than his master was equivalent to admitting he was weaker than the heroes. Although this logic sounded idiotic, for Garou, who wanted to prove he was the strongest monster by defeating all heroes, it actually fit his mindset. In an instant, Garou's expression became ferocious, but he did not rashly attack again. Instead, he quickly retreated, creating a distance of several tens of meters from King. He looked at his severed hands, gritted his teeth, violently shook his arms, and with a crisp sound of bones resetting, intense pain flooded his mind. During the shaking motion, Garou's hands gradually returned to their original position, but their form appeared extremely unstable, threatening to break apart again at any moment. He managed to tenuously connect his broken hands using a special martial arts technique. Even though using the water-stream rock-smashing fist in this state caused intense pain every time, Garou had no retreat. He didn't believe he could successfully escape in front of the strongest man on Earth, King. The only way to create an opportunity to escape now was to fight to the death. Garou's chest contracted and expanded, rhythmically controlling his breathing. His hands traced mysterious patterns in mid-air, and blue energy flowed between his palms, surging like soft running water. The ground beneath his feet exploded. Garou's powerful leg muscles erupted, and the immense impact sent his figure shooting out in a straight line like a cannonball fired from its muzzle, rushing towards King. "Come on, let me see what the strongest man on Earth will choose to do when facing my attack." In a flash, countless possibilities flashed through Garou's mind. Dodge. Or meet the force head-on. Or use the opponent's force against them. During the charge, the intense rushing wind struck his face. Garou widened his eyes, observing King's every move, trying to predict the opponent's next action. Seeing Garou rush over, King could have ended him with a single slap but chose not to. For a rebellious and extremely conceited young genius like Garou, his self-esteem needed to be crushed into dust in the very field he was most proud of. The next second, King moved. Here it comes. Garou's gaze was fixed tightly on King, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Fighting the legendary strongest man on Earth put more pressure on him than he had imagined. And in the very next instant, upon clearly seeing King's movement, Garou's pupils instantly contracted to pinpoints, his eyes filled with disbelief. What a joke! Before him, King moved both hands in the void, a faint golden light constantly swirling around his palms, an aura that was both domineering and carried the essence of flowing water spread out. Garou, who had studied for many years, immediately recognized this starting posture. It was the water stream rock smashing fist he had practiced countless times. No, that's not right. Garou only now noticed that although the starting posture and movement resembled the water stream rock smashing fist, the power and aura contained within were different. What's going on? Is this guy also the old man's disciple? But he looks like he improved the water stream rock smashing fist. With countless thoughts rushing through his mind, Garou had already reached directly in front of King and threw out a fierce and powerful straight punch. This appeared to be just an ordinary straight punch, but it contained the power of the water stream rock smashing fist. If King chose to block it, the counter-mechanism of the water stream rock smashing fist would be triggered. Facing the fist growing larger in his vision, King merely smiled slightly, then extended his right fist and lightly collided with it. The moment their hands touched, Garou was stunned. His punch felt like it had struck Mount Wanzhang, the fierce momentum could not advance an inch, and the flowing water power contained within was neutralized by an even more subtle force. Impossible. Garou felt completely crushed. Whether in terms of raw power or the martial arts he prided himself on, he was thoroughly suppressed. Just as he tried to retreat after his failed strike, a strong, powerful hand grabbed Garou's head, lifting his entire body up. I told you, Garou, your water stream rock smashing fist is far too inferior to your master Bang's. Boom. A small pit was smashed into the ground, and spiderweb-like cracks spread outwards continuously. Garou's head was smashed directly into the surface. King released his hand and looked down at Garou, who was sprawled on the ground like a dog with his face toward the earth, his tone calm. If this is all you have, choosing to flee the dojo was indeed the wrong decision. I heard you still have ideas about hunting heroes. I think you should give up on that too. The so-called absolute evil is just the Chunibya declaration of a child who cannot even properly use the water stream rock smashing fist. Every word King spoke was like a sharp blade cutting into Garou's already easily provoked mind, making his face, buried in the dirt, grow even more ferocious as he gritted his teeth tightly. Garou pulled his face out of the dirt, spat out the mud that had accidentally entered his mouth, and his eyes became slightly bloodshot, clearly having entered a state of rage. What do you sanctimonious heroes know? I will defeat all heroes to prove the correctness of monsters. I alone am absolute evil. I was born to defeat you all. As he spoke, Garou's aura faintly intensified. In his state of rage, his potential was further stimulated, and his strength increased slightly. Seeing this, King nodded. It was worth saying a few taunting words. This legendary durable king had indeed grown stronger by another level. However, it should end now. Chapter 109, Chapter 110, actually no different. 1028 words. Chapter 110, actually no different. Hi. Garou roared as he charged forward, letting out strange, unintelligible cries. He pushed the water stream rock smashing fist to its absolute limit, an overwhelming barrage of fist shadows striking at King from all directions simultaneously. He didn't believe it, nor was he willing to admit it. How could his hero hunting activities face such a setback at the very first step? How could he fail so directly at the very beginning? Garou considered himself a heaven-sent genius with extraordinary talent, something that had been evident back when he was Bang's top head disciple. Steps that others had to practice bitterly for a long time, he could learn easily with just a glance, and his combat ability far surpassed that of the other disciples. He was once Bang's most satisfying student, yet one day he resolutely chose to betray the school, making sure to severely beat all the other disciples before he left. Consequently, many disciples feared Garou's retaliation and chose to withdraw from the school one after another. In the end, only the weakling Chiranko, who had no talent for martial arts, was left, and the once popular water stream rock smashing fist school gradually fell into decline. Although Garou didn't much like the old man, he had to admit that the water stream rock smashing fist the old man taught him was precisely the capital he used to challenge the strong. However, facing Garou's all-out attack, King stood tall and motionless on the spot, merely raising a single finger. In the next second, King's right hand seemed to turn into a series of fleeting after images. Every time it extended, it accurately met Garu's fists, easily neutralizing the flowing water intent attached to them. Garu also noticed this. Beads of cold sweat unconsciously rolled down his forehead, yet he maintained his maximum punching frequency, unwilling to stop no matter what. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Why is all my force being neutralized by that guy's single finger? Are you kidding me? This feeling was the most unbearable. If it were a simple case of being crushed by power, Garu would only feel that his own strength was insufficient, but at least he could enhance his strength through a battle of flesh and blood. But now, Garu didn't even know how his flowing water intent was being neutralized by the opponent, giving him a painful sensation akin to hitting cotton with all his might. This attack lasted for nearly a full minute before Garu finally stopped. The muscles throughout his body were trembling uncontrollably. He had clearly reached the peak of exhaustion. He panted heavily, his narrow, wolf-like eyes filled with resentment. Curse it! Why can't even one of my punches touch him? Why is the force of every punch neutralized so easily? Garu was, after all, a martial arts genius. Through these many exchanges, he had already sensed that while what King used wasn't the water stream rock smashing fist, it was a new style derived from it. Or rather, it was a modified version of the water stream rock smashing fist combined with his own characteristics, and its power was even several degrees stronger than the original version. During the repeated clashes, Garu tried to imitate it. He struck an attack posture similar to King's, but he could never integrate that overbearing intent. He was merely mimicking the form, an empty shell. Amidst his constant panting, even though his body had reached the limit for throwing punches, Garu still reassumed the starting stance of the water stream rock smashing fist, his eyes fixed intently on King. Hey, you don't think I'm about to go down, do you? I'm very tenacious. Before defeating a so-called hero like you, a monster won't just fall. In an instant, as if responding to Garu's unyielding will, his body, which had already reached its limit, squeezed out one last shred of strength, and he unleashed another water stream rock smashing fist. His fist, carrying immense power, tore through the air with a sharp whistle, containing both fierce force and the clever finesse of flowing water. Hi! Garu let out another passionate roar like a hot-blooded Chinibya youth, his fist aimed straight at King's face, his expression filled with tenacity and resolve. Thump! A dull thud sounded. Garu's hot-blooded Chinibya roar came to an abrupt halt, and he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. King withdrew his finger. He had only lightly flicked Garu's forehead. With just a simple flick, that precise force passed directly through the skin into Garu's brain, giving him a moderate concussion. Seriously, just like a Chinibya youth having an episode, shouting and screaming all day long. He really thinks he's the protagonist of a hot-blooded manga. Well, it's pretty much like that anyway. After all, One Punch Man has another nickname, the Legend of Garu. This kid's screen time could be said to take up nearly half of One Punch Man's length. King casually picked Garu up by the scruff of his neck, contacted the Hero Association staff members, and had him thrown into a cell to let him stay in prison for a while. As for the charges, it was quite simple. Just randomly attacking professional heroes on the street and attempted murder were enough to keep this kid locked up. After dealing with the minor trouble that was Garu, King then remembered that there seemed to be a monster association hiding beneath the entirety of Zed City, biding its time. So, King released his vast psychic energy and unexpectedly discovered that a large number of dragon-level monster auras were concentrated in one place, along with many demon-level and tiger-level monster grunts. He immediately realized that this group of monsters was likely holding a meeting here. Thinking of this, King didn't hesitate for a moment and chose to break directly into the meeting venue. He wasn't worried at all about whether it was a trap or a long-planned collaborative ambush. In King's eyes, these so-called dragon-level monsters were actually no different from the weakest wolf-level monsters. Chapter 110, Chapter 111 King versus the entire Monster Association. 1182 words. Chapter 111, King versus the entire Monster Association. The timeline returns to the present. Looking at King, who had suddenly barged into the venue, all the monsters present fell into a panic. After a brief moment of panic, Gyuro finally regained its composure, its tone carrying a hint of solemnity and hidden excitement. I really didn't expect that King, the strongest man on Earth, would be so arrogant as to barge into our entire monster association alone. King, your strength is great, but you might as well look around. Not only does the Monster Association have 6 dragon-level executives, but we also have our monster King Orokai. You cannot win. Although I don't know how you found this place, take my advice, starting a war now is not beneficial to either side. I am willing to represent the Monster Association and sign a truce with the Hero Association. I just want to prove to the world that monsters and humans can coexist peacefully. We are on the same side. Gyuro's heartfelt words echoed throughout the venue. For a moment, the low-level monsters, who were originally panicking, were stunned, and countless gazes focused on Gyuro. Wait, buddy, what about that overbearing posture of wanting to destroy the human world just now? What happened to the declaration of war about killing to your heart's content and treating human lives like grass? Even the dragon-level executives who were prepared to act were taken aback, looking at their Monster Association's strategist with some confusion. We were just about to fight to the death. Why did the strategist surrender first? Even Monster King Orokai, who was standing aside ready to strike, stopped his movements, his cold eyes, which always lacked emotion, staring at Gyuro beside him. Even he couldn't figure out what this fellow was trying to do. Facing countless questioning or shocked looks, Gyuro's expression remained unchanged, but it couldn't help but sigh in its heart. These monsters really have no brains. At this moment, in Gyuro's conjecture, King, the strongest man on Earth, possessed strength that surpassed the world. Even if they could use countless monsters to forcefully defeat the opponent, it would be very difficult to kill King, even with the equally terrifying strength of Monster King Orokai. After all, it might not be difficult to defeat a powerhouse, but the difficulty of killing a powerhouse would increase several times over. At least in Gyuro's current observation, their strength was not yet enough to keep an existence whose strength might far exceed dragon level. Moreover, if they were to fight King head-on, the Monster Association would undoubtedly suffer heavy damage. After all, the opponent was a peak powerhouse on the human side. These were just the most basic considerations. For Gyuro, King's appearance actually represented even deeper problems. Since King, the strongest man on Earth, had found this place, there was a high probability that the Hero Association had also discovered it. If they were entangled with King and wasted too much time, they might face a thunderous strike from the many S-class heroes of the Hero Association. Secondly, why was King able to discover the location of the Monster Association? One must know that Gyuro had always strictly limited other members of the Monster Association from appearing on the surface as much as possible, and even if they did, they were not to reveal the name of the Monster Association. Furthermore, the base of the Monster Association had always been deep underground and had never been discovered before. Now that it was discovered all of a sudden, did it mean that a monster traitor had appeared within the Monster Association? This question was worth pondering and made Gyuro consider reorganizing the Monster Association later. Facing Gyuro's plea for peace, King floated in the air, his energy as vast as the abyss and the sea, appearing completely unmasked in the perception of the monsters. The thunderous King engine resounded throughout the venue. A curve tugged at the corner of his mouth as he stared calmly at Gyuro. Familiar with the original plot, he knew that Gyuro, or rather the controller behind this puppet, Psychos, had never thought of making peace with humans. Her goal from beginning to end was the destruction of all humanity. A wonderful proposal. In this bizarre era, even humans can turn into monsters because of a sudden emotional outburst. If humans and monsters can coexist peacefully, I think the entire society will become more stable. After all, monsters are also a very good source of productivity, and the world will become more prosperous. Hearing that King did not reject its proposal but instead listed a series of benefits, Gyuro thought to itself that this was a sure thing. As expected of the strongest man on Earth, he saw the benefits of this proposal at a glance. Next, as long as this guy agreed, the Monster Association would gain some breathing room. When the time comes. Gyuro's large pupil narrowed slightly, and the dozens of pink palms on its body rubbed back and forth. Its voice also took on a bit of flattery. Lord King, Since peaceful coexistence between humans and monsters can bring so many benefits, then regarding my proposal. Facing Guroguro's expectations, King's serious voice, propelled by his energy, reached the ears of all the monsters. But I refuse. Heh! Hearing this answer, let alone the monsters, even the relatively clever Guroguro was stunned for a few seconds before reacting, instantly becoming furious. You've been playing with me this whole time. All the monsters present also realized this. Every monster's face became distorted, and violent emotions rose in their hearts. They were inherently emotionally unstable beings. After such a long build-up and then being toyed with, all their original fear was intensified by emotion at this moment, turning into a burning rage in their hearts. I don't care if you're the strongest man on Earth or the strongest man underground. You dare to toy with me, I'll tear you apart. Forget it. If I can fight the strongest man on Earth, my disaster ranking should increase significantly. Even if I die, it'll be worth the price of admission. Everyone, attack together. Don't let this damn human look down on us. We monsters have guts too. Amidst countless roars and growls, a large number of tiger-level and demon-level monsters soared into the sky, charging straight towards King. In an instant, from King's perspective, there were endless waves of monsters everywhere. Various bizarre, ugly, and hideous faces appeared before his eyes, and the extremely thick monster aura enveloped his perception. However, facing hundreds or thousands of powerful monsters, King simply raised one hand, then brought his 5 fingers together and clenched them into a fist. Boom! 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 Violent power enough to distort space poured out, whipping up a storm in front of him. Severed limbs and broken arms instantly erupted within the wave of monsters. The strongest man on Earth, King, versus the entire Monster Association. This war of vastly unequal numbers, the outcome remained uncertain until next chapter. Don't forget to like and subscribe to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK.